They can try, but can do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
Turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. fine. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do, what I do, what I do right now. What I do, what I do, what I do right now. For you, for you, I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime.
Come alive.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams out lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something
can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring, oh you bring, oh you bring me back to life. Bring me to life. No.
I stopped on my side, tried to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 You bring me to life.
It's so high from here, you can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Side to side, you subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sides, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls of faith in God.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the ANZ Pro League here for Rainbow Six. I'm Guz, and joining me is the beautiful Raven. The season really started to take form now. How are you coping? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. ANZ Pro League so far has been neck and neck between so many of these teams. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to tonight and how these matches play out.
Yeah, well, this of course being Playday number 5, so the storyline's really starting to develop. We're starting to see some teams rise to the top, others unfortunately sliding down. I guess the feeling that we're getting now is that a Nixian, for example, which we will not unfortunately see tonight, is sort of rising up and then I guess falling down. We've got teams like Sinister. For you, is there maybe start things off, one team that you can sort of go, they might have it, because we know that only the top 2 will make it to the APAC final?
I think so far the safest bet in ANZ has been Fnatic. They've had some really strong matches, great performances. I think they've not really put any doubt in most people's minds so far. I think the stand-up is Fnatic so far.
All right, well, make sure you guys get involved in the conversation at ESL Rainbow Six on all the socials. You can also participate in the community poll, the results of which will be shown on stream, and we will laugh or cry depending on if you guys are right or wrong. But Raven, we have a little bit of a surprise. We have a little bit of a treat. The Six Invitational, Rainbow Six's premier esports event, is coming very shortly to Montreal, and we have a little bit of a video to tease you guys and how you can get involved in all the hype. It is, of course, the road to SI. Let's roll the clip and we'll see you guys on the other side.
Welcome to the Road to SI 2020, the largest esports event in Rainbow Six history. The 2020 Six Invitational is approaching, and for the next 5 weeks, the entire Rainbow Six community is invited to join us in celebration for a Road to SI full of surprises. First, during every weekend leading up to the Six Invitational, you can play the all-new Road to SI in-game event, featuring a new exclusive map, the Stadium. This unranked playlist will have the same rule set as a ranked playlist. Only this time, every operator is playable, even the ones you don't own. Next, it's time for the Road to SI Battle Pass. This Battle Pass will contain exclusive Road to SI 2020 rewards distributed through 35 tiers, which you will unlock by collecting battle points. This is the only place to earn items such as the SI 2020 Finisher Charm or Signature 6 20 weapon skins. Everyone will progress and collect rewards on the free track. You can access the premium track for 1,200 R6 credits, which will immediately grant you Sledge's SI light set. Upgrade to the premium bundle for 2,400 credits and skip ahead to immediately unlock Hibana and Caveira's full uniforms. Moreover, Year 4 pass holders receive a 30% discount on all Battle Pass prices and a 30% boost on battle points earned. To cap it all off, 30% of the revenue generated by the Battle Pass will go to the Six Invitational prize pool. Fight alongside all the operators in Rainbow Six. Collect battle points, level up your Battle Pass, earn unique rewards, and join us as we embark on the road to SI 2020.
If that doesn't get you excited for the Six Invitational, I don't know what will, Raven. That is a pretty fun game. I don't know, me, you, the whole caster gang, we've been grinding it out. It's good fun.
We have. It's actually really fun. That map is a great meld of Oregon and Hereford base, if you guys haven't realized. And 35th tier of Battle Pass, that 6 Invitational Universal skin is mint. So you got to get there.
All right, well, let's put the Six Invitational to the backs of our minds for now. Let's bring up the standings for ANZ. Couple of the teams have played more than others, Raven. Of course, at the top is Fnatic. Let's start talking our way down and sort of work out exactly why these teams are placed where they are.
Yeah, so far, Onyxian have put in really strong results. They've only played 4 maps, and you could say that maybe the opponents they've beaten haven't proven super worthy so far. They have defeated Kanga and Sinister, but Kanga have had some good results themselves. One team that they have managed to actually take a map off, Guz, is Wildcard. We will see Wildcard tonight. As we work towards the bottom, though, some surprises. One we talked about earlier was Sinister being on the bottom there. They haven't really been able to put on any points yet.
Yeah, Sinister just going through some growing pains at the moment, it feels like. I was talking to Milo again last night, and he's confident in the team's ability, like I'm sure we all are, but it's just the gears aren't quite in motion yet. So hopefully as the season progresses, we'll see them elevate up. And I'm sure there are going to be a lot of shifts around that sort of mid-tier range. I mean, we've already seen Wildcard drop out of the top 2, which is quite surprising, and teams like Kanga from the Challenge League really rising up. So it's anyone's taking so far.
It really is, and that's the one thing that I think we can really take away from the start of the ANZ Pro League so far, is that some big results can come out from some of these teams that have lower expectations, and that the top isn't as safe as it used to be.
Well, let's bring up the schedule for tonight and see who will be playing. And of course, it is in the classic APAC format. First matchup, TBD Homeless.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting series, and the reason I say interesting is because we haven't seen anything besides the first week from TBD. They had that one matchup, which was against Fury, and they won one map, lost one map. So it didn't really give us a whole lot to go on. comparatively, we've seen a bit of Homeless now, and on that, Homeless have played Wildcard and Fnatic. So they've had some really tough matches, so this is arguably their easiest game so far for the season. Not necessarily saying that's easy, but they've had some big challenges.
Yeah, TBD v Homeless really shaping up, I think, to be a really key matchup in how the mid-table sort of shapes up. Later tonight, though, we will have Wildcard versus Fury, and this one's going to be really, really interesting as well because Wildcard not in the greatest of form, you could argue, and if they lose or drop maps against Fury, man, that is really going to put them under the pump.
Yeah, they've definitely put a lot of pressure on themselves at this stage. As you said, they have dropped those points that were expected for them to secure in the first couple of weeks. On the other hand, we have Fury, and similar story to TBD. They played each other in that first week. We haven't seen anything from them since then, so it's hard to judge their form. This is really going to be their coming to form if they manage to actually get a win tonight or even some draws or something.
Talking about TBD, of course, they will be playing in the first map of this evening. A lineup that is quite familiar in the sense that they've played together, but it is under a new name.
It is. They are orgless currently, as TBD suggests, to be determined.
Yep.
But their roster is different for this Pro League season. 3 people that you will recognize, of course, being those first 3 on that list. The new additions, though, Joker and Mangoes, both were really instrumental in their win versus Fury in that first week. So definitely keep your eye out on those new players because they seem to have been fitting in all right. And they could come up big for TBD again this week.
Well, TBD will be taking on Homeless, another team that doesn't have an organization to represent them. A team that, once again, has become quite familiar this season. Talk us through it.
Yes, they have had some great matches so far. Last week, unfortunately, not securing any points against Fnatic, but did they put in a great effort, especially in that first map on Consulate, some really solid rounds. Sticks and Hayward seem to be the consistent 2 for this roster so far in the season, putting in some big efforts. As well as Dino actually got a massive highlight play, a quick 4K to save a round for them. If you didn't see that, it is on the Twitter, so suss it out. But yeah, they're looking like a pretty strong opponent, and I think this is going to be a really exciting matchup tonight.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to which team clicks better because, as you highlighted, both teams really have strong individual performers when they play well. The problem is maybe you could argue that they're not the most consistent. So I think the team that comes out on top tonight will be the team that can maintain consistency across 2 maps, which can go for nearly 2 hours. So it is a real marathon. I guess sort of thinking ahead to the maps for this evening, is there anything in particular that we're expecting to see that these teams might lean on?
It's really hard to say with TBD because, as we were saying, we haven't seen a lot from them. And because they've changed their roster so much, old default maps that they would have felt comfortable on or not liked just might not be the same anymore. So it's pretty hard to guess. I think one thing we can count on is maybe counting out those maps that have the bit of the X factor, maybe like Border, that kind of produce those more sporadic results or favor aggressive, lucid playstyles. I think that will get banned out.
Yeah, I think trying to tame the aggression of Homeless is the best way to really approach them. We've seen teams like Wildcard really being able to shut down that aggression early and sort of playing the map on their terms, sort of forcing the pacing to be in line with how they want to play the map. I'm expecting Homeless to come out of the gate strong. We've seen it almost in every matchup where the first couple rounds, they play like they want to play, just full aggression. They start winding it back when required, but hopefully we see them come out of the gate strong because I feel like that'll play into the minds of TBD a little bit and could help edge them get this win because it's going to be close.
I think it is, and the big telling point for me that I'm really looking at Homeless for tonight is they struggled so much on attack last week. Of course they were against Fnatic, but attacking, you have to be able to win some attacks to win a map, right? And they really struggled last week. I believe it was only 1 attack win overall for the entire 2 maps they played. That's a really telling stat. Of course, attack requires a lot of coordination, and that can be difficult for a more greener roster, but if they can hone that in, I think they're going to have a really strong performance.
All right, well, we've talked briefly about which map they could go to. Let's bring up the veto and find out for sure. Map number 1 will be taking place on drum roll, please.
Oh, it is Border.
Hey, we're right. High five. Boom.
Oh, I was wrong, but...
That was a good high five, too.
Yeah, it was a good high five.
Better than Dev Marta high fives.
Oh, poor Dev.
Border, though, that's actually really interesting because Border is a map that's definitely dropped in popularity. I've got it down as like the 7th most popular map coming into this season. Yep. It is a balanced map, though, so it could make for a really close contest.
Yeah, and actually, there's some interesting discussion on Twitter that I really dug into this week about the staleness of Border. It's a map that's been in for a long time for the Pro League map pool, and we're not seeing a whole lot of innovation. But, as you said, it is balanced. So it's going to really favour a team that's well stratted, well rehearsed, and can be consistent. So it's something we've highlighted already is consistency.
All right, well, let's see what you guys think. The community poll will determine who is the most popular team going into this contest, and it will be Homeless by country miles. 70%. Wow, that must come down to the fact that TBD just no one knows who they are. Maybe, I don't know.
It could come down to that. There's a cute little boy versus a white logo, but I mean, I don't know, man. 70% is hugely in favor of Homeless, but look, that's justifiable to an extent. They've had some great matches, whereas we've only seen that one series from TBD, and it was 50-50. They won one, lost one. So that could be the telling story there. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I guess we can touch back on Border. You mentioned that it's a map that really favors consistency, and maybe both these teams in the past have struggled to be consistent. I guess going into a match as maybe a player or support staff, is there anything mentally that you can do to prepare to actually be more consistent? Because, I mean, I think that's the end goal for any team, to be consistently good.
Yeah, I think the big onus is on the attacks, as we talked about. Border is an attackable map, so that's great. But the big variable is the aggression on defense. And if you're not watching your runouts, you're not watching flank watch carefully enough, that's going to be your undoing. So in terms of the mindset coming in, you just got to make sure that you are consistent with your flank drones, the IGL calls, ensuring that you're going through your steps in attack, making sure everything is achieved so you're ready for that execute.
Well, Border will be the first map of tonight between TBD and Homeless. This is going to be a great contest. Let's see which team can bring that consistency to the table and edge out the win. This is going to be a banger. Let's get straight into it.
Excited to get into this ban phase here, guys. I'm really curious to see whether we see some more Thatcher bans. Something's telling me that we probably are going to see some.
Yeah, definitely a pretty safe bet. Thatcher is an operator that is quite handy on this map. A lot of key walls that need to be opened, or definitely helps with the attack if are open. So let's see who the first ban will be. It will be from TBD. It's going to be Buck. So another really strong ban, because Border, a lot of the floors and the roofs are destructible, so taking a really strong soft breach off the board will be quite handy, as of course they are defending first.
I really like the Buck ban on Border. There's so much verticality that is important on Border. Some really important situations to hold that verticality. So for example, if you're holding Armory office side, you have a player roaming in security CCTV area, you usually use a Buck to flush that out. So not having that on the board just means you have to use a Zofia or Soft Breach, which means it's then not able to be used on things like the Maestro Evilized.
Thatcher will make it through the ban phase. Mirror doesn't get the same treatment though. Seeing Maverick off the board is not too uncommon on this map, particularly for the upstairs attack. Maverick can be quite strong, and then of course you got downstairs with the detention wall. Even Towers, if there was to be a Towers defense. So Maverick is very diverse in the way that he can use his ability. The final ban comes out, and it will be Echo. Interestingly enough, Valkyrie will stay on the board, who is really strong on this map.
Yeah, really strong for that defense intel, and it's going to be TBD starting on defense. So that's slipped through and will be of assistance to them. Whether they utilize that might not be in their strat depth. We'll have to see whether it's used by them, but you know what? I think that's definitely going to be an extra obstacle for Homeless to deal with if they're not wary.
Ventilation and Workshop will be the first objective defended here by TBD. Joker teasing with the clash, but he's going to six-pick onto the castle, so we could see castle utilized above, or potentially for the safer hold over towards towers. Personal favorite of mine. I'm always yelling at someone to reinforce one of the towers walls.
Yep.
So, sorry to all the players out there who've yelled at to do that. Probably Sky. I think it's Sky's normally the one that usually cops it. Yeah.
One thing that's standing out for me right now, though, is we talked about Valkyrie being on the board and the intel that she provides, but actually TBD, their lineup, is not really bringing a whole lot of intel at all. Mozzie's very dependent on catching a drone. Outside of that, maybe there's a bulletproof cam in there somewhere, but there's no other intel otherwise. Intel denial in the mute, of course intel denial in that Mozzie, the mute Mozzie combo. But yeah, really lacking that solid intel, like from an Evil Eye or from the Valkyrie cams. Quite a surprise for me.
Trying to work out where Joker is utilizing these castle barricades. It looks like it could potentially be a path. He's still got one in his pocket. Thanks, MC, our lovely observer, trying to find where those are. He's been a bit sneaky with them, so maybe they were placed below. But it does look like TBD are opting for a very heavy upstairs hold here. A lot of verticality. That final one going on the Beaver's Jaw to help cover the cross. So it definitely looks like TBD are investing very, very heavily above. And I think Homeless, if they read into this, could go for that push that we saw. Was it G2 through customs and then through the wall straight into workshop? I think I saw a Reaper video on it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. But I
Or was
agree.
it against G2? I don't know.
If they read into it, they definitely can utilize a more horizontal push. They could try and ignore the vertical play. But that being said, vertical play is quite critical on border. It's a much less commonality to be able to push directly to site and secure a post plant, because usually the retakes are quite possible on this map. Have to see whether they read into it or not. They have pushed onto East stairs already though, Guz. It's a good important map control.
Dino already trying to pick the main wall. He's going to use that nade to try and get those bandit charges off the wall. He will succeed on the right side, so Juicy could come across and help open the wall. Is Juicy subbing in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Subbing
Well, there we go.
I guess he is.
A sneaky Juicy. There we go.
Sneaky Juicy.
Yep. He opens up the right wall, and that'll create a nice line of sight in towards Ipby Style. He's playing behind the desk. Is he on 1 HP? Oh my goodness, Ipby Style. If he gets a kill here, that'd be massive. Almost hits the wallbang there. Surely not. Oh my goodness. Dino. So lucky to get away with his life. He will be droned out. He's going to go for another pre-fire, potentially. Dino edging closer to his crosshairs. It looks like Ipby Style will just hold for the moment and wait for the crossfire. Hayward, though, gets mangoes. Ipby Style's unable to refrag that, and Arlo gets one as well. Will Ipby Styles be taken out? Surely he will as Hayward pushes in. Dino, though, will get that kill, and just like that, it's a 5-on-2.
What a beautiful execute, though, onto that top floor. Dino does take that TK, though, but look, the precision of Homeless taking that east side, pushing across from Archives, clearing out the top floor was just fantastic. TBD weren't able to really put up much of a fight at all. So you're in a strong position here now, guys, in this final minute.
Cutie trying to get a cheeky angle over towards the main door. One of only 2 remaining members. He gets one, though. That Stig's dropped off the board and the diffuser dropped. Homeless, they should be able to recover him, and they will. The diffuser should be in hand as well. They'll pick that up. Juicy has that under his arm. He'll be carrying that over towards the bomb site. Only 2 members of TBD ready and waiting to hold it, though.
Yeah, not a lot of denial either. Cutie does have a C4 in the pocket for denial, but that's not going to be able to do a whole lot. Oh, he does down one player into this 3 versus 1 now, guys. Plant is going down.
Cutie needs to try and deny it as Juicy will stick at Homeless with some really nice angles. Already pre-generated, holding and waiting for him to cross the door. Looks like Stiggs is outside far to the ute. They've got a player above and a player out the window. Raven Cutie, he's not going to win this one.
Definitely a hard task here, guys. Those post-plant positions, as you were saying, are just too good right now for Homeless. They're ready for that above retake. That long angle from the front door, Homeless closed the round out. Great round from them in the end.
Homeless have now won their second attack in how many play days was it? 3 maps, and they've won 2 attacks.
Yes.
So this is a good start.
It's a great start from them, and I highlighted at the start of the pre-match. I'm going to be really paying attention to the Homeless attacks. That was fantastic attack.
Yep.
So that's a great start for them. Let's see if they can continue to back it up, though. That site, traditionally a little bit easier to attack than the Armory Archives bomb site, which is the standard pick normally for defense. Not something that TBD tried to do this time. See how they go.
TBD just unable to really tame that aggression that came above. And personally, I was quite surprised at how heavy Homeless did try and attack it, considering that TBD fortified it quite well. It seemed like their utility was in decent position, maybe just getting a little bit overzealous in their peaks. And once you lose that man advantage, particularly above, it just means there's more and more and more angles that you need to be mindful of. And Homeless, with that aggression, that trademark aggression, really capitalized on that and shut down the round. Upstairs, could play out quite similarly, really, because they are holding the same site in quotation marks that they were kind of holding last round. So maybe we'll see a similar attack.
Yeah, it's going to depend on how spread out they are. Usually there is quite the common roam in the breaks CCTV area, or security people call it. So if there's a roam over there, that does take a little bit more effort to clear out, but it's not impossible. And based on how Homeless attacked that last round, I would say it's definitely possible for them to clear this pretty quick. They're really going to have to dig in and get a solid roam game going here, otherwise they're just going to get run over the top of.
Hayward on Zofia, he's going to be running the Hollow. Bit of talk about the ACOG recently. We've seen in the TTS at least, Maestro, F's in the chat for him, he's lost his ACOG. A little bit of controversy surrounding that pick. Personally, I'm, you know, pretty happy with it. I still feel like he's really strong though. Hard to tame a Maestro on fire, that's for sure.
It's still a bullet hose, and you know, it's still really good with the one-times. So We've already seen a lot of players using one-times on it after those changes on TTS. Whether it makes this live, we'll have to see. This is a very strong office roam, though. Jack Daddy with the Bandit against that triple wall, looking like he's going to try and potentially Bandit trick it, just slow them down from pushing that. Homeless setting up for more like an office take here, not wanting to push into that security roam, just opting to try and clear this out.
Definitely a risky Bandit juggle. Dino set at the top of East Stairs. He could easily lob a nade and take him out of that position if Homeless drain it out and if there are no ADSs holding that position. Looks like Jack Daddy's still playing there. He gets drained out. The flashes come out from Arlo. Will this be followed up with a nade from Dino? It might be, but no, he actually gets taken out from 90. A big push out from Jack Daddy gets him, and the C4 cleans him up. Arlo low as well, and TBD, they're trying to bring it back here.
Great play from Jack Dad there, very aggressive. Someone not watching it from the waiting windows. Could have watched that rotate out. There's a pre-fire through a grey part of the wall there. It's a bit of an oversight from Homeless in their attack. Hayward has rotated around to Archives though. Looking to get a bit of a pinch on this position just to try and push people around. Try and get a pick. Juicy's also rotating around here, Guz. So quite a dramatic change up from Homeless.
Stiggs, he'll repel on this sandwich window. Looks like there is a Maestro playing just to his right. That's Cutie near the half wall. He's going to be hard to clear out. No one over at the main wall to try and pinch him either, so Stiggs in a very compromised position. Looks like Arlo has made his way into site. Joker needs to try and hold him back. Oh, they've all pushed the site. Joker gets taken out, and now Juicy will attempt the plant. TBD, seemingly unaware as Arlo and Stiggs get one as well, and Mangoes will get one back, so it's a 3-on-3, but Juicy, he sticks the plant as another member of TBD will fall down, and now it's a post plant. They need to try and recover the diffuser, but no. Ippy Styles drops Hayward. Oh my goodness, Homeless unable to hold the site when it looks so strong, and Jack Daddy, he'll be able to counter defuse, and TBD will clutch the round.
TBD letting that slip through the cracks, just getting in, getting that plant down. Great calls to rotate from Homeless and a great execute in the end, but some big mistakes in post plant. One thing I really noticed is Hayward had a Claymore in the pocket. He could have just popped it on that AC window, played a lot more passive. It would have forced them to have to jump out and do something, at least traded himself out, but in the end he died peeking. And unfortunate misplays there in the post plant. TBD take that round now, Guz. They're going to move back down events.
Definitely a trend that Homeless are unfortunately finding themselves in, where their flank watch is just lacking, and we were hammering on about it in our cast last week. There are a couple of occasions where their drone setups weren't as great. And now it seems like it might even be deeper than that, because Jack Daddy was able to push into the hallway. No one with a gun is holding that, never mind a drone. And then late in the round, they didn't have a great post-plant setup. So maybe the fact that they got really aggressive into the site compromised their ability to set up for that post-plant. Either way, though, it is an oversight, and TBD did really well to capitalize.
It is, again, the 1%ers, those minor details that are just giving them the issues they're having on attack. Not holding that with a gun is a big oversight. And even with a drone, if you know you're going to be trying to flush out that east stairs position, nobody should be able to push down that hallway. Realistically, Jack Daddy could have been able to push even deeper. No one was holding it. Not even the person on East Stairs was holding it hard. So, yeah, big things that will come back to bite you. And Homeless are going to have to try and fix that. They want to get more attack rounds.
Border is a map where small mistakes mean the difference between losing or winning the round. Because of how much it's been played and how heavily the teams have stratted this, and arguably you could say how stale it has become in quotation marks. It means that those small mistakes, they are exploited to the absolute max, whereas there might be a little bit more leeway on some of the newer maps in the pool that haven't been strutted out quite as hard. So Homeless needs to try and get on top of that, and this round there's no better opportunity than that to get one back.
That's right, and they will have to tidy up their executors, we've been saying. They are looking to take the East Stairs nice and quick here though, which is super important. One of the big linchpins for Border is East Stairs, guys, and that's because if the defenders are allowed to rotate back up East Stairs, they can really comfortably retake that top floor if you've taken that map control, which is, of course, as we said, very critical. So East Stairs, big part of your first part of the attack. Nicely done for them to take it so nice and early.
Okay. Cool. Well, this is unfortunate. 1-1. That's not the best outcome, but
It's like some
guess
treadmills decided to come into the map
they stole Worthy's treadmill
from last week.
Last week.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, at least if there's one time for it to DC, it was probably the best time in the round because not much had happened. So
That's right.
not the worst result.
Yep.
1-1. How are we
1-1.
feeling? Because Homeless, first round, good. Second round, essentially 2 mistakes, cost them the round.
Yeah.
Is that something that's going to continue, or do you think Homeless at least now with a nice break. Do you think they'll be able to tidy that up?
I think they can, based on their performance from that first round. Even the second round, let's be fair with that second round. The call to rotate and then the execution of that rotate was really great. It was just those couple of small things that cost them. The post-plant mistake, the not watching the office push out that Jack Daddy capitalized on. Just those things could have been the difference for that round. Homeless, I think so far I'd say are playing better than last week so far. Only 2 rounds though. They've got 4 to go.
Yeah, still a long way to go. I guess the question is, has Border really played out as you expected? Because a lot of people, including probably yourself, make the argument that, you know, we see very, very, very similar strats over and over, and it comes down to these real, like, 0.5%, not even 1% on this map. Is there anything maybe new that you've seen spotted out, or does it sort of feel samey at the moment?
Nothing particularly new. I'm kind of surprised TBD are playing as passive as they are, if you can call it that. Jack Daddy a little bit aggressive, but kind of besides that, there's nothing happening in terms of the early aggression. No one running out from East Stairs is a really common run out, Armory Wall run out, below with Vents trying to take out the person on AC or peeking from the sandwich lockers that's in Armory. None of that coming out from TBD. That's probably the biggest surprise for me so far, because I really thought they would have taken the aggression to Homeless.
And I guess I'm just looking at my stats here in terms of how many times these teams have actually played this map. And from what I've got here, it's literally their least played maps for both teams. How do you, as a team, sort of prepare for a Pro League match on a map that you don't play a lot of officials in? Because yes, you might scrim it, you might dry run it occasionally, but you haven't played it in that sort of competitive environment where there's actual real pressure. As a team, how do you sort of prepare mentally for taking on a map that you haven't played a lot, but on the flip side, your opponent hasn't either?
Yeah, I think coming into this, they would have prepared somewhat. They would have known that the veto could have gone this deep for Border. It's never going to be a surprise for both teams, at least. So somebody's been screaming it coming up to this week. Someone's going to be prepared. In terms of preparing for maps in general, you just have to know, usually it's like 3 to 4 maps that the veto will swing towards, and that's usually what you practice leading up to your play week. So there's definitely some preparation that's happened, but with Border being how it is, some teams choose to prep it less in general, because you can kind of always fall back on those really simple default strats, and they work fine. You don't have to do anything overly fancy on this map.
Yeah, well, looking at Homeless, the last time that I've recorded them playing this map, it was in the 6 Invitational ANZ Open Quals. That was against Fury, and it was actually a 7-4. They managed to win 3 attacks on that map, so that is definitely much better than their attacks have been trending recently. I guess, is Fury, in your eyes, maybe some sort of a fair comparison to where TBD are? Because I reckon you could make a fair comparison that they're at a pretty similar level at the moment.
I definitely think you can, because they've played each other. They're the only teams that have played each other, or, well, like, they're the only teams that they've played, and they won a map each. So that shows that they're pretty even, you could say. So that's a good comparison. We haven't seen a whole lot from either of those teams, though, to elaborate further on where they might sit in the ladder in comparison to Homeless right now. But Homeless have put in those great performances against arguably better teams than TBD and Fury. So you would think that would count for something.
Yeah, and I guess both these teams are orgless, so we can sort of talk about that. Neither of them have that organizational representation that a lot of teams in ANZ are now really starting to get. Globally, a lot of teams have had for quite some time now. TBD most recently departed from the Mindfreak organization. How does that play on your mind? Do you think maybe there is some sort of pressure behind not having an org to some extent? Because we know that having that support can be quite integral to success.
Yeah, I think that does present some kind of pressure, because you want to be putting in good results, because you're going to be talking to these organizations and you've got to sell yourself. And if you've been bottoming out in every Pro League match, that's really hard to sell yourself to a business and say, hey, invest in us. We haven't won though, but if you invest, we will. That's a big gamble. So it's definitely a bit of pressure, and whether that's affecting them, it's hard to say. It's definitely team dependent.
Alrighty, well, we are back in the map. Woo! Ventilation Workshop will be the objective. Looks like TBD will be taking a pretty standard setup to what they did previously when they tried to hold it from above. Homeless bringing a lineup that's equally as good in taking that down. Stiggs 6-picking off Habana onto Thatcher. Thatcher is an operator that we mentioned earlier, is very powerful and often banned in ANZ. How do you think Homeless are going to try and approach the site and make full use of those EMP nades?
I think a lot of those EMPs are going to be going towards the Mute and the Mozzie. That's going to be their biggest hurdle. The Bandit as well, because they're going to be wanting to use their hard breach on those Bandit walls. But I think definitely to do the room clear, they're going to have to use those EMPs on the Mozzie. Just makes it a lot easier for them. A bit more efficient, so they'll have more time to do stuff later. Again, though, TBD, they're not putting help. I really just think if they had some more intel, let's say a Valkyrie last time, they might have been able to foresee more of what Homeless was doing on that office side. They might have been able to counter that better. So I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen that adaptation come out of them yet.
Yeah, we did see Cutie on the Maestro in the last round.
Yeah.
Seemed to have maybe a limited effect. It was a little bit hard to tell exactly what intel he did gather. He's playing on that mute. The mute Mozzie combo. Woo! You hear it time and time again, but it is such a powerful combination. But not when there's a Thatcher on the board. Because Thatcher can use his AMPs to take out that utility.
That's right. You can just deal with it nice and easy. Normally, if you don't have the Thatcher, what you have to do is drone up to it, decide whether it's worth trying to push through, and you have to try and clear it somehow, whether it's just peeking and shooting that utility, or somehow going below and clearing it vertically, which again presents its own challenges. It's another section you'll have to drone out just to clear that. So that is the strength of the Thatcher ban, but Homeless don't have to deal with that. Really important and allows them to be more efficient on their attack clears.
Looks like Homeless are preparing to open up the main wall here. Jack Daddy is in prime position to try and Bandit juggle it. So Homeless will need to try and deny that. Stiggs is pinging out for Hayward to support, and he could use his concussions to stop him from doing so. It looks like that will be the case. So really strong utility usage from Homeless, but there is an ADS there. It will be taken out eventually by Stiggs with the EMPs as Arlo's dropped off screen. Jack Daddy now finds himself under the pump with the wall getting open, but he'll be able to retreat back to safety.
It's much tidier from TBD. They're just doing a slight delay here and starting to drop back a little bit, not getting as tagged up or not getting fragged out like last time. Arlo has been down. I wonder if that was a C4 from below or just some erred shots into the hallway. Either way, this is looking much better for TBD as we've passed halfway.
Homeless now just holding angles, not quite as aggressive as we saw them when they rotated in that upstairs take previously. TBD already beginning to go below. Ippy Styles was still holding above though. He was holding half full on the last occasion. This time though, he's over towards Sandwich. Trying to pre-fire some shots and support Cutie, who's over near the hatch drop. Both these players in pretty risky positions if Homeless drone them out, so they need to be mindful. Ippy Styles will fall back as he is droned down, and Homeless now starting to gain control.
A little more riskier for Ippy Style to an extent, because he can be cut a little bit easier. No hatch drop near his corner. He has to actually rotate back past that doorway. So if held by Homeless, can capitalize. Cutie has dropped down to the server rack. That means he's on site now. And you know what? Homeless are going to have to get their pedal on, Guz, because it's 40 seconds to go, and they've got a lot to do if they want to get this plant down. A lot of angles to hold, a lot of players to clear. It's going to be difficult if they can even do it.
Ippy Styles still above Homeless, haven't flushed him out yet, and with 30 seconds left, the rest of TBD on site can just hold positions. Jack Daddy is finally taken down on site. Mangoes tries to cover, but he's too far away. Cutie drops the hatch to try and support as well. Joker, meanwhile, he's on the other side over towards Bath, and looks like Dino is pushing that at the moment. He needs to try and get the kill. There is only 10 seconds on the board, and Homeless have just popped off here. It's a 5-on-2. Ippy Styles is still left above. Mango's taken out on site, and just like that, Homeless will clean up.
Wow.
Absolutely wiping the floor, and TBD just left sleeping.
What an explosion in the end there, Guz. They didn't really have much set up at all towards that final 20-30 second mark, and just bang out of nowhere, they get those frags, and TBD just fell like flies. Great execute in the end from Homeless, albeit maybe a little bit untidy, you could say, in those early stages. Means that TBD, again, are going to have to retry this site. Something's got to change here.
That's 2 times now where they've tried to hold above and it hasn't quite worked. The difference on this occasion was that they were actually able to rotate downstairs, but it didn't matter. Homeless just... It happened that quickly. We didn't really get to fully embrace it. Homeless just absolutely stomped in towards the site. TBD were basically caught with their pants down and didn't have any sort of response.
That's right, and their early positioning, it was good. That delay was great vertically. They played everything right until that final 30 seconds. Maybe they had some bad positioning. Homeless just winning their gunfights. Either way, it was all TBD until that really last part of the round. So TBD's got to tighten it up a bit. They still don't really have that extra intel. They just dropped the mute, but still no extra intel, guys. They need intel, man.
Yeah, they actually dropped the mute as well on this occasion, so it's going to be arguably even easier now for Homeless to gather their own intel. And it's not often that we see the attackers have more intel than the defenders, I feel, in the current meta, because normally the defenders will be bringing at least a Mozzie or a Mute, if not both. On top of that, they'll bring a Valkyrie who isn't banned and they're not using her for whatever reason. On top of that, you've even got the Maestro, you've got bulletproof cameras. It doesn't seem like TBD are really using that, and maybe that cost them in that last round when they didn't have that intel on site.
They had the Legion picked as well, but they 6-picked off it, and I've got to say, I feel like the Legion's got to be a better option in this instance. It's going to slow down that homeless push. It's going to require them just to be a little more careful with their droning and utility clear. And even late round, if the Legion's still alive, he can pop those goo mines on entry points, plant spots, hatch drops, all that kind of stuff. And that's going to help them late round. So I'm kind of surprised they didn't stick that Legion pick. That might come back to bite them. Not 100% convinced on their strat so far, but I'm looking forward to them proving me wrong.
It is a 4-man hold above here for TBD, and Homeless are looking to try and clear them out. Cutie gets lit up from behind. He's going to take refuge under the desk, a very risky position. Could net him a couple of kills, but Homeless should trade that out. Mangoes is attempting to cover as Stiggs pushes towards the hallway, but Homeless, they're not going to be too risky so far. It looks like Dino is going to try and prep for that nade once again. He was taken out from 90 on the last occasion, but Homeless have cleared it out this time. Flash has come out from Juicy. Dino doesn't nade it though, so it looks like they're just waiting, holding out, trying to get that wall. Dino will pop that nade though. He's going to throw it over the top. Will Jack Daddy survive? Ooh. Yes, he will. The ADS saves his life, but the wall is being opened.
It is, and that was lucky that ADS caught that grenade. They did try to burn it out with some stuns, but not quite doing so. Jack Daddy's taken out though, as Juicy finds another Guz. 2 dropping early yet again, and it's looking like it's on the ropes for TBD.
Homeless really improved in watching their flank watch, watching those drops and just completely shutting down the rotates. Mangoes is stuck above now in a last-ditched attempt to slow down this push. He's been droned out. They know exactly where he is now. He has the SMG in hand and couldn't net a kill. He tries to pre-fire Water Fountain but doesn't get the kill. He's going to peek wide with the shotgun. Misses the first shot and the second shot. There's no way. How did Arlo win that gunfight? Oh my goodness. Ippy Styles dropped as well, and it's a 1-on-5. Joker inside of Workshop gets taken down as well. And Homeless will take a flawless round. What did I just witness there?
Wow,
what was that? Oh my god.
He made an absolute meal of that push out into Fountain, missing those shotgun shots that really secured the round for Homeless, so to speak. And again, I think they've got to get off this Vents hold. Believe Armory will be available for them, and that looks like what they're going to go for. It's the rounds they won. They've got to fix that Vents hold, guys, because it's not looking great. Three rounds they've dropped to that, and one was close, sure, but I think there's some big changes that still needed to be made.
Homeless doing such a great job in getting that wall open, and then having the player watching over waiting room and watching the hatch drop was perfect. Because not only did that net them but essentially a free kill, but it also opened up the site for them to push later. Didn't really matter because TBD basically dropped by flies by that point as another player got killed alongside Jack Dad. So it was left in a 5v3, and with that man disadvantage, that upstairs hold, it's not going to work for much longer, and Homeless just completely picked it apart. Arlo with arguably a lucky kill. Don't know how that defender missed those shots. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know quite how to explain it. TBD's roam offside is really just falling apart. It's being picked apart.
They're just being caught off guard, and I feel like I'm saying it a lot, but if TBD just had that extra intel, they could just be more ready, better positioning, just readier for those engagements. Something not quite right there for me, and I really hope we see some changes. Either way, they're on Armory now, Guz. They did win this successfully last time. Based on a great rotate from Homeless, but some poor post-plant decisions. So if Homeless can rectify those, maybe we'll see another Homeless round win here.
It's so close to have been a 4-0 on attack, which on border is quite impressive. It is a decently balanced map. So winning attacks is critical, and they've set themselves up really nicely already with only 2 rounds left in the half. That was a dangerous cross from Dino. Doesn't get taken out though as they try and clear some utility inside of Break Room. Trying to push over towards CCTV, which TBD are investing a couple of players in. There we go. There's a nice flank drone from Homeless. So if they get flanked up waiting, Raven, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed.
I mean, it's one thing to put a flank drone down, guys, but if you've got 5 up, who's watching it? It's something that can be missed by some teams on their flank watch. Often you'll hear someone gets flanked and they say, we had a drone there, who's on it? Nobody. So that's where the coordination and the synergy really is important. Jack Dad under siege here in office already. They're going to try and get this triple wall open. Looking very similar to the push we saw from Homeless last time. It did end up successful, albeit a little messy at the start. Did rely on that call out in the end to rotate around. So if they can do this tidier, this could be a stronger round.
I feel so sorry for Jack Daddy at the moment, just getting bombarded so far in this round, trying to hold this wall as best that he can. And it's almost to the point where he just needs to forfeit it. Dino, he's going to nade it out. Will Jack Daddy be taken down? No. Gets a bit of utility, but Jack Daddy now will rotate towards the wall, but the concussion is perfectly timed, and Jack Daddy falls back, the wall is open, and now Homeless can mount their attack.
That was some beautiful utility use from Hayward, not only clearing the shield and the Evil Eye, but then he used those concussions to prevent the Bandit charge. He did his job so well there, and now he's going to be able to just frag out if that's what they want him to do. No utility left, he's just going to drone out. Really well played from them. 2 minutes burn now though, so they're going to have to start pushing up. Mangoes is still in this deep position in security. He can cause a lot of issues in that 90 hallway. He's starting to get droned out now though, so maybe they're going to clear out these roam positions.
Homeless have waited about 2 minutes to try and push these players outside of CCTV. Maybe it's too late, but Dino gets Ippy Styles, and now Mangoes is left alone over towards the box. Dino is going to head that attack. Will he win the gunfight? It's still going out, but Dino will get on top in the end and finishes it off with a knife. Joker gets one back onto Hayward though, so it is a 4-on-3. Dino with the wall bang onto Joker.
That is dirty.
No way he just hit that. So Cutie and Jack Dad now left with about 30 seconds to hold out here. Arlo gets Jack Dad though, so Cutie, he needs to hit a 4-on-1. He has the older with the ACOG. Will this prove to be the demise of Homeless? Stiggs gets taken out. Will he get the second? No! A great wide peek there will finish him off. Juicy with the final kill. And Homeless will win another attack.
So much credit to Homeless here. Their attacks are looking really tidy. We put a lot of pressure on them about their attacks after last week's broadcast against Fnatic. And they're coming up to it here. It is border. It is slightly simpler to attack. But this coordination is just really great. And I think a highlight of that was that Homeless, the Hayward utility use, on the Zofia. It was done perfectly. They're just flushing these roamers out. They're not standing a chance in those gunfights. It's just too much pressure for TBD to deal with. This is their final defense now, guys. They've only won one by narrow margins, and it was on Armory Archives. Didn't even look close in that last round.
I think it's time for TBD to start mixing it up. We've seen very similar strategies employed across both sites when they're trying to hold above. I mean, almost every round they've had Jack Dad on the triple wall, and he's either being taken out straight away as he tries to juggle it, or he gets taken out later in the round anyway. So clearly that strategy, from our point of view at least, isn't really working. It's not wasting a whole lot of time either. So TBD, maybe they've reached the bottom of their strat book. We mentioned that they don't play this map a lot in officials, so maybe they came into this backing their default setup, and maybe it's just not working.
We talked about how at least one of these teams would prep for this map. Maybe this was the surprise for TBD. Maybe they baited it out, assuming that Homeless were going to ban it in that final stage, and Homeless called their bluff, and they said, no, we prep border, let's play it. So this is going to be something that I'm definitely keen to ask about in the interview, because so far this is looking all Homeless. TBD really struggling with their strats, their setups, and how they play these rounds out. The rounds that they have lost haven't really been close. A flawless round, 4 alive in that last round, maybe 3. I believe it was the same for the other 2 attacks. It's just looking so strong for Homeless on these attacks so far.
Homeless bringing the Dockerby this round as well. That'll be Stiggs playing that operator. Play some more disruption, and that'll directly counter Cutie, who will need to jump off his cameras if he wants to disable the call, or he has to wait it out. It is quite a long wait, particularly in a plant scenario, so a good adaptation there, I feel, for Homeless. Really reading into the fact that TBD are playing quite a stale strategy at the moment. Homeless, they've tamed down that aggression again, and I think it's a trend that sort of continues across all of these matches so far, where now they're playing a little bit more methodical, but still they have that burst of aggression when required.
It's a little scary, isn't it, that they can just turn it on like that and be so successful with it. That attack that they just exploded in that final 15 seconds, that they ended up winning really comfortably. That was just all in the back of that instant aggression. They're able to do that. It's going to be really hard for a defense. You can stall out all you want. You can do everything right.
Oh,
but if you just lose on those explosions... Speaking of losing...
Jack Dad. How many times has he tried that now? Like 3 or 4? Man, that's rough. Unfortunately, he is off the board, so TBD are at the man disadvantage. Mangoes, though, he gets one back onto Arlo, so that's Ash off the board. Mangoes, once again in this box position inside security. Left all alone, but he's going to make his way back out. Puts a goo mine on Metal to cover his flank. They have a nice rotation here, TBD, but if Homeless get control of this site, they'll be able to use that to full advantage. Ippy Styles actually was hidden in that corner once again, but it looks like Homeless, they're going to rotate around. They're not too worried about that push, and it should work in their favor.
Yeah, they look very aware of this smoke in this corner as well. Might have seen him rotate there. Stig's just waiting for some kind of execute. Looks like he's waiting for a player to back him up. Homeless really surrounding this archive site now, guys. So it looks like they're rotating completely away from security, which means there's going to be 2 players of TBD over there that could get cut off. It's especially these 2 on site they have to deal with, and Joker is just under fire right now.
Dino tried to get that kill, but Mango shut it down from that rotate. Joker still with 3 smokes in hand, but Stigs will nade him out, and he has 2 logic bombs of his own to use for the plant. Homeless in a really nice position now. It's a 3-on-3 as Juicy once again will attempt the plant. Cutie needs to try and deny it. The calls go out though, so he won't be able to jump onto his camera. He picks the corner and gets shut down. That's Stigs with his double. Mango's with the flank, gets Hayward though. That's his triple. Will he be able to get the quad? No! He just gets shut down. That was so close. A great shot from Juicy. And now it's left all up to Ippy Styles. He knows that there's probably a player on the rappel. And there's a player on fence. He gets the first. Will he hit the pre-fire on fence? Oh, that was so close. But the player falls below him. Did he get down though? No. Stigs is still alive. He was prone. They're playing left and right, but Stigs will finally get the kill. Ippy Styles is shut down, and Homeless will be 5-1 up in the half.
That final play is the definition of cat and mouse right there. And we're critical of Homeless's post-plant last time they attacked that site, or the first time they attacked that site. That time it was much better. A great retake from TBD, but not closing it out, and Homeless are going to have a solid advantage going into their defense half now, Guz. We're going to have to see whether TBD can pull out such precise attacks like we saw from Homeless. Otherwise, this map might really slip through their fingers.
Stigs tricked me then, because when he dropped, he went prone. I honestly thought he was dead from fall damage. I don't know, I don't think he get fall damage from that fall.
Not from that
That's why I was a little bit confused, because he fell down. He was like playing dead. He didn't like get up straight away. Oh well, he knows what he's doing. He got the kill against arguably one of the best fraggers on TBD. So full credit to him for clutching up that round, and Homeless are in a really nice position. I don't think anyone expected them to be this strong. I guess you guys at home did. You backed them quite strongly, and probably not as strong as we did.
Yeah.
You guys know what's up.
And look, some interesting strats from Homeless. They've picked a Frost. They've picked a Goyo. We did see a Goyo come out of TBD. Not to a massive effect, though. I'm really excited to see what they do with this Goyo, and even the Frost, how that will come into play with this roam clear. To see Hayward placing him on very common jump-in windows that assist with the roam clear. So for example, that one in security CC over where Juicy is right now. That is a common jump in to clear the player out behind that desk. So you can't do that freely. You have to clear that Frost mat. Some good strats here from Homeless. Again, it's just changing up that little bit. It's a little bit different. So it means TBD can't just breeze through the usual border attack. They're going to have to drone it out more carefully and think about what they're doing.
That is some interesting stuff going on at 90. They have a shield watching Break. They've also got a rotate inside of Break itself. I have not seen anything like this before, personally. That is a really risky hold from Homeless, and if they can hold it off, TBD won't be able to push inside of CCTV, forcing them to go over to Office. We saw Homeless themselves have a lot of success on that rotate, so provided they shut that down, TBD could find themselves in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it really looks like TBD are just going to ignore that, though. They're all repelling in on the east side, which indicates to us that they're going to try and take this Office position, probably open that triple wall. And there's no ball denial from Homeless this time, such as what we saw from Jack Dad, so they might be able to do that a lot quicker. That could put a lot of pressure in Office, and it might really unhinge the roam. They will have to spread out if that's the case. Ooh, whoa! Joker with the east stairs entry.
That was a decent kill, and it looks like Stigs now will find himself under the pump inside of Office. Jack Dad, Cutie, and Mango's all ready and waiting for the kill. Mango's drones it out, and they know exactly where he is. If they set up for the refrag here, TBD should have a clear advantage heading into the rest of this round. But Stigs, he's not going down without a fight, and Mango's gets pre-fight into an oblivion. It's now a 4-on-4, and Stigs is hunting for more. The diffuser is dropped, but he may not know that. The nade comes out. Can he escape it? He will, but Cutie's there to hold down the rotate, and with a minute 30 to go, TBD have the man advantage.
That nade coming out just a little too late. They really should have used that nade, not necessarily to get the kill, but to make him move. You've got to make him reposition, not on his terms, on your terms. So that nade could have saved that hard breach. That is a hurdle they're going to have to deal with now. Habana won't be able to open any other walls. They only used it on triple. Could cause issues with that execute, and now maybe they're starting to focus on this break security.
Arlo has been tasked with holding archives, getting quite aggressive on those angles, particularly considering he is running the SMG. Looks like Jack has been downed as well, so effectively is a 3-on-3. That smoke grenade will go off in the face of Arlo, trying to hold down that rotate that they did create themselves. TBD just slowly setting up for the execute now.
I think he was actually trying to get it out the window to finish off that kill, but not to be. Hayward just domes Joker. That's 2 players that are low for TBD. Starting to really unhinge here. Homeless making it nice and tight for this final 30 seconds, guys. There's a lot of work that TBD are going to have to do. Diffuser isn't in their hands. It's definitely looking like a tough finish here for TBD.
2 members of TBD have been lit up significantly as well, so Homeless in a prime position to take this round and head it to match point. Arlo needs to be really vigilant in holding this rotate, as well as the window. Hayward from behind gets it. He stars. He's absolutely deleted. Cutie follows it up though, so it's a 2-on-2. Hayward and Juicy have 8 seconds to hold out here as they make their way in towards the site. Cutie just misses those shots at 90, but he will follow it up onto Juicy. Gets traded out though, so it is a 1-on-1. Jack Dad doesn't have the diffuser as he tries to hunt for the kill, and Homeless now will be on match point.
Oh, it was a good start from TBD, but Homeless just they held it together. And that's a really big difference between TBD and Homeless's defenses. We saw right at the end there was some pings coming out on Hayward as the Frost, but he knew he had great calls from his teammates. The guy's fountain, diffuser is outside, just run away. So they were able to close that round out. I really like the defense strategy from Homeless. It was a bit different. They've tried to do something different, and it stalled TBD out enough or created some differences where TBD just had some struggles, and it meant that the round was just played on a bit more even terms. All of a sudden, guys, Homeless are here on match point. They're up 6-1. That's a really big score difference.
Definitely get the feeling that Homeless are playing into the fact that maybe many teams in competitive are sleeping on this map. Maybe TBD are sleeping on this map because teams are sort of getting at the point where they're like, ah, yeah, border. The other team will ban it. We don't have to worry about it. It's probably not going to be in the pool much longer. Like, we'll be fine. And then this happens. And TBD are basically left red-faced so far, and it doesn't look like they're going to be bringing it back.
It really could be that, because you talk about team veto strategies, and one thing that you think about is you want to bait certain map vetoes out from your opponents, because then you don't have to ban it. It gives you another ban for a map that you want to target ban or something like that. So could have really backfired here on TBD. Talking about it just before, maybe they were expecting it to be banned by Homeless in that final ban phase, but it didn't happen. And here we are. They're facing a massive deficit. It's going to be a huge task. It's 5 perfect rounds that are required, guys, just to get a draw. That's their best option now as TBD, is to get the draw.
And even as far as border games go, you could make the argument that maybe they were starting to get a little bit boring. But despite this being a 6-1, we've actually seen some really interesting gameplay. Homeless on their attack was really measured and then bursting with aggression. And on defense, they're bringing some new stuff to the table in terms of their initial setup and the way that they're holding a lot of these common pushes. And TBD, they just haven't really been able to try and shut that down. So, look, maybe this map is just a lost cause by this stage and it's time to move on to the second map. Of course, you do want to try and fight it out. 5 rounds straight, that's a very tall order on attack.
It is, and look, this is some great live droning here from TBD. Ipistyle's pushed up very aggressive. He's going to catch that Maestro off guard, but he's refragged beautifully by Hayward. So 4 versus 4 now, guys, but trying to see some differences here from TBD. They're trying to play on the aggressive foot now.
Homeless, unfortunately, losing their Maestro first. If there's one operator that you want alive late in the round, it's probably him. He has those Evil Eyes to deny the plan as well as the Older. But he's no longer in play, so Homeless now need to adapt. That refrag, as you mentioned, coming through so fast from Hayward. Really well played from Homeless, and definitely showing that their teamwork as a whole is really improving. I don't think he would have even had the call in the amount of time that he got that frag. It was just instantaneous, really. So really well played from him, and TBD now stalling out.
They are. Half the round, as you said, has now expired. They did get that opening frag, but not a whole lot has changed since. Dino is still in a very aggressive position in Office. Has this not been droned? He's just being held right now.
No way!
Get the head of Cutie. TBD just letting Homeless get away with little things like this, and it's just going to come back to bite them here, guys. 4 versus 3, and Dino finds another. He might.
Oh my God, Dino with the triple! Mangoes is now left in a 1-on-4, but he can't even get one, and Homeless, they will take the first map 7-1. You guys at home were right. We were wrong. That was a thrashing.
That was. I don't think there's any other way to put it, to be honest. most of those rounds weren't close. Homeless just looked great on that map. And you know what? Like, it's been banned against them a lot. I think you can see why. This map maybe just favors teams like Homeless that probably come a little fresher from ranks. Sorry to say, boys, but...
Oh, no, you did. Oh,
Nah,
great,
look,
but-
they're a great structured team, and I think we saw a lot of structure out of the attack, and I've got to commend them for that. We put so much pressure on them after last week against Fnatic. Their attacks, they only got one against Fnatic. Fnatic are a hard opponent, but only one attack is just not really a great result. To come out like this on Border, they got 5 of those attacks, and they looked great.
Yeah, and one thing to note as well, that scoreboard, the spread was so even. And the fact that their players were sort of switching up roles a little bit there throughout that map signifies to me that they are super confident on Border. So I think if there's one lesson we can take out of tonight is don't take Homeless to Border.
They looked fresh on that map. I think that's a great way to explain it, is their playstyle looked fresh. They just looked confident, they looked comfortable. I wouldn't want to be versing on Border, that's for sure.
Well, that is map number 1 done and dusted, but come back shortly for map number 2.
Attackers have located a bomb. Attackers activating diffuser. Of operation.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me back to life. Bring me to life. No.
I stopped on my side, tried to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me.
G'day there and welcome back to the ANZ Pro League here for Rainbow Six Siege. Coming off the back of a very dominant map number 1 for Homeless. Raven, what is in store for map number 2? Because that was a crazy border game.
Map number 1 was quite nuts. Homeless performed fantastically. We're highlighting their attacks a lot because it's something they struggled with a lot in week 1 and 2. Now we're here in week 3, and that was not a struggle at all for them on border.
Yeah, they won more attacks on that border game, the last map, than they did against Fnatic combined, where they only won the 1 attack. So that's definitely a good sign for them. On the other side, though, TBD letting border go through the map veto, it's something that we were just talking about off broadcast. Was that really where they lost it?
Could be. I'm really not sure whether it was a TBD decision or whether they were trying to call a bluff. Either way, I think it's pretty well known that Homeless have a strength on border. Just the nature of their play style, their team, they work well on border, and I think it really highlighted their skills, and we saw exactly that. So maybe an unfortunate thing that happened for TBD. Maybe they had something planned that just didn't really come together.
Yeah, well, the pressure is now well and truly on TBD, the team that recently departed from Mindfreak. So if you're unfamiliar with them, it is that roster. So we know that they are quite strong, but they just didn't look themselves in that last map. Homeless were bringing new things to the table on a map where we don't often see new strategy, and it seemed to just completely throw them off.
It did. It stalled them out when they were attacking, even when they were defending. They just weren't ready for a lot of things. Even some of their strategies, we talked about their Vents hold. They played it 3 times, and none of those times they really had solid intel. No dedicated intel op. They really favored the intel denial more so, the Mute Mozzie combo, but at the expense of other things. I think they really need to rework it because there was some stuff just not working out at all.
Well, that is map number 1, well and truly done and dusted. Let's bring up the veto and have a look at where we will be playing for map number 2. Border does eventually get banned out there by TBD. That's a good ban. Consulate, though, will be the map where we end up. So, again, another pretty interesting map.
Look, guys, I'm going to say it. This was the best map that Homeless had against Fnatic last week. They may not have won any attacks, but boy, were there some close rounds on this, and that's against Fnatic. So hopefully TBD have something up their sleeve here, because this is a great map for Homeless, and I mean, TBD did win it against Fury, but I think it's going to be a whole different ballgame here.
Well, we didn't have much faith in you guys at home for the last poll. Let's bring up the poll for map number 2 and see if there has been any changes. It's actually going to favour TBD a little bit more in map number 2.
Interesting.
So I don't know, maybe you guys at home are expecting the bounce back, but still very strong support there for Homeless.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that either. I think after that first map performance, it's hard to state how well Homeless played. You can't go against that, really, and their form's just looking so good tonight. And if they can continue that into map 2, boy, it's an uphill battle for TBD.
Yeah, and coming into tonight, TBD had only played the 2 maps against Fury. One of those actually was Consulate. It was a 7-2 for them. So at least in really short-term form, they are looking quite strong. It was 4 attacks, 3 defenses that they won. Is that going to translate to Homeless though? Do you get the impression that maybe Homeless are going to be a different beast to Fury?
I do, and also because they played it so freshly, Homeless have all that intel, they have a lot of support staff. They're going to be pretty strong in this map, I think.
Well, let's jump into map number 2. It will be Consulate. Homeless are attacking first on this occasion. The good luck have funs are coming out in chat, and TBD will be tasked with the first attacking ban. Anything in particular we're going to see ban-wise, I guess, coming out of that first map?
I'm still feeling like a Thatcher's going to be taken off the board because he was just too instrumental on the attacks. Nomad from TBD there is a strong ban on Consulate. There's a lot of flanks to watch, difficult to deal with, and Homeless are on attack first, so that's a pretty solid ban. Homeless are going to take off the Capitao, so Thatcher again in play here, guys.
Definitely an anomaly here in ANZ, but I can understand why Homeless kept him on the board, because on that last map, those EMPs were doing so much work for their team and really helping them gain ground early. Mira will once again be banned out on the defensive side, and expecting that to likely be followed up with either that Maestro or the Echo. Which one will it be? It'll be the Echo. It's always a pretty safe bet that one of those will be off the board.
Yes, so the standard and same defense bans as we saw in that last map. Homeless starting attack again. They did start attack on border, and they started attack with gusto. They got 5 rounds, so they're in attacking form tonight. TBD are going to have to bring out some big strats and some great plays to be able to counter this, and this map is a chance for them to really revitalize after that first map effort.
Cafeteria and Garage will be the first site that TBD will attempt to defend. And I am feeling a little bit nervous here for TBD. That attacking form on that map number 1 was incredibly strong. Consulate does play out quite differently though. It is a map that still has a little bit more wriggle room in the way that the meta is continuing to develop. But I think it's going to be up to TBD really to develop throughout this game. We saw that their defenses on border became so stagnant. And Homeless, round after round after round, kept reading into it and playing the counter game really strong. So I'm really hoping that once TBD get on that defense, they will mix it up a little bit. They are on the defense. So the teams at the top, just ignore them for the meantime. We'll get those fixed up. Confused me for a second there.
Yeah, and I'm going to challenge TBD here because one thing I don't think we saw enough of them on border was just some adaptation in their defenses. Some things that we saw not working out well that never really changed up. And if that starts to happen to them again on Consulate, that's going to be their doom, because I think Homeless is just looking too tidy for them to ignore adapting and just try to play a strat differently. I think they're going to have to keep it fresh in order Homeless have to then readapt to TBD. So that's the onus on TBD right now. They're going to have to be really trying hard to adapt to what Homeless is doing.
There we go. The overlay is updated, so definitely Homeless on the attack. Definitely TBD on the defense. Homeless looks so comfortable attacking border. Interested to see how that will shift. It looks like they are playing this quite passive so far by Homeless standards. Gaining some nice control above, but not much in the fragging department required just yet.
No pressure made so far in this first minute, but they're droning out a lot of this map, making sure that it is vertically clear and there's no big roam on that top floor. Can be a real pain to deal with if there are roamers up there, but Homeless have cleared this quite well. They can start to push down now though, but Cutie is there in that public bathroom. That is a strong position that you may have to deal with. It's going to be up to Homeless to drone him out, but he is mute, so maybe drones won't quite make it there.
Dino still generating angles from above, using that secondary shotgun to full effect. Meanwhile, Arlo is going to head a drone in towards side and should gather some nice intel that most of these members are in and around the bomb site. Arlo looking to potentially get aggressive here. That forced vault will make things difficult if a player is watching yellow. Cootie is the only member of TBD that is holding above. Joker was mid spiral stairs, so it looks like there is a small roam coming out. If Homeless flushes out though, TBD could find themselves in a bit of trouble.
They can quite comfortably just hold this angle. Cutie can't really push out if it's being held at distance. He is playing with the shotgun. Could pull out the SMG-11, but not favourable at distance, especially against an IQ. So I think TBD playing this well so far. Very patient, and likewise with Homeless, very patient. They're not trying to push in to get that frag. Cutie is going to rotate around, try to bait out that push, but they're not biting so far. Arlo's just going to reposition. Stiggs is opening up that floor. They're really starting to move around these defenders, but no picks.
Juicy is still waiting outside the main wall with the diffuser, so keep an eye on him late round. He'll likely try and go for the plant. Dino gets jacked that up to open up proceedings, so that's Goyo off the board. Homeless now with about 35 seconds to play with. Mangoes does have a really nice evil eye there on the garage pillar, watching in towards that entry that has been opened. Ippy Styles gets one back, so that's Hayward off the board. That's an Ash taken out and won't be able to destroy any more of those shields. Juicy though, he's pushed into White. White Van is the place to plant, but he fakes it out. A little bit scared that he has been spotted out, potentially. Stiggs is there to cover though, so if he reattempts it, he should be able to get it down. Homeless are slowly running out of time, but Stiggs gets the pick, and now Juicy will get in towards sight. Ippy Style and Cootie get one, and Ippy Style actually gets his second. Dino now needs to push from behind, but he doesn't have time to collect the diffuser, and TBD, they'll play time. They're above, they're ready and waiting, and they will win the round. Homeless, so close, and I'm already starting to get flashbacks to that Fnatic game.
It was a great start, but they just didn't work any picks well enough, so TBD too comfortable on site there at the last moments. Yellow Stairs being the real linchpin. Once Ippy Style was able to take that, it was all over for Homeless. Maybe not watched well enough, or maybe the gunfight was lost. Either way, TBD start off with a great defense there. Going to move up to the top floor here, which again, Yellow is going to be a bit of a linchpin there if they want to push the CEO side. Could elect admin, we'll have to see how they decide to take it.
Console meeting. A strong site for the defenders. A key player to watch, of course, will be Mangoes on the smoke. He'll likely be holding the yellow stairs, and that's a position that, if gained by the attackers, can really help to head that attack. And it's a place where a lot of utility is usually used to clear them out. Again, thinking back to that Fnatic game, they were so efficient in using their utility. They used a lot of it, but they were able to get that pick on the smoke so early in the round, setting them up really nicely to take it. So it's interesting to see if Homeless go for that approach. It doesn't look like they have quite enough utility to deal with that though.
It really shows as well how Fnatic used that utility. The importance of Yellow Stairs in that push, it really is like the most critical spot that you have to clear. And maybe Homeless not going to clear it because, like you said, they don't have a whole lot of utility to be able to deal with that. They might be looking for this admin push. Either way, TBD, they're running that Mozzie Mute combo again, and they're really lacking the intel. They do at least have the Legion for a bit of intel here. But same situation, Valkyrie is up. Also commonly played on console, especially for this top floor hold, getting some cams outside. But they're just really not doing it today, guys.
Saw a real lack of Valkyrie as well on Border, which is another map where these cameras are really well utilized. TBD, of course, not opting to bring that operator. IQ is going to be so strong by Arlo to clear out those goo mines, as you mentioned, which is taking away even more intel inside of TBD. Mangoes, as we mentioned, is holding Yellow Stairs. The rappel gets shut down, though. Ippy Style from below will completely take him out. So that's Jackal off the board. That's the pressure from Yellow depleted, and now Mangoes can sit there quite safely.
Yes, he can sit there quite safely. He's a little bit under pressure, but nothing dramatic enough for him to really decide to rotate away or to not be able to cause any issues. So Homeless a lot more stalled out on their attacks at Consulate. We did see them having issues with attacking Consulate last week against Fnatic. Usually it was late round, but so far the early round just seems to be quite slow and not really having that kind of oomph to affect TBD.
Stiggs is droning out the main stairs currently. He's actually playing at the top of Yellow. He's trying to flush out this play with assistance from Arlo. The nade comes out. It's perfectly timed. Mango is getting too aggressive, is shut down. And now Arlo will be able to head his attack. Juicy, meanwhile, gets one. And Homeless now have really flipped things their way.
I feel like because of the aggression of Ippy Style, his teammates are trying to play off of that, but that was not a great call from Mangoes to peek that. Oh. He had the control. He didn't have to give it up. Even that nade might have missed the target, but he was in the open. Homeless will have man advantage. they don't have a whole lot of map control. And Ippistyle is still freely walking around here.
Attackers have
Could
located
be
a
the
bomb.
thorn in their side if they don't realize where he is. Again, the onus of flank watch, so important for Homeless here, as there is no Nomad to deal with it. They don't have the gridlock. They will have to physically be watching these flanks.
Ippistyle tries to flank up yellow. He hears Arlo above him and thinks better of it. He could try and set up for a run out, and there we go. Stiggs is taken out, and it's a 3-on-3. 40 seconds left now for Holmes to try and attempt the plan, and Ippistyles is freely left to re-attempt that run out. Hayward gets one though, and Arlo fails to watch the flank behind him as he pushes in towards site. Cutie is below, ready and waiting to deny the plant as Juicy will attempt it. But TBD, they likely don't have the intel here, so this play from them has fallen short, and now it's up for them to retake the site. Ippistyle is at the top of Spiral. Cutie likely making his way up yellow. Ippistyle has, I believe, been droned out. Don't think that was a Mozzie drone, and he's compromised. Cutie's going to go for the run out. He doesn't see anyone out there, and this round is basically gone for TBD as Ippistyle gets dropped. Cutie's left all alone at the top of yellow, and Raven, I don't think he's going to win it.
Does find one not looking in his direction, doesn't hit the shot though. Guz, and yes, it's a massive post-plant effort for him to try and get this. He does find one, but that is the time basically expired now, Guz.
Tries to pre-fire the first, doesn't hit the second, and Homeless will take the second round. A really strong late round performance from then. But the question is, why are TBD trying to deny the plant from below if they don't have intel? Because, I mean, maybe they did. They might have had a Mozzie drone in there. We don't see that. But it seemed to me like they didn't. Cutie had no impact in denying the plant, and then the retake was essentially impossible.
There's a chance he dropped below earlier when maybe they did have a Mozzie drone on there, but they could have cleared it out as they went for the plant, and therefore they then didn't have the intel. But I've got to agree, no Maestro, no Valkyrie, on-site intel that seems really important. We're finally seeing Cutie 6-pick onto that Valkyrie. They're prioritizing some intel now. It could have been the difference there if they just had some camera, even if it's shot late, at least you know which site they're planting on. But at the end of the day, they didn't. And yeah, like you said, little effect from below. A great attack from Homeless in the end. Once they realized there were those players below, they just pushed deep. Good read. Now we're 1-1.
Order started out 1-1. You know how that turned out?
True.
Maybe we'll see Homeless show up again here and win, 4 attacks straight. Definitely not out of the realm of possibility considering they attacked Order so ferociously. It seems like they may be getting stored out a little bit more on this map. Maybe it's the nature of constant, maybe they're just a little bit less familiar on this map. They don't look yet quite as comfortable as they did on Border, but you could make the case that their start to Border was a little bit slow. So maybe they'll play into this map quite nicely. And TBD, just need to continue stacking up these rounds and not letting Homeless get that early momentum.
One promising thing for TBD is that they have made this adaptation. We were very critical of them on Border. Their strats were very, very similar. This time they've made a change. I think it's a fantastic change. It's something they were missing, is that intel. We'll see if it makes an impact in this round. So far, Homeless are going to push the admin side though. So slightly different push to last time. Adaptation might not be effective then. Maybe they've just made this adaptation for a CEO push. Might not be effective in this side. Either way though, Homeless have made a change. So it's again this cat and mouse battle of who adapts quicker and who has the better adaptations.
Diffuser is in the hands of Juicy over towards admin, but Homeless do have a couple of members stacked over towards yellow. Mangoes almost hits that shot, but gets away. Most importantly, with his life, the flashes being used to drain out the ADS. Oh my goodness, that was a pretty good nade there from Stiggs, but it wasn't quite enough to drop Mangoes. Gets him low on HP though, so if they can pressure Bathroom and get a couple shots on him, he should be taken down.
Definitely playing that position, what I'd say, is a little too aggressive. That's such a strong position to hold, and you don't want to be peeking it so early. It favors the attackers to be holding that angle. It's not an easy shot to hit with the SMG-11. Either way, though, Homeless are attacking is slightly different now. We have someone repelled upside down on meeting, trying to flush out these positions. There is one player in there, it is Jackdad on the mute. He has a C4 in pocket, so he can pretty easily deny that balcony if someone does repel onto it. They have decided to move away from that, though, not risking it. Cutie was sitting there in connector as well, so he could have chimed in to help out Jack Daddy. Either way, Homeless looking a little more lost potentially. They're watching this flank nicely here as Dino is one that he's not aware of though, and that was actually in the cupboard, looked like there, guys.
did seem to be the case. That's Ippy's style, I believe. He's now dropped hatch below. So he's a long way away from side, and Homeless, if they know that, they could go for a hard side push as the rest of their members have rotated to the admin side. That's going to compromise Mango as well. That long peak will not favour him, particularly on low HP. Juicy, playing hard breach. As always, we've seen him on the hard breach so far on both maps. He's going to try and open this wall nice and quickly. The coverage from Arlo is there, but he falls off. It's now up to Homeless to open that wall and try and go for this execute.
Most important thing here is going to be the flank watch, and Stiggs does shut him down. Great flank watch from Homeless. Adaptation from them working perfectly. Ippy style had such impact in that last round. This time he will have 0 as Homeless are starting to close in on site. Jackdad has dropped below now though. He could deny if they have more intel. Hayward is down there to cover. Jackdad will find Dino at least, and he's going to push back up the spiral stairs and try a retake.
Jack Daddy could be on for a big play here at the top of Spiral. There's multiple players to his left, and Mangoes is slowing them down with his nades, but he gets taken down. Jack Daddy watches the cross, but misses his shots. Hayward shuts him down. Joker gets one back though, and the diffuser's down with 5 seconds left. Homeless are going to struggle to get this plant down, and Cutie lines them all up. They're wasting so much time. Can they drop Cutie? No! TBD will just hold on for the 3rd round, and Homeless, once again, we're so close.
They were so close, and look, there was a lot of mistakes from both teams there at the end. Maybe TBD just by the skin of their teeth holding on by time, but Homeless, they looked great. They made some great adaptations. They shut down those flanks. There was no way that there was going to be denial coming from below. Some missed shots again from TBD. We saw it on border. I believe it was Mangoes on the smoke missing those crucial shotgun shots in Fountain. Jackdad this time missing some crucial SMG 11 shots that could have been the round for Homeless. Either way, TBD have found their 2nd round now. They've doubled their round count from border, and it's looking a bit better for them, albeit still a bit messy.
Cutie was the last one alive there, wasn't he? Was the other defender down at bathroom door, or was that
so,
a
yeah.
home? Yeah, so it was effectively like what, a 1-on-2, 1-on-3 in the end, and they only just like narrowly missed Cutie. He's just like dodging bullets like Neo. That was so close. So frustrating as well. If they had the diffuser in hand, there would have been a decent chance at least trying to get the plant. This wasn't going to be.
Well, in that final cam, we did see the IQ running through meeting around near the hatch, so you have to think that's the diffuser in his hands. Maybe not feeling safe enough to stick it. Not sure whether that connector player was still there or not. Either way, that was probably a crucial refrag they didn't get, was that player in connector. I believe it was Joker on the Legion. So he's managed to win the round for his team, and they're going to change site. They're back down in Garage. Worked out pretty well for them last time on a pretty solid round from Ippy style. Managed to take yellow stairs being super critical.
Attackers are moving out
To see what adaptations Homeless made, because they made some great adaptations in that last round.
On the topic of Big styles, he got completely shut down in that last round.
Did.
Stiggs with some really nice flank watch, and it's a point that we keep sort of insisting on, that Homeless, their flank watch. Doesn't quite go hand in hand, but these 2 maps so far are really proving us wrong, or it has been quite strong. It's got to tidy up a little bit on those executes. But again, Consulate is, you know, a 50-50 map, so they're not really trailing behind by much. It's only that 1-round deficit. Plenty of time for them to get back into this game, and we've seen TBD slip up so far tonight. If they do it again, Homeless should be ready to capitalize.
As you said, it is another balanced map, and Homeless, they started on defense last week against Fnatic. They managed to get 3 rounds, and that's where it stopped. If they managed to get a couple of rounds here on their attack phase.
Wait, was that a pre-fire through the door? I think it was. That was, okay.
Timing.
You don't need flank watch if you just kill them through walls early in the round.
Timing out of 10.
Yeah.
I definitely just feel though at this stage, if Homeless do get a couple of extra attacker rounds compared to last week, they looked really confident on defenses. I think that's going to be quite scary for TBD to tackle. Massive emphasis on TBD closing out at least 4 of these defenses, I've got to say.
Already approaching the halfway point of this round. The time has really ticked down fast, and Homeless have gained control of the top floor, looking to gain control of the first floor, which will help mount their attack and help them generate some verticality. And talking about verticality, Dino is holding a really long angle down towards where Jack Daddy is positioned. Don't think he has a line of sight though, so he'll be safe. In the meantime, Cutie though with the flank, he misses those shots, and Arlo, he shakes his head after that. Lucky to get away with his life, but TBD now at a significant disadvantage.
Some more missed shots again, Guz. I called it out, and it seems to be the SAS operators missing. It was the smoke on border. Jack Daddy before as the mute, and now Cutie is the mute. Some really important shots. I'm surprised he didn't take that engagement with the shotgun. He would have heard those footsteps were closer. Shotgun, 10 out of 10 is going to win that engagement. But anyway, pushing on here. Homeless have some map control now. TBD pushed back. They're going to have to hold their angles as Homeless prepare for the execute. Jack Daddy will finally find one now, Guz. 30 seconds, and Homeless are looking pretty prepared for this execute.
Uzi is once again outside the breach. Almost gets taken out by Mangoes, who has given away his position next to the yellow pillar. Jack Daddy comes across to assist, and Juicy needs to try and find himself in safety, try and find refuge behind that white fan, and he does. Mangoes falls off the angle. The C4 comes out from Jack Dad. He's still not dead. Juicy will reattempt the plan, but the coverage isn't there from Homeless. No, he gets taken out, and Joker's now left alone. Stiggs needs to recover the diffuser and goes for the plant. Hayward is the sole player to watch the flank. He doesn't get the kill though, and Joker should be able to clean it up. Surely he will. Oh, Stiggs almost gets off it in time. Oh, Joker giving me a heart attack. He gets the quad. He'll be able to counter diffuse it. Oh, if Stiggs hit that shot, oh, it would have been done. Oh my goodness.
Telling me, you're telling me. I can see it coming, guys. I can see it, but no, Joker will close it out. He managed to get a quad kill on that round. Solid retake from TBD. Homeless just didn't quite have the depth to be able to cover that push, that denial. Really big oversight, not watching side of white. Such a common place to rush to deny. I think that player that was outside breach. Yeah, I think he was reloading. So timing, again, working out in TBD's favor. They're on 3 rounds now, so they can at least keep this round even at worst. Wasn't reload.
That was so unfortunate. Joker, what a shot there onto Hayward. Hayward just got completely shut down, and then Joker. That was so good. Stiggs will insist that he looked at him and shot his head. I guarantee he's in that voice chat. He would have been like, I shot him. That's ridiculous.
It would have been that classic situation where you would have died just as you clicked or something.
Yeah.
Like just before it. Well, TBD will have another round in their pocket. They're going to hold lobby press room now. We haven't seen this out of them. I saw a vigil there, guys, so that's going to take some time to be droned out. It's Jack Daddy, in fact, on the vigil.
Yeah, this is a big role change up from TBD. We've seen Ippy Style playing a heavy roam on the Jaeger. He's not playing Jaeger on this occasion. He's actually playing Doc.
So Doc roam, is that what you're saying? Doc roam.
Doc roam. Yep, let's go. I mean, you were making fun of them playing ranked on border or whatever before, weren't you?
Oh, that was Homeless. That's about.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe TBD, man. They've been on that rank grind.
Could be, yeah, could be.
We all know that the Doc roam is basically the undefeatable strat in ranked. Like, if you are a roaming Doc, you cannot die.
Basically. Swarm peak, maybe. We might see a
I hope
swarm
so.
peak come out of him.
Please, that would be funny. Especially after that last round. I think that would play an actual significant mind game on Homeless. That would be pretty frustrating.
True, and you know what? I think that would be a great thing for TBD to actually try and do. If they can play some mind games with Homeless, can definitely cement the momentum being in their favor, because right now it probably is. You could definitely say momentum is in TBD's favor. The rounds have been close though. It's the same situation as against Fnatic, in fact. Homeless have had some pretty good attacks, just not able to close them out. Small things again.
Homeless so far have avoided the swarm peaks that potentially came out from TBD. Now rappelling in towards the site. Looking to gain that control from above once again. It looks like there may be a couple of defenders above to try and hold that. It'll be Ippy Style and Joker. Ippy Style in a very compromised position behind the couch. If he doesn't get a kill here, he's likely going to die.
It's going to come down to the intel from Homeless, this attacking intel on the drones. Jack Daddy just completely ignored so far on that bottom floor. They're really going to hard push out this roam. That what a beautiful wall bang from Dino.
Oh my! Oh,
that opens the card and it's roam.
Okay, TBD, the roam, border flashbacks. It's not working.
Oof.
Oh wow. Okay, Jack Dad is now left alone below, and the site is very exposed. Homeless should be able to win this round. Please finish it off. Don't throw.
That roam just not working out at all. Beautifully shut down by Homeless off the back of some great entry frags there. Dino and Stiggs combining for that. And now they've got a lot of time to start working site here. Jack Daddy is still off, so it is only 2 players on site. Mango's on the Maestro though. Can control his evil eyes. Cutie is hiding in quite a strange spot in this cupboard. Can open hatch below to drop down if he's under pressure, but that would mean there's only 1 on site. So could be the option that Homeless go for. If they just push him out, they've got pure lobby control.
If Homeless drone this effectively, they should be in a great position, and Hayward sees the player drop the hatch, and surely they can now aggress towards the site. Jack Daddy, he's trying to flank up main. Looks like Cutie was heading towards yellow, and Homeless will now go for the default plant at the double doors. By the looks of things, Jack Daddy is in a position to wide swing and deny it, but a fantastic smoke from Homeless will shut down that angle. There is an Evil Eye to the right of the default plant, though they need to be mindful of that. Juicy is attempting to plant. Mangoes needs to try and wide swing and get the diffuser down, but he can't. He gets one onto Dino, doesn't get the second shot though, and now Cutie left on those yellow stairs will need to try and salvage the round.
That Evil Eye potentially not being able to get a ping out. He would have been able to pre-fire that smoke from inside the smoke, but either way, he was shut down. Speaking of shut down, Homeless shut it out.
I know we're referencing this Fnatic game quite a bit from the other week, but that was actually quite similar to how they lost it previously. When they had the man advantage, they then tried to flush out the roamers. This time though, they took our advice. They must have, you know, it's all right guys, we'll give you that free advice. They just headed straight towards the default plant. It looked a little bit dicey when the Maestro wide peaked, but they shut it down, got the round, and now then this was not looking as bad.
No, and I agree. That was a great call to just push to the lobby and get that plant down. That Evil Eye could have been their undoing, but it wasn't. So, great play from Homeless. They've got 2 attacks now on Consulate. So again, more attacks than they got last week. In fact, it's 2 extra because they didn't win any attacks on Consulate last week. So looking pretty good here. And I've got to say, if they manage to get this round, I'm going to start to really heavily favor Homeless to take the map because their defenses looked really strong last week. We just haven't seen good coordination from TBD on attacks tonight, albeit that was border.
We just go back to that wallbang on bathroom. What was that? Like, I don't know. Did the ping come out like right as he shot? I feel like he just blind shot and then the ping came out.
I think the ping came out and then they said,
"Oh, here we go."
Still there. So he got.
Oh
pinged.
my god, that's nuts.
So I've got to say, I reckon he was on drone. They pinged and they said,
"Oh, the slow
hasn't moved." So you can just pre-fire that same spot.
I think it was a first shot headshot as well.
It
That's
was
pretty cool.
It was a great shot from Dino. There's definitely no taking away from that. Some great teamwork as well using the drone, really effectively for Homeless.
TBD haven't been having a lot of luck with their vertical holds so far. Because Ippy Styles, who was also above, got shut down almost straight away, having no impact. And on border, when they were trying to hold those downstairs sites, they were holding above so heavy. Homeless were just completely tearing it apart. So that trend definitely continuing here on Consulate.
Well, especially once that player was shut out in around that private bathroom, he was totally exposed to yellow stairs. He had to move. Stick was holding his angle from CEO. It's perfectly executed. So far, though, they haven't made a whole lot of progress. They're on the windows here, trying to push them around. Means TBD aren't going to be as comfortable on site nice and early. So if Homeless do get these early picks, big change compared to the last time they attacked top floor. Was really their downfall last time.
Interestingly enough, Homeless not bringing Zofia to try and clear out yellow once again, instead relying on Stiggs with his nades. Dino's on the bathroom window, doesn't see the player cross there, I don't think, so that was a little bit unfortunate for him. TBD have a stronghold. Mangoes, where was that, mate? That is Stiggs deleted. I think he was on the yellow skylight. That is unfortunate. So yellow has been forfeited by Homeless. Ippy Styles still allowed to flank now, and that's a devastating loss for the attackers.
I'm surprised that Stiggs was sticking his head over that balcony or over that skylight because Mangoes, every time he's held yellow, he has peaked that. And it was almost always at the 2-minute mark, almost religiously. Either way, a nice shot from Mangoes to finally hit it. It's the risky play that never really worked out for him, but this time it has. It's going to make it a lot harder to flush him out. They also now don't have the vertical play of that buck. Which means they're going to have to work a lot harder to take this. We're seeing a lot of time to be burned out. Now Hayward just repels straight through. The Goon Mine will cause a lot of effect on him. He's not able to get the second frag. That Legion, though, may be a little aggressive onto Dino. Hayward can be salvaged here. He is only down. He is not actually out of the game yet.
Cutie will fall below and could deny the plant with that C4. Dino tries to potentially bait a pickup, but Arlo's already watching that from below, so that should be covered. There we go. The res comes out, but the C4 from Cutie will turn it into a 3-on-3. He doesn't know there's a player to his left, though. Surely Arlo shuts this down. Yes, there we go. He'll get it eventually, and now Jackdad and Ippy Style are left in a 2-on-1. Jackdad, he hits a nice shot with the SMG, drops the diffuser at the main windows, and now he's left on the softball. Ippy Styles will reveal his position by taking down that barricade on Spiral, but Homeless unable to really capitalize on that intel. Ippy Styles knows there's a player behind the shield, but still loses the gunfight. Hayward gets that one, and now Jackdad is left in a 2-on-1. Short range with the shotgun, he gets one. That's the double. Can he get the last kill? If he gets this kill, TBD will secure the round. He is low on HP. Surely Arlo knows where he's positioned and he pre-fires it, but no! Jack Dad with the 3K will win the round for his team. Such a strong play from him.
Really well played from him and a misplay from Homeless. They had 2 up versus Jack Dad. They should have waited to be able to push together. 1 pinch through Con, 1 pinch through the double door. Refrag it out, but they just pushed 1 by 1 and Jack Dad played it perfectly. He played very patient. It's the experience of a player like Jack Dad to close it out. And look, that's the pass mark I said for TBD. If they want to get a good defense half, they need the 4 rounds because I think Homeless are going to come at them with a strong defense. And now they've got the 4 rounds behind them, so they just need 2 rounds to be able to secure at least a point.
So unfortunate that Homeless didn't have the intel to just wallbang that position late. Not the most difficult wallbang going around, and it was definitely more favourable than taking on that shotgun at such close range. It was unfortunate for them. I think that the big turning point of that round was Jack Daddy's aggression in Con. Despite that wall being open, he backed himself to get that kill onto Juicy. And once that diffuser was down, Homeless had no time to go and try and reattempt that repel or have much time to really formulate a nice response and try and refrag that. They were sort of a little bit caught off guard and didn't have time and just went straight through the door, and Jack Dad just completely mowed them down.
It's another small thing, guys, just that plant decision. He could have repelled in and planted basically in that line of sight that's between the windows and the bomb, where Jack Dad would have had to push deeper to actually frag him out. They had that player in private bathroom. He could have held from yellow and held that cross. Would have been able to get that frag. Again, just a really small thing that just enabled TBD to be able to clutch that out. Seems to be the tale of Homeless and their attacks on Consulate. What will be the tale of Homeless and their defenses on Consulate, though? Last week we saw him get 3 against Fnatic. Let's see what they get against TBD this week.
Name a more iconic duo than Stigs and Valk, I dare you. Using those cameras to full effect. TBD used Valkyrie a little bit. Took him a bit to finally go, oh yeah, maybe we'll bring some more intel. Homeless though, jumping straight onto that bandwagon. 3 intel gathering operators as well. So they've got the Valkyrie, the Maestro, and the Mozzie. So Homeless shouldn't be short of intel this round.
I think that's so important for a top floor defense because you want that option to be able to rotate below and to be able to deny. And you don't even have to have the C4 or a shotgun. If you've got that on-site intel, you could be anybody. You just shoot through the floor. So I really like that. The only soft breach that TBD can really utilize to clear those evil eyes is the Buck and the Ash. Pretty easy to shut those players down. The Buck is going to have to be bucking out other things, potentially below, maybe using his nades for other stuff. So it's going to have to be on the Ash. Traditionally the aggressive player. He could be fragged out early. Those evil eyes really could come back and bite TBD in the tail if they don't deal with it early.
Haywood, he's holding the meeting desk. There is a player repelled upside down on the balcony. He is aware of that. He's monitoring that angle quite carefully. It is Cutie there with the diffuser, so it does look like TBD are prepping for a jump in through the window to try and get the plant down, which is risky, but if they gain nice control in and around admin, it's definitely possible.
Definitely already surrounded that position. Dino, though, will get the first pick. It's the IQ, meaning that there's a lot of intel that might not have got spotted on site.
Ooh.
Dino might be able to get that shot onto Cutie on the balcony. He doesn't quite see it. Cutie is prone now, though, so he can't get that shot. Cutie trying to get his drone in, get this intel. They're going to have to flush out these positions if they got any chance of getting this plant down. Cutie's going to try and take some shots. Not really hitting any here. Guz as the final minute starts.
More droning coming out from Homeless as they try and work out where these players are located. Cutie still with the diffuser in hand, and if Homeless become aware of that, or at least drop it, that's going to make things incredibly challenging for TBD. Haywood is still holding this position. Dino to assist, but the Con angle doesn't quite shut him down. The shot's not quite landing, and Haywood gets away with his life. But his flank watch in Dino has been taken down. He now needs to do it all himself. That smoke is inflicting damage. Oh my goodness, Arlo with the team killer. Now it is a 3-on-4. Make that a 2-on-4. 30 seconds left on the board. Arlo and Juicy, they need to clutch it up. But now it's just Juicy left alone with the older and a Dream. 20 seconds left on the board to deny, and TBD should be able to plant quite safely in towards the balcony. They seem to know where this player is. Juicy with the pre-fire lights up that player pushing in, but it's not quite enough, and as he pushes into Con, TBD will shut him down, and Homeless maybe not looking as good so far compared to that Fnatic game.
First things first, that is a great smoke placement in the rotate and not in the connected door, which a lot of teams will do. If you do it nice and deep like that, you can shoot them as they pop out. They can't see you. They're super exposed straight away. The danger of smoking the connected door is that the defender can actually push into the smoke. They're still somewhat safe, there's the chance they can get that freak shot onto the plant to deny it. So great use of utility. The other thing, oh man, that smoke, that team smoke, basically cost Homeless that round. That Mozzie was holding strong in meeting. I think it was Hayward. He might have been able to get a couple of picks from that in that final rush moment. And that smoke made him have to move. In fact, he just died because he was stuck in it. So again, these simple things for Homeless, small things. They had a great round. They'd shut it out. And then that just opened it up.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Homeless will reassess their options and head down below now, opting against reattempting the site, which many teams are starting to trend against, instead opting to really open up their options and explore the rest of the map. It does appear like Homeless will be holding above in similar fashion to TBD, reinforcing the bathroom, likely sitting a player with a shotgun in that position. It'll probably be Hayward. He's playing the mute with that shotgun SMG combo. Arlo as well, but I'm expecting him to probably smoke outside. Interesting to see who they play up there, but maybe they'll all play up there, as Homeless only have the one player down below at the moment.
Really looking forward to what they use the Goyo for. I love seeing Goyo strats, and I love seeing the variation and how they're used, whether it's to slow down a push through a breach, whether it's just a common plant spot they can use for denial. Either way, it does create some kind of stall point. It's something that soft breach will have to clear nice and early, or you have to maybe get a vertical angle to shoot the pack on the back. Either way, I'm really enjoying the variations, and if Homeless can use that effectively, that could be the stall point that stops TBD from getting this round. So far, some good droning upstairs to try and get this roam clear. Could be something that Homeless use their advantage. They've been very slippery before in their roams.
Ippy Styles on entry, running the G36C with the ACOG. An interesting combination. Dino has been droned out potentially, but he had his Vigil scanner, so they may not know exactly where he is. Ippy Styles misses the shot, gets lit up by the flame. Dino taken out eventually as well. Would have been burnt. Oh, he actually was in the end, so Cutie secures that kill. A nice pinch from TBD as Dino is left as a charred mess on the floor.
I liked the use of the Goyos on the roam. In fact, it almost worked out perfectly for Dino as he was leaving Connector. He shot that, and look how much it tagged up Ippy Style. Didn't hit a bullet, he just hit that shield. Speaking of Ippy Style, though, he has found another on the roam. It's not really working out for Homeless. There's still so much time for this attack for TBD. It's looking pretty good for them.
Hayward is still inside a bathroom. Could be in a worse position. Hasn't quite popped the hatch yet. He can pop that late for the rotate. As the rest of TBD try and mount this attack. Oh, oh, Jack, no! No, shut down the stream! Jack, oh
no.
I can't. Raven, you take. I need a break.
No, look, that was awesome.
For Homeless.
Unfortunate for Jack Dad, he's going to have to just hold that with his scope now instead of a claymore. And there's a minute now. Not a whole lot happened in that last 30 to 40 seconds, guys. TBD just trying to be a bit careful setting up their flank watch and just be, you know, just a little more thorough. But one thing I'm really noticing here is this garage wall still isn't open. They've got Mangoes out the front waiting to breach it open, and they're still bucking to clear those bandits, but they haven't been cleared. If they don't clear this quick enough, it's not going to matter if Mangoes is out there. He's not going to have time to get in and plant. He's the one with Diffuser. So if TBD can slow that down, which I don't think they're going to be able to thanks to that vertical control.
Ooh. Okay, Hayward gets one. Ippy Styles gets one on the flank watch, I believe. So it leaves it in a 2-on-4. Definitely winnable still for TBD as the wall gets open. But no, the diffuser gets dropped, and this is dangerous now for TBD. It is a 1-on-4, but the diffuser's dropped with not long to go. But the refrag does come out, and TBD win 2 attacks straight.
Yeah, Arlo getting a little too antsy there. He had a good position at white. Definitely could have been pushed on, but he would have killed time. Might have had the chance to take some 1v1s there, but decided to push. Didn't work out for him. Got to hand it to TBD, though. Their room clear was fantastic at that top floor. Gave them a lot of time with a big man advantage. Could have come undone, but either way, they're now 6-2 up, guys. They're on match point. They've secured themselves at least 1 point for tonight. They're going to be hunting 3, though, and they're going to have to ward off Homeless for maximum 4 rounds.
I now know why Jack Daddy deliberately destroyed his claymore there, and I'll tell you why. They left Jack Dad there to watch the flank. They're just padding his stats out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just give him a kill. You don't need a claymore. It's overrated.
Yeah, maybe guys, maybe.
I'm sure he'll be going with that anyway. That
I'm sure.
Yeah, that was pretty sad. that poor Claymore did
Attackers
nothing
need
wrong.
to locate and
Just
defuse as many
got
bombs as they
yeeted.
can.
I'm seeing a Warden here though from Dino. Interesting considering it's Teller's Archives. Haven't seen a whole lot of Warden play on this site. Usually you would
haven't seen a whole lot of Warden in general, really.
Yes, he's very situational, and the situations you normally see Warden in are really tight spaces that you usually have to flush out with flashes or concussions. To see him on this side, wondering what tight space he might be trying to hold. Could be the lower spiral stairs towards lockers. Interesting flush out position. We actually saw some fantastic pulse plays from Foxay and NA, getting an ace, just basically playing around that stairwell. So it's definitely a strong position.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this Warden does.
Attackers' objective is to
Well, it's pretty
locate
much
a
do
bomb
or
and
die
defuse
now
it.
for Homeless. They need to start getting rounds now. If they lose this, of course, TBD are going to win the map in a fashion that on the scoreline is actually almost the complete opposite to what we saw in map 1. But it just... I hate saying this, and it's really lazy analysis, but it doesn't quite feel like TBD have been quite as dominant. They have been very dominant. Maybe not quite as dominant, though. I feel like it's been a little bit more balanced. I think Homeless in the last couple of rounds have really been throwing rounds away, but before that, it was really close.
Yeah, Homeless have been playing pretty well. What I find really ironic tonight is that we were critical about their attacks in Consulate last week. They looked great on defense. And it's kind of been the opposite tonight. They looked pretty good on the attacks, a lot of close attacks. They got 2 attacks. And here on defense, they haven't won any yet. Of 2 rounds, they've won 0 attacks. So it's really flipped for them tonight. Maybe they worked too hard on those attack skulls and their defense has suffered. I don't think that's the case, but either way, TBD have looked pretty good on Consulate. They've been challenged, but in the end, a 6-2 scoreline somewhat speaks for itself.
Definitely a great scoreline considering that they got smacked on map number 1. So to come back from that really shows that their mental game is quite strong, because if you lose by so much in that first map with that APAC format, that can easily transition to a poor map number 2. So to recover is a really good sign for them,
Bomb
and
located by
should bode
attackers.
well for them for the rest of the season.
That being said, half the round has slipped away here. No engagements at all, so TBD just taking their time to get the map control required. A lot of intel here for Homeless, especially with that pulse Juicy is playing. Scanning that next floor up that is being droned out, and actually it's not being held at all, so Homeless really playing that retake strat. Arlo has been tagged up quite heavy now. But again, that map control, it's only like the top floor that TBD have, and that's not really going to help them a whole lot for that plant. They have to do something about these players below, otherwise it can be denied pretty easily.
Arlo is running the shotgun 8-cog, holding this angle that these 2 players will just run past, but they can get away with it. Arlo doesn't fire in response, and Jack Dad has found his way into sight. The pulse is below. He's trying to light him up, but Mangoes will attempt the plant above. Thinks better of it. Juicy will deny it. That's a misplay from TBD. Jack Daddy doesn't shut down the pulse, and he makes them pay. 40 seconds left, and Homeless is still holding on.
Jack Dad also now has the diffuser, so he can't scan for the pulse. He's going to be able to get this plant down. This is a big oversight from TBD. That plant is stuck. That's huge. Homeless, what are you doing? You're sleeping on the plant. Guys, that could be their undoing.
Hippie Styles makes it even harder for the retake as he gets one. Juicy, he'll get his double dose. They're definitely not unwinnable for Homeless, but that diffuser, it's ticking down so fast. Juicy continues to play below to try and gain intel for his 2 teammates above. That's Haywood and Stiggs, but it looks like they've already got second floor control. Joker, he gets a critical shot there onto Stiggs, so it's a 2-on-2. Haywood's attempting the counter diffuser. Do they know? It looks like Hippie Styles has seen his head. He gets one, gets the second, and TBD will take round number 9 and win map number 2 in the process.
They looked pretty good on that map, guys. They were challenged, but they came out on top. So really well played from TBD. Ippy with some aggressive plays. Did top out the scoreboard for his teammate. We saw a lot of frags on Jaeger, quite a few on the Ash as well. So really just playing the comfort picks there.
Definitely a series of 2 sides. Map number 1, a 7-1 in favour of Homeless on Border. TBD just nothing in response. Then we go to map number 2, Consulate, a 7-2 in favour of the other team, TBD taking that map. A lot of those rounds were a lot closer than map number 1, but Homeless just making so many little mistakes that really added up and just sort of compounded. Is that a case of TBD bouncing back really strong, or was it really down to Homeless just making these silly mistakes?
I've got to say it's a mixture. TBD definitely looked a lot cleaner on that than Border. They just had some nice plays. They adapted better. On the other hand, though, as you said, Homeless did have some mistakes, and it did feel like there was a big patch there. It really felt like we were just round after round repeating these small mistakes from Homeless, these little things overlooked that were costing them rounds again. So I'm sure when we interview Stiggs, he's not going to be happy about that. Definitely after Consulate last week, they were pretty down on themselves about their performance against Fnatic, and I think they're going to feel the same. They did get a strong map win on Border, though, at least, so that's one positive for them, 3 points on the board there. On the other hand, TBD, probably the same, but conversely, I'm still curious about this Border thing, whether that was really meant to get through the veto or whether that was just an oversight.
And I made the call after map number 1. Don't take Homeless to Border. Is it fair on the flip side to say don't take TBD to Consulate? Is that actually a fair assessment?
Well, they looked pretty good on that, and they looked pretty strong against Fury on it as well. So far, yeah, that's fair to say. There might be teams out there, for example, Fnatic, they looked pretty good on Consulate as well. They might be happy to call that. That's going to be up to their analysis. But at least for TBD so far, Consulate seems to be their better map. They've got 2 wins on it now.
Yeah, and I guess going back to Homeless, we keep mentioning that they're making small mistakes. From your point of view, are there any mistakes in particular that you can sort of hone in on? And if there are, what do they need to do to try and fix these? Because from our point of view, it looks quite evident. Of course, when you're playing in a stressful environment, those things are always really, really hard not to fall back on. What do Homeless need to do to try and really shake up their attacks on that map?
It's hard to pinpoint one thing. I don't think it's really one thing, because for example, one of the small mistakes was literally that round on defense where the smoked his teammate and ended up killing his teammate that was in the critical position in meeting. That was the round, basically. Things like that you can't VOD and fix. That's just simply the smoke player has to work better and maybe hitting their smokes. Regardless, they've just got to go through their VODs, figure out what's going on, and then just grind it out in scrims, try and be tidier. It really is more of an experience thing, I'd say. Teams that have been together for a long time, that have been through this over and over, you start to see less of those kinds of mistakes. So I'd say that's kind of more the issue here with Homeless, is it's an experience thing. They've just got to go through their paces. This is their first season in Pro League. This has happened to a lot of teams that are at the top end. Wildcard, for example, when they were fighting for the top position, they used to have small mistakes. It happens to all those teams. Eventually you get there, they just got to keep at it.
And I think it would be fair to say that many people, myself included, going into this season, predicted TBD and Homeless to finish around a similar sort of mid-table position. Do you think that we can really separate these teams now? I mean, they've just won a map each with pretty similar scorelines.
Yeah.
Does that mean that maybe we'll see them finish neck and neck in the standings later in the season?
Yeah, we could do. There's a lot of other teams that they're going to be battling out with that mid-range 4. But at least head-to-head, Homeless are now going to have that by 1 round because they won Border 7-1 as opposed to losing 7-2. So if it does come to literal neck and neck in points, Homeless will get that jump on TBD. But they definitely look very similar in skill. That mid-range battle in the ANZ Pro League is going to be very interesting.
Well, we do have Stiggs from Homeless ready and waiting on the line, so let's have a chat. G'day Stiggs, hope you're going alright mate. Congratulations for the result on map number 1. Unfortunately, Consulate didn't quite go your way. How are you guys feeling?
We're pretty disappointed again for that map 2. Our map 1 was flawless pretty much. We were communicating and working out like what they were doing so well with our drone work and adapting. But map 2, we just made way too many mistakes, and that really bit us in the end.
One thing I want to ask is about Juicy. We saw him subbing in for Strider. Do you feel like that had an effect on how the matches played out?
I don't think it played a massive effect. They're very similar players. I think it honestly just came down to small mistakes individually from us. Not so much as a team, it was just individual mistakes from different players, including myself.
And on Consulate last week, we grilled you about your attacks. This week you managed to win 2, and you looked pretty good on attack on Consulate. Defense was the one that kind of slipped away. Is there something in particular on defense this week that you guys were challenged with?
I think it was like we definitely knew what TBD were doing, and it just comes back to making those small mistakes that break those rounds. We could have honestly finished probably a 3-2 or a 4-2 half in our favor, or a 3-3, sorry, rather. But yeah, those mistakes just really killed us.
Before we wrap things up, you guys in the community poll tonight had some really strong support, a lot of Homeless fans out there. Is there anything you'd like to say to them before we wrap it up?
Yeah, I'd like to just thank you all. Our team, we appreciate the support so much. We're really trying hard to improve ourselves and trying to gain as much experience as we can. So, yeah, we'll just continue to try and do that and make you guys proud.
Awesome. Thanks, Stiggs. We'll catch you next time. All the best.
Thanks so much, guys. Good night.
Yikes.
Yeah, he definitely seemed very disappointed with himself and with the team. That's unfortunate because they had such a great first map. I was looking forward to having like a really upbeat review maybe, but...
A wholesome. It would have been a
Wholesome, yes.
They were still kind of wholesome.
Keyword. It was. It's very clear that they know what's going wrong, which must be very frustrating for them. It's always frustrating if you know what's going wrong, but you're just struggling to get on top of it. Either way, though, I think that sounds promising for their fans, that they really are aware. They're trying to work really hard on fixing it. Maybe by the end of the season, we'll start to see some tighter gameplay from them.
Yeah, I really liked your question as well about Juicy, because he would have had some impact, whether it be small or quite large, on how that team operated. It did seem like, at least on attack, they were just keeping him on the hard breach, playing him nice and safe. He was going for the plants. He did have a decent impact.
Yeah.
Would it have been different with Hayward, though, do you think? Because Strider. Because you did mention that they are quite similar players. Or
Yeah.
Stiggs mentioned that they were quite similar players.
Yeah, they are similar players. I think the big thing that separates them, though, is Strider has a lot more comp experience than Juicy. There's a couple of things that I noticed, which I believe was Juicy on the hard breach, that just might have been the key difference. One thing was the plant in CEO that Jack Dad ended up clutching out. Juicy was the one that ran around the bomb and tried to go deep to the desk. He put himself in that line of sight. Maybe a more experienced player like Strider might have thought, I'm just not going to expose myself to other angles, I'll plant here. Small things like that, again, could have made the difference, but we'll never know.
Well, we do have the victors of map number 2 on the line. It will be Ippy Style from TBD. Let's bring it up. Ippy Style, how you going, mate? Congratulations for the victory on map number 2. Map number 1 didn't quite go your way. How are you guys feeling after that matchup?
As you could see, map 1, that was pretty fucking not good. Not good, was it?
Yeah.
Can't take anything away from them. They just smashed us in an assault like one-on-ones. They just, every round on our defense, they just took fights and smashed us.
Yeah, one thing I really want to ask Ippy Style is the veto. Was Border a plan, or was that something that kind of just came up?
Nah.
Okay.
we had the two choices that came between, I won't say the other map, but Border was the second option, and we're like, they banned it all of last season. Should be sweet. Wasn't sweet.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely didn't seem like that was a map that you guys were expecting.
Especially like the Goyo and Frost strat that they had holding inside of Break Room. That is innovative as hell. That was wild. Really, really well done from them.
Yeah, it's definitely something we talked a lot about on the broadcast. One thing I do want to touch about on Consulate is you guys really seem strong with your attacks, which is kind of converse to what we've seen so far in Consulates. Is it something you guys have consciously worked on, is your Consulate attacks?
So, like, going into it as well, like I said last time, which is, I can't say the same excuse over and over, but so Border is the very bottom of what we've practiced, followed by Villa. Like, in the time that we've been practicing other maps during, like, the last week and a half, whatever it's been since our last game. So we really weren't expecting that Border game to come up.
Well, you guys, of course, recently departed from Mind Freak. You guys now looking for an org. Is there anything you'd like to say as we wrap things up to anyone out there looking to pick up a team?
The Border game didn't happen. Consulate was the game of the night. No, but that's it. Thanks to all the fans that watch us.
All right, we'll leave it at that. All the best.
Thanks, boys.
Boarded. Didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty sure that it wasn't going to happen either. It definitely looked evident they just were not prepared for that at all. So some nice outfoxing there from Homeless. That's a good lesson to people at home about how strong map vetoes can be won and lost simply before the game starts.
Full respect there to Ippy Style, talking about how innovative that strat was at Break, and we were mentioning it like, what was that? Like, it was so weird. It was really not expected, and it threw them off. He mentioned it, that innovation can throw off a team, particularly on Border. It's the one map where we see the least innovation, and for Homeless to come out with that was pretty crazy.
It goes to show as well, once a new operator comes into Pro League, it can change things, and if teams are willing to try and innovate with those, yeah, you can see some really strange strats that could win you matches, basically.
Well, that is the first series of the night done and dusted. Make sure you guys go grab a drink of water, stay hydrated, and we will see you very shortly.
bomb diffuser. Attackers need to protect the diffuser. Position compromised.
Yeah. Ay, push start, ay, ball so hard, ay, raise the bar, ay, turn into a star, ay, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ay, what, about too hard, ay, what, about too hard, ay, ay, about too hard, yeah, I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry, it's a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping is basic, skipping is classic. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we countin' them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy, raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, ayy, about too hard, ayy, they not gon' like this, don't like surprises, I cause a crisis, man I'm a scientist, with the music I spice things, up to my liking, man I want nice things, that's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my nigga from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you'll have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah, push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy, raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, ayy, about too hard.
Hold up your sign though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you dry, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Try before you.
Hello and welcome back to the ANZ Pro League here for Rainbow Six. I'm Guz. Raven is still here. We had a very fun first series, didn't we?
We did. Very back and forth in terms of the maps, but actually on those maps, both pretty one-sided scorelines, being 7-1 and then 7-2.
Indeed it was. Moving on from that though, we now have Wildcard versus Fury. Some may argue that on paper, Wildcard are going to thrash Fury, but part of me is saying that it might be a bit closer.
I think there is definitely cause to be a little hesitant because Wildcard haven't had some great results so far. They have had some strong maps, but they did draw a map in week 1, and then they lost a map to Kanga last week. So not the great start that they were hoping for, that's for sure. And I think it's definitely cause to start maybe questioning if their form is dropping off a little bit.
Yeah, it is a little bit hard to read into the form of the other side being Fury because they have only played 2 maps so far. That was against TBD. They won 1 and they lost 1. So for me, Fury's in a little bit of limbo. Maybe they'll come out and shock us against Wildcard. We didn't expect Kanga to get that win, so Fury, will they back it up?
Very true, and that Fury match is of course against TBD, who we just saw. They went 1-1 in terms of the maps with Homeless. So based on that, you could assume that maybe Fury will tuck in with that mid-range there around TBD Homeless section. But we don't have a whole lot to go on, and that's going to be what this next game is going to be interesting to see.
All right, well, let's delve into this next game. We'll have a look at Wildcard first. A roster that is increasingly becoming more and more familiar globally. Who do we need to keep an eye out on?
For me, it's definitely still going to be Diesel. I think he's been the most consistent player this season, and even just recently at LANs, he just steps up, and he's in a support role, which is such a strong role where you need to step up on, and to see him performing like that is just, it's dangerous for other teams to play against. So definitely him. Also notably, Ethan can sometimes pop off. All of them are capable. We've seen all of them step up at many occasions, but definitely for me, the standout is Diesel.
Definitely have strong individual performers. Do you think that maybe their recent performance is a reflection that maybe they're not quite working together as a team? Because we know it only takes 1 or 2 players to sort of fall out of the puzzle, if you will, and the rest will start to crumble.
There's definitely some kind of issue going on, whether it's just to do with their SI prep being a distraction. Their coach Salek said not really, but either way, there is some looseness there that's not working out in their favor. They're not as tight as we've known them to be. So something's got to give there, and hopefully they can get on top of it this week because they've got to salvage some points, because losing those points early, it's going to come back to bite them.
Well, up against Wildcard for this evening will be Fury. They've actually undergone a little bit of a rebrand. So they did have the classic blue Viking logo. Now it's been shaked up a little bit, but you know what has stayed the same since the rebrand? The team.
Yes, it's a new roster coming into this season, but it has stayed the same since the rebrand. Standout for me on Fury, probably Rock at this stage. They had only that one match, as we said, against TBD. Rock went big on the map that they didn't win, in fact. He kept them in the game, and even the game they won, he still played pretty well. So for me, he's been their most consistent. They lacked a bit of roundedness on that map that they lost, but we saw them play really strong in the 6 invitational qualifiers. They didn't quite replicate that in their first game. So if they can replicate that here, they're definitely going to give Wildcard a run for their money. Could be a close series.
Yeah, and again, it's going to come back to consistency. We sort of hammered on this for the first matchup, but I think it's going to be even more important for Fury up against Wildcard, who we know when they're on fire, they make very, very few mistakes, and it takes a really good team to capitalize on that. Do you think that Wildcard in this sort of weakened, if you would, sort of status, does Fury have what it takes to really capitalize on that, or do you think it's just going to be too hard?
I feel like they do. They've got a lot of experience on their roster. They've played in Pro League a couple of seasons now, and their players that they do have were in Pro League previously. While this team did come up through Challenge League, those other players had what it takes to play at this level. So based on their experience, I think they can capitalize on that. Things I want to see is them adapting ahead of Wildcard. That's something that Kanga did really well, that they managed to win that map on. So if Fury can do that, it's definitely a possibility.
Well, we saw the map veto have a massive impact on the first series of this evening. Let's have a look at where we will be playing our first map between these 2 teams. And it will be, drum roll, Coastline. Okay, so this is a map that historically Wildcard have done quite well on.
Yep.
Fury, on the other hand, let's have a look. They've played it a little bit, not much. In the last 10 matches that I've recorded, they haven't played it at all. So maybe they've hidden some amazing strats like we saw Homeless do on Border.
This is the other thing as well with a new roster, although it's not massively new, it's one player, being Muesli, and he was around that roster towards the end of last season. One thing that a new player can bring is a change of map pool, can start to just become naturally better at other maps. This could be one of them. Maybe it was just always a weak map for them, they never really played it, or maybe it was super strong and it was always banned out against them. Either way, it's not something we've seen a lot of Fury on. We've seen a lot of Wildcard on.
Well, you guys got one vote right in the first series. Let's have a look at the poll here for map number 1 in the second series, and Wildcard will convincingly take the bowl in a similar fashion to how Homeless did in the last one, or at least in map 1. Is this representative? We know that Wildcard did lose against Kanga, and we keep banging on about it, but does that really significantly reduce their chance of winning?
I wouldn't say significantly reduces their chances, but I mean, this poll reflects what I would definitely say is the common opinion, right? Wildcard, a really strong team. Fury, they're a pretty good team, but in terms of the caliber, you got to say Wildcard's straight out on top there. That being said, yeah, because of their shaky form so far, being Wildcard, Fury have a chance to capitalize on that, and Coastline is maybe something that Wildcard might not have been as prepared for. Fury might have some surprises.
Well, Coastline is ready and waiting for us to jump into Wildcard versus Fury, the first map between these two teams in season number 11 of the Pro League. Let's see the starting sides. It will be Wildcard on the attack, Fury on the defense. What can we expect attacking-wise? I'm thinking Fury might ban Buck just to target ban Emo Rin.
Could do.
I'm calling it. Come on, Fury. Show up big.
Definitely taking their time. Could be the Thatcher ban, as has been ANZ tradition so far, but Thatcher has been in play a lot tonight.
Hey!
He's the Buck.
Woo!
Big calls. Yes.
Sad face to Emo Rin though.
Emo Rin, definitely a great Buck player. I've actually seen a couple of Buck players on Wildcard one time or another. Even Ethan has dabbled in some Buck. Good to have him off the board. And Thatcher survives again, Guz. Habana ban on Coastline. This is coming out of Wildcard. You know what? It's really interesting because hard breaches don't normally become that important on Coastline. There's a couple of attacks that can help, but you can still attack without it. Wildcard maybe have something up their sleeve there. Could target ban of its own.
Could well be. There's only 2 very specific instances where I can see that Habana coming into play on this map. One would be when they're trying to flush out the player at Cocktail, when they're trying to hold the pool table. And another instance is when you're trying to push Penthouse. So maybe, it's a stretch, but maybe we will see them try and defend Penthouse, which when this map first came out and was first played competitively was like the godsend site that no one could attack. But then teams really stratted it out, and now it's like deserted wasteland that the defenders they don't touch it very rarely, unless there's a mirror on the board. Who is on the board? So if there isn't a Penthouse defense this map, I'm gonna be devastated.
But yeah, defense intel is definitely taking a hit there with no Echo or Maestro. Wildcard are the ones on attack first, and they were the ones that did that Habana ban. So they're okay with it. So potentially something they have practiced. As you said, Penthouse isn't really the meta bomb site to hold. So Hookah is going to be the first choice from Fury here. And they've got, what is it, Guz?
The Mute Mozzie combo! Woo!
Speaking of meta,
Get hyped.
Definitely the meta at the moment.
Very
Eyeing
excited.
that intel, which I think is a great choice against a team like Wildcard, who rely on a lot of intel, very methodical on attack. Deny that, slow them down, gives you a big chance for those rounds.
Wildcard bringing the Lion. Is there a chance that the team that takes the longest to set up and prepare their attacks will go for a rush here, Raven? I want an answer. Yes or no? Will they rush?
I'm going to say no. I think the Lion is more to help with Weaver and Hookah.
Maybe.
But either way, it's an interesting addition to the Wildcard attack lineup because it is going to enable them to potentially just brush over some parts of the map a little bit quicker.
Was that a rotate? I swear I saw a rotate on the bomb side over towards drinks. I don't know if I'm tripping out here. MC, show us the objective, please. Show us the drinks wall. Come on, buddy. Come on. MC. No! I really want to see it. Looked like they had a rotate above there, like in towards courtyard. Go above. Over towards Muesli. Let's have a look. Come on, please. Hey, they did. That is interesting. I've never seen that.
I mean, it means they won't be able to plant that corner. Some teams will plant deep. Rock, oh my lord, he just opens up, deleting Neo. That's the IQ, so that's going to be a big impact of trying to clear those Mute and Mozzies. Well played from Rock there. Good start for them, Guz.
Fury in an excellent position early here, and Wildcard need to try and bring it back. We know that they can win from most positions if circumstances fall their way, but there we go. A Mute Jammer. It's already slowing down Ethan's intel gathering, and it's starting to slow down already.
They also didn't bring a Thatcher, so it's just going to cause a lot of issues trying to clear this out. They could do it vertically. They don't have the IQ to spot it, though. So he's going to have to be droned.
Okay.
But oh, Rock with another one. He's starting strong here, Guz.
Rock is taking no prisoners, and he could get another in towards Sunrise if the timing works in his favor, but Emo Ren will get the kill.
Attackers have located a bomb.
He's playing on that Zofia, using that vertical presence from below. Normally he plays the Buck, but guess what? Fury, they banned it out, so now he's forced to play on the Zofia. I think this round's almost over already, Raven. It's going to be so challenging unless Wildcard can get some free picks.
Look, Wildcard are an experienced team and a strong team at that. And if they can coordinate, they still could close this round out, but the percentages are very heavily in favor of Fury. Based on the start of Rock, he managed to take out 2 players, damage another. Not quite sure how Ethan got tagged up, but either way, Rock has well and truly done his job, and sure those pests are placed. So he's opened that round beautifully for his team.
Derpay, he legged it to go get that diffuser, and he legs it back towards the site. Wildcard now have about a minute to play with to try and execute something. Fury in such a strong position, and as you alluded to earlier, they have so much intel that Wildcard likely hasn't cleared yet. Ethan's going to get things going with a nade to Cool Vibes. That could net him a kill. No, he gets away with it. Fury, not sure how they dodged that. They don't have an APS on the board. They don't have the Jaeger. A wise play from Ethan, but it doesn't pay off.
Yeah, no ADS. I'm not sure whether that's something that Wildcard might have been aware of. Either way, Ethan's on site and shut down Guz. So this final 40 seconds is about to explode. 2 Wildcard members remain.
Ooh, that was some awkward timing there. The C4 doesn't get Derp though. Emo Ring gets 1, and this is potentially winnable for Wildcard. Derpay stuck in the smoke though. Surely he doesn't die! Derpay, no! What are you doing, son? Emo Ring gets down by a goo! Oh, I can't.
I don't think Fury realized that he's actually been down though, but they know exactly where he is. They've got strong positions here, Guz. Looks like Wildcard aren't going to be able to close this one out.
He gets flanked from below. Fury win the round. And man, that is a headache-inducing round for Fury. Neo getting dropped off the board there so early played such a big role in them losing that round. And then Rock got the second, so they had a strong man disadvantage. By that time, they were forced to push in, and yes, they got a couple frags, but all that utility was probably spotting them out, the goo mine slowing them down, and Fury were just dominant there.
They really were, and it's pretty sloppy from Wildcard. Gotta say, even Derpay dying in that smoke, like, just losing players so cheap is not great. Guys, it's Penthouse here.
I'm so excited, man. Mirror on the board as well. It's a bit sad, you know, Mirror doesn't get a lot of love these days. Typically she's banned, and I feel like more teams are gravitating away from playing her when she's in the pool due to the fact that she's banned so often that they don't really have an opportunity to play around with her. So it's going to be exciting, and if Fury win this round on this site, Wildcard are going to be starting to stress it a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's no denying that first round is what you would call a tilter. I don't think Wildcard will be feeling great after that round at all. It's just a matter of whether they can push past it quick enough and not let it affect them too much moving through future rounds. Rock sticking the Mozzie, and the impact he had in that last round was pivotal to Fury winning that. So if he can have similar impacts, and Wildcard are going to have a tricky time attacking here. Still no Thatcher Guz, so they're going to have difficulties with this utility.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Fury do have the wall denial in the Mute. Not sure if they're utilizing that on the wall. Could potentially be shot from the main window, so Fury needs to be mindful of that. But as you mentioned, no Thatcher again is going to make this so challenging. And they don't have an IQ either. So I'm not sure what the thought process is there for Wildcard, but it's going to be so challenging for them to clear a lot of the utility that Fury bring into the board.
Yeah, pests, goo mines, mute jammers, all tricky things to clear.
Oh no.
A couple of them tricky to spot. Ooh, Rock maybe getting a little aggressive there. Emo Ren cutting that off nicely from the window. So, that is the damaging player from the last round off the board now. Wildcard will be happy with that. But they will have all that utility to deal with that we were mentioning before. It will be a late round hindrance for them if they're not careful with their time management.
Shade is on the mirror. He's playing it inside of theater, looking in towards that B bomb site, trying to deny any players coming from the VIP hall or anyone that tries to repel in the double window. Dope from Wildcard, he's going to spend his time trying to drone that out, and they should know that the bedroom is clear. But the hardest thing about this side is that despite the bedroom being clear, there's so many angles that can be generated elsewhere to hold those positions.
Absolutely, and something that we've talked about before with Wildcard is their time management on attack. Traditionally not very quick. Sticking this Lion had very little impact, if any, last time. And I'm not sure if it's going to help them this time.
That is an interesting roam from Warden. If he manages to get a pick or two here, this will definitely shift the tide in favour of Fury. It's a position that may not have been drawn. There's a player to his left. The air jab, though, could give away his position. He just gets away. Emo Rin unable to get the frag. So not the worst result for Fury. Wasting even more time now for Wildcard, and they've only got a minute to go.
The most important thing that air jab just did is it actually stopped Warden pushing deeper, because he would have caught those players off guard. Ooh. And that Ash charge there from Ethan, giving them a bigger man advantage now.
Ethan still trying to hunt players down from below. Golden in a very sneaky position here where that vase normally is situated. The first of those line charges will come out. Fury forced to just sit still for a little bit. Warden in particular on that rotate, but he does shut down Emo Rin. The flank watch from Wildcard definitely lacking this round. He should be shut down now, so it's effectively a 2v4 on the site, but Wildcard, they're just doing Wildcard things. They're taking their sweet time. That shield is finally taken down by the attackers. Muesli has that mirror skill for a lot of intel as Ethan will drop that flank. So it is Muesli and Golden left all alone on site. Those Goomines could play a pivotal role in wasting time, but will it waste enough? Muesli only has one gas left as Golden gets one. The sprays through the concussions, doesn't quite get the kill. So much utility being expended from Wildcard. They don't have a lot of time here, and Golden is now left in a 3-on-1. If he can swing wide and deny the plant, this will be massive. But the coverage from the window will prove too much, and Wildcard will take the round.
That was potentially just a matter if Warden had made it back onto site as the mute with the C4, that could have just denied plan. That would have been round over. So lucky to get that pick. Time just ticking away from Wildcard, playing with fire. Could have been able to get something happening there, but they had enough utility at the end just to cause a massive hindrance to those defenders trying to deny. They would constantly flashed, constantly concussed. They weren't able to stop them getting in the end. This Wildcard scraping through, and it's going to cause Fury to rotate their bomb site now. They're not trying Penthouse again. They go to the double bars.
I don't think we're going to see Penthouse get any more love for this map. Never mind the rest of the season. What a shame. I do like the fact that Fury are mixing up their sites though. They're going to go to Blue and Sunrise, which, you know, you could argue is the third most favored bomb site for most teams. And offside, if you would, teams would typically go Hookah, then Kitchen, one then the other, or whichever order they prefer. But Bar is an interesting site. It's difficult to hold, but if you have the strats in place and have practiced it enough and have that synergy built up, it is definitely defendable. It's challenging, but definitely possible. And if Wildcard continue to take so long to set up these rounds and Fury can play really strong plant denial, they could well get this round.
And there's a Goyo there as well, which could add a new element to this bomb site. Standard defenses go out the window. Maybe we saw that innovation from Homeless on Border with the use of a Goyo. That's what Fury used here. That could be the difference to slow down Wildcard. Said many times they've had issues with time management on attack, which is what we saw on that previous round. So if Fury can play that to their strengths, they could secure some more defenses.
Ethan, he's on the Ash, so Wildcard electing to bring a 3-speed to the table, the only 3-speed in this lineup. So it's going to be up to Ethan to play a very strong fragging role, a strong entry role. Looks like he's droning himself for the meantime, so maybe that's the guide that Wildcard are taking. They're going to drone themselves in and go for frags. He uses the first of those breaching rounds and opens up the soft wall. So that's a nice angle in towards Golden, but he's the only player that angle exposes.
Yeah, and they're trying to use that to watch the bar, but they've decided not to really hold the bar. Golden is utilizing that shield to be able to play out. That does expose him to Kitchen though, so Fury will have to be careful of Kitchen. I'd have to say there's a player roaming in Kitchen in order to prevent that. Shade opens up the scorecard after the first minute, Guz, with a run out. So Fury playing really aggressive here in their defense.
Good to see Fury trying to take it to Wildcard, trying to throw them off. That is a beautiful run out from Shade. Why are you laughing? Okay, I have to say, that beautiful pronunciation, oh my goodness, was not intended. Oh, it's a joke about Dev Mata. Anyway, we'll move on from that. Shade gets the double kill. Well played from him, and he could get a third here onto Neo, who's trying to refrag it. He's looking dangerous right now. Neo's just sitting outside, passively holding the angle by the looks of things. Ash, meanwhile, that's Ethan, entering towards Kitchen, catches a player droning. That's a misplay from Fury, and now that could expose the players behind bar. We saw Golden play there earlier. Goodness me, they're just throwing bodies at Ethan. That line will help him push up even a little bit further now as he tries to find more. He's just going to hold this angle, expecting a player behind the bar, but Golden has moved towards the couches. He has been droned out, though. Wildcard should be able to act upon this intel. And this is a pretty early attack by Wildcard standards, but Shade, he comes from behind. There's no flank watch, and he gets his triple. Neo, he will retrade it, though, to make it a 2-on-2.
Diesel is the one with Diffuser. Neo is on site. Diesel is the one in a tricky position, holding that long angle towards blue, and their cross is being held now, Guz. So this is going to be a little bit difficult for them to make it through as Shade retakes into the pink couches. Warden above to be able to deny. The only place he won't be able to deny is behind B. As some shots come out, Guz, and it's all up to Warden.
Unfortunate there for Shade, but Warden, he's still ready and waiting to try and deny the plant. He baits out the hatch, tries to peek below, but the player is planting out of sight. He's forced to jump out. The barricade is unbroken, and now his position has been revealed. Diesel gets the kill, and Wildcard will take their second attack in a row.
Story of separation on that round, Guz. 1 versus 1's taken everywhere. Shade able to pick them off outside alone. Emarin alone trying to enter office. And then Ethan just catching them alone in kitchen, while Shade catches somebody else alone in kitchen. So everybody just not really playing together, and that's what really caused those frags to go down as they did, that pattern happening. And even this smoke aggressively trying to push him, massive misplay to not think that Ethan would take that position, because I talked about how that Goyo shield would be super exposed from kitchen. Of course, Ethan's going to take that map control.
Kitchen and Service will finally get a run here. So they've gone around the world. All 4 sites will be played by Fury. Unfortunately for them, only one of those has been successful. That was the first round over at Hookah. Nice to see Fury once again mixing it up, and their defenses haven't looked too weak. But you could make that argument for almost anyone that Wildcard plays, because we know that Wildcard, they take their sweet time setting up, put in that groundwork, and in most cases, it pays off. And in the last few rounds, it's definitely worked for them.
That round was basically Fury's to lose as well off the opening of Shade's aggro round. He got the opening picks. They had huge man advantage. And they
10
just
seconds remaining.
got a little hungry. They fed Ethan in kitchen. That was really the start of their undoing. Warden here, hitting some windows. Maybe not sticking that spawn pick though. Got a little excited there, guys. The dock at a window, but I'm going to go with it.
Doc P90, a spawn peeker's dream. Warden, though, did think better of it. Rock, he's holding a very interesting angle. That's over towards the main door, and if a player from Wildcard crosses that, they're not going to see him. They're just going to be dropped. Ethan could well find himself exposed. This could be very, very spicy from Rock. He's going to see the player cross, but the reaction time is too slow. Ethan crosses again, and he misses his feet. Ah, that was unlucky.
Yeah, the mistake a lot of people make is they just blind peek that drone hole, but it seems to be more common that some people are just not afraid to peek it. Going to open that service door, which is going to put a lot of pressure on that section. He's going to clear that shield out nice and early too, which is really great play, because it means they will have to move around, clear out service differently. Lion, they're really sticking this line, guys. It hasn't had a massive effect so far. And even then, you've got to think that was probably more of a roam clear scan.
We do see Warden, I believe it was, roaming a long way away from site. He's actually at the main desk. Quite a common position for defenders to hold. Sort of fell out of fashion a little bit, but having that P90 will give plenty of opportunities to get some kills. Emarin's pushing in from Sunrise, so it looks like Wildcard is trying to go for a west sweep of the map. Once again, taking their time, trying to get a pick or two early and set themselves up really nicely for the execute.
They've taken half the round though, and if they are taking vertical control, which will probably be with the sledge, you need to start getting a move on, start displacing some of those defenders on site, try and work a few picks. The more that this stays 5-5, it's going to have to be favouring Fury on the retake there. This side is definitely more of a retake site. It's hard to sit on site. So of course you're going to spread out. You're going to try and maintain some kind of map control. And then you're going to try and force the attackers to try and make a plant.
Attackers have dropped the bomb
Wildcard,
diffuser.
they're just playing so static right now, just trying to find this early pick. Fury, though, they're playing static themselves and playing quite passively. Emorin is still holding, he's been holding this angle for 45 seconds almost. It feels like even longer, it feels like an eternity, but Wildcard will start to get things going. Diesel makes his way to the service door, pops an E1D. He has one left in his pocket. Derpe, meanwhile, he drops Shade. The diffuser, most importantly, is to the western side of the map, so expect Wildcard to be forced to push there. Emorin or Diesel will have to pick it up and go for the plan. I'm expecting Diesel to likely go for it, and the rest of his team will be covered as Golden gets eaten. 20 seconds left on the board. Diesel does pick up that diffuser, pops the last of his gadget, and will make his way in towards the site. The entry is there, and he gets one onto Muesli. Can he get the second in towards service? Doesn't quite yet, as he will go for the default plant on the bench. Emorin gets dropped, though. Derpe will get rocked, and it is a 1-on-4. Golden needs to try and deny the plant, but he will get shut down. And Wildcard, once again, will take their time, and it feels like a broken record, but every single attack so far has just been cool, calm, and collected. Except for the first one, when Neo just got, like, yeeted from spawn.
Yeah, that could have gone bad for them. They managed to get Warden just in time, but as the Lion and the Sledge pushed through kitchen door, Warden was still in lobby. He had that control, and they had those footholds that you can hold that long angle from with the ACOG. Matter of seconds, I say, and Warden gets a double kill there, and that would have been it because there was nobody to really push back in and get diffuser. They were all watching the flank. In the end, though, it's well executed by Wildcard at the final moments. Starting to take a bit of an advantage here, guys, a bit of momentum. Fury are going to go back to Hookah, which is the round they won.
I am really interested that Wildcard and Diesel himself continue to stick this Lion pick, because since his nerf, his pick rate has dropped way off compared to what it used to be. His utility brings something to the table, but it doesn't feel like it's brought a whole lot to Fury. I mean, it is a bit hard to tell because in most cases players will just stand still so they don't get scanned. So maybe Fury are having their rotates cut off. But in most cases, Wildcard have the flank watch there already, so I'm not sure. Is that a redundant pick? Is Diesel just there to plant the bomb and provide a little bit more pressure?
5 seconds left.
I think the main purpose of the Lion, from what I can tell they're using it for, is to obtain map control just a little easier. The scans are coming off quite strange timings for what looks like to us, but I'd say it's to lock roamers in their position so they can safely enter a room without being swung on. And that just allows them to establish that control and therefore hold the angle without having to try and take a heads-up gunfight. I have to think that's what they're using it for. If that's not the case, I'm not really sure either. It hasn't had a massive effect in those plant situations, that's for sure. And that's usually what we see a lot of Lion players use it for, or the rush like you talked about in that first round. Either way, maybe it's working out for Wildcard as they've got 3 rounds now. See how they go re-attempting a Hookah attack.
Diesel once again with the diffuser. Name a more iconic duo, really. I feel like 90% of the round he has that diffuser under his arm. You mentioned this earlier, that Diesel is literally, his job is to plant. He is a hard sport, does a fantastic job at it. Just play the roof, play smart. His role is to stay alive, sweep in late, use those E1Ds and get that plant down. The rest of his team, meanwhile, try to gain ground, shut down angles, and play passive. It's the Wildcard way, but that's not passive. Emorin gets the double there through the drone hole onto the Cool Vibe stairs. That is a pog.
You know what they say, guys? Don't sleep under a coconut tree because it might drop in your head. And that is exactly what just happened on the Cool Vibe stairs. Mind you, that double frag, bringing it back. Shade and Warden almost saving this round. Is all up to Shade, though, and he's only on 5 HP, guys.
That turned up to 1,000 real quick, and Shade is now just completely left by himself on the Cool Vibe stairs. So low on HP. Does he have the intel on this plan? He could well go for the wall bang. He gets it just in time, and now Derpe is left in a one-on-one, trying to cover the diffuser. A smart angle from him, though, will win the round. And my, oh my. After that nade went off, something just clicked, and I think Wildcard used that as a trigger to push the site, and Fury so close to just shutting that down.
They really were. That was almost swung back into Fury's favor. Derpe in a good position there, and Shade maybe just peeking out a little too comfortably. Potentially some bad intel saying he was in Aquarium, or just not really carefully thinking it through. Either way, it was a close attempt by Shade. He did end up with a triple kill on that round. And it really did come down to that grenade kill. Getting that double just opened it up. It meant there was nobody on Cool Vibe stairs. Fury are going to scatter to reposition. Wildcard caught them in that.
It's such a simple but such a smart nade. It's one that we don't often see because it is normally protected. So I'm not sure if Fury maybe didn't hold it correctly using ADSs or they were flushed out from Wildcard. But either way, the read was perfect from Emo Ruin. They were just sitting ducks. Once that nade is cooked, there is nothing that you can do. They would have seen that nade just flash up on their screen for a split second and boom, they're dead. And then it was up to the rest of the team to try and hold on, which they almost did. But it just wasn't quite enough.
Either way, it definitely came down to some great training and a great call from somebody, whether that was there's no ADS or whether they somehow cleared that at the right time without the other two players knowing. Either way, definitely a call out from a drone there, so shout out to the support player that called it out. Imorin for executing perfectly. They are up 3 rounds now, the final round of defense for Fury. They're reeling a bit here at a 4-1 deficit on defense. Definitely not a favorable position for them. Fighting hard this next round. They're retrying Hookah. They definitely feel like that last round was a bit of a one-off because maybe the nature of that grenade. Way backing themselves.
Yeah, and it's the first time that they have re-attempted a bomb like in consecutive rounds. Emo Ruin, I almost thought he was shaping up for Russia. If that Goomine didn't come out, that would have been really interesting. But either way, Wildcard will go back to their traditional ways and just slow down. And look, maybe, yeah, after on the back of that nade, Fury do have the belief that they can take this round. I mean, they've tried it 3 times now. They've won it in the first round, so they're looking to try and replicate that and have a 4-2 deficit heading into the half because Coastline isn't that heavily defender-sided. It's actually quite in their favor of the attackers statistically.
Absolutely, and I think considering the defense bans, it is making it tricky. That being said, I feel like Fury have had their chances. They really could have had this maybe as a 3-3 half. A couple of rounds there that just slipped away from them. Usually has been tagged a lot in that first minute. Not taken out though, so could come back to bite Wildcard. They're taking their time again, just clearing out below. Trying to find these roamers. It was Shade that ran out from Office last time. Managed to get a double kill. And Rock also spread out here. Oh. Shade's doing that same run out, not finding anybody. And half the round now, guys.
Shade, he's just playing it so slowly. Derpe is outside, but I believe he's on his drone, so he won't see the flank. Rock's actually using his own drone to try and gather some intel, and Derpe will fall off and go for the peak, but oh my god, Shade? No way, he beats the ACOG. Derpe's dropped off the board, and Fury will now have the man advantage.
It will. Maybe a bit ill-advised from Derpe to actually peek that. I'm sure the intel came out that was that player pushing in Office. Giving the man deficit to Wildcard though. And that is flank watch. Oh, speaking of flank watch, nobody sussing that out. Shade and Rock combined to take out Imorin below. That's a nice retake at the bottom, and Wildcard, they've got to try and push through. Ethan catches them on cams again. Refrag beautifully, he does. Final 40 seconds here, 2 left for Wildcard.
Neofighter and Diesel left in a desperate scenario to try and bring it back. Diesel's on one side, Neo on the other. Diesel tries to find one through the drone hole, but that's not going to work. He pops another E1D, but that doesn't matter. They wide peg Neo, and now Diesel's left in a 1-on-4. This is not looking very likely. I mean, the V308 is a decent gun, but against 4 members of Fury with 20 seconds left, it's not looking too great. No real point taking attack timeout either because it is their last attack, or their second last attack, so not really much in the way. They're not going to be attacking this side again anyway, so Diesel is going to try and attempt it. Gets shut down. And there we go.
Yeah, Fury closing out that half, getting 2 rounds at least. Might feel a bit happy with that because, you know what, some of those rounds were close, but they did throw them away in the end. We'll switch to attack now. This is going to be the telling story for Fury here. If they can combine for some great attacks, might be able to sneakily get this map off Wildcard, but so far Wildcard looking not too shabby, but we're still seeing some cracks here, guys.
Hookah and Billiards, that's going to be where Wildcard go for their first defense. In a similar fashion to Fury, they went there, they won it. Then they lost a few straight. They lost 4. Finally got one back though, so they are in a reasonable position. As I mentioned, Coastline is attacker-sided. Coming into this season, in global officials, it sits around about 54% attacker sided, so it's not bad. Could have worse odds. I think it's really going to come down to how aggressive Fury played and how it's going to differ to how Wildcard approached it, because Wildcard, like we keep on saying, played it very close to the style that we see so often replicate, being slow, methodical, and then explosive. Maybe Fury are going to come out the gates really strong here. They brought a line as well, so maybe a rush, I don't know. It's a very similar lineup actually to the first round, so maybe it won't work.
Yeah, one thing that I am going to be keeping an eye on is Rock on this Ashe. He's been playing very slippery so far on that defense. He was very instrumental in a lot of the roam plays connecting, although he only managed to get 3 kills himself. For example, in that last round, he and Shade connected beautifully to clear out Emo in. He's definitely a kind of player that you want to keep a close eye on however possible, because he picks those openings and sometimes he can just make something happen. So it's definitely a danger zone there for Fury, for Wildcard, sorry. And likewise, Shade on form. Ethan opens the card though. That's the Lion off the board there.
That's Muesli dead, and any hopes of the rush go with it. Fury now need to recover the diffuser. It's been dropped outside of the Sunrise bar. Shade drops, he doesn't pick it up yet. It looks like Golden will potentially get that, but Ethan? Okay. He gets 2 behind the bar, and Fury are just falling like flies to this one player holding such a strong position. I don't know if he's even utilizing his shields or if he's just crouch peeking the bar, but either way, Ethan is just popping off.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the decision to just try and push straight into Sauna, even though that play is sitting pretty tight there in the Sunrise bar. Clearly has a strong position. You need to be able to separate where he's sitting and push from multiple angles. Bit of a mistake there from Fury. They're now at a 2 versus 5 deficit. Warden has found his way up to 90. Good push down, decides not to. He's going to just move around towards luggage, meet up with Golden, try and form some kind of push here.
The drones do come flying out. A lot of intel that Fury need to try and gather here. Golden and Warden need to try and team up and at least get 1 or 2 entries here and try and open up the round. Golden does find his way inside of Aqua. He uses an air jab to prevent any player from rushing from hookah. He's probably going to be dead by the time that gets activated anyway. More drones still coming out from Fury. Not quite content with the level of intel that they have, but Warden either way is going to push up through VIP Hall. Pre-fires, but he doesn't get a kill, and Fury just stalled out completely at the moment.
I think Warden's definitely just trying to separate the defense a little bit, get them to move around a bit more. Loaded them to his VIP position, which meant that the ones around Vase and such would be more alert of that hallway push. Allows Golden a bit more space. He's pre-firing these angles, not finding anything.
Oh, whoa! Oh, whoa! Okay, Emo Rin, that's an angle. Emo Rin and verticality on coastline, you can't beat it. Warden, he's now in a 1-on-5. He has just over 30 seconds left to try and clutch it out. But I don't think, well, I have a feeling that Wildcard, they're not going to give it to him. They're probably just going to sit tight. They have many players below and above Warden, a long way from the diffuser, and the inevitable will occur. Ethan gets the final kill. I believe that was 3 for him. And I mean, Fury, we were thinking that maybe they were a chance to come back into this, but after that round, I'm starting to question that.
Me too. Some really bad decisions made there, and they just never looked in that round at all. Wildcard too strong. Flawless round in the end. They're up 5-2 now, so this score deficit's really starting to become big and very worrisome for Fury. They're going to have to pick it up here, otherwise Wildcard will just run away with this map.
Kitchen and service will now be attempted by Wildcard, so they don't quite have the bravery that Fury demonstrated when they went straight to Penthouse. So a nice little change up from them. Goyo will once again be brought by Ethan. He is one with the Vector, and he's going to continue to try and mow down Fury as they approach the site. I'm interested to see if he's going to play the same position, because I feel like Sunrise is quite integral to this defense, so he may well be holding that again.
May well be, and they just need to be able to spread out to actually try and take that position. Last time they were just trying to push through Sauna, but that doorway was the most exposed position to that shield. And as we said, Ethan was just quick picking up and pre-firing. Managed to get himself 2. So Fury are going to have to be a little bit more ingenious than that. Warden's on the Dockerby this time. That's an adjustment.
Interesting. Dockerby, Lion, Rush, question mark. I keep pushing it. I really just want to say rush. Come on, Fury. You're down. Just go for it. Send it. Come on, boys. Just straight through the kitchen window. I mean, you got nothing to lose. Surely not.
Might be a possibility here to see what they find. They have all spawned on one side, guys,
Oh,
which is
come
always,
on. Main door.
always a
Let's
good
go.
indicator.
Surely not. Come on. Oh, they're spraying it down. Maybe. It could be a rush, and it looks like it's on. Shade makes his way through main lobby. The first of those E1Ds will go out. Emo Rinse completely deleted on the stairs, and now they've opened up the site. Rock will be traded out, though, by Derp. Shade's made his way over towards security. The drones now will go out, and it looks like Fury have just slowed it down a touch here. Golden doesn't see a player at the top of white. Will he find him? No, he's going to edge up it, though. And Fury will now just start to settle down.
It was almost on Guz. I think if Rock wasn't traded out there, it might have just kept going. Has caused Diesel to use some smoke grenades, though. That could be costly late round. Have to try to deny plant. Derp potentially unnoticed there in courtyard. Warden is droning it out. Was spotted. Derp is tagged as he rotates. Doesn't get out there alive, though. That's very important that he survived that. Otherwise, they would have been at a man deficit. Shade pushes around, does take him out, though. So this is a good roam clear so far from Fury, aided by that Dockerby Lion combo.
Shade is having such a good map so far, fragging when required, and that puts Fury at the man advantage. Plenty of utility still to use for them. And Wildcard need to try and shut that down. Fortunately, they do have Diesel on the board. We know that he can be a really strong support. He's on that smoke as always. Most of the time at least, and he'll be able to hopefully waste a lot of time here for Fury. Neofighter, meanwhile, he's actually down towards the cool vibe stairs. He could get an engagement with Shade very shortly if he pushes through blue. Shade, meanwhile, he's made his way towards Sunrise, sees the go and will pop it. Doesn't seem to be aware that there could be a player on cool vibes as Ethan gets Warden on site. He's going to go for another peek, gets greedy though, and will be shut down. So now it is a 2-on-3. Neo with a really strong cross here. All three players from Fury are on this side of the map. If he can get one or maybe even two, Wildcard should be in a strong position to win this round. He's playing it so passively. He knows that there's a player there, but he's just holding his shot for now. Diesel will rotate. Neo playing so passively. He will get one. Doesn't quite line up the second though, and it will be a 2-on-2.
Yeah, that Lion scan might have saved those other guys in the courtyard. Muesli's going to push deep on site. The smoke has been pinged out. Muesli can cut it off. The ping was bathroom. I think maybe he was a bit confused. Either way, he's in a good position there as Golden is there as well. They could just hold this angle and go for this plant, but he's pushing a little deep. Could be the bane of his existence, but it's not. Muesli is going to stick this plant down, guys. Could be post-plant here.
Diesel whips out the shotgun, misses the flick, and now it's all up to Neo to bring it back. It's a 1-on-2. Definitely winnable. Pre-fires over towards the bomb. Doesn't quite nail the shot, though, and he's aware that there are two players with the cross, and Fury will win the 8th round.
A great round from Fury in the end. Much better than what we saw in that previous round. Kept their heads in that final situation, even after Neo, on the cool vibe stairs. Got that flank off. This rush at the start, was so close to being on. What a great shot from Shade there. That roam clear, Shade instrumental in. And so important for Fury to take that round after those early picks. 2 rounds deficit now, Guz. Still doable for Fury. They could still even take this map. It's 4 attacks for them to do so.
Looks like Fury are teasing another similar lineup here. Dockerby and Lion. They're on the board. Maybe we'll see a half rush, if you want to call it that. Because it was almost on. And I think it was smart that they didn't commit to it, because it would have probably been suicide. So really well played from them to really rethink that on the fly. Paid off in the end. A little bit sketch. I think if Neo was able to sweep in a little bit faster there, maybe on the retake, could have paid out, because it seemed like Fury was so focused on Diesel there inside off the bathroom that Neo was just an afterthought. If he made his way through that kitchen door earlier, could have been a different story.
Absolutely could have been, but not to be. Wildcard are going to take the double bars. It's a little bit harder to get the rush really on, especially considering the ops that Wildcard have. The C4's there for denial. Didn't stick the Goyo though, which Ethan was seeming to feel comfortable on, but not for this site.
He is going to bring the Valkyrie instead, and like pretty much every map, or at least the maps we've seen tonight thus far, Valkyrie has been quite strong and hasn't been banned, so maybe the teams are quite content in trying to hunt down those cameras. Fury though, they don't have an IQ. That could be quite challenging, particularly with the amount of trees and bushes surrounding and inside of this map where you can hide those cameras. Shade, though, he is on the entry once again, playing that aggressive Zofia in towards the other side of the map as Golden. He will drone out the main entrance. Pre-fires through the little metal barricade, if you would, there. Doesn't nail the shot as those defaults will be taken down. Ethan, he is inside of the site. The only player, in fact, on site, as I believe Neo is above. So definitely a loose hold from Wildcard.
Loose hold there, and we're actually not seeing much Thatcher here. You know, it's something we talked about a lot, the Thatcher band's making big impacts. But even with him available, he's just not being chosen, considering Ute Jammers, Pests, Goo Mines, ADSs. That could easily be dealt with Thatcher. Teams just choosing it more aggressive lineup tonight seems to be the trend here. Fury have done so. Using these line scans to try and get this roam clear. Not really much of a pinch happening on this position though. Rock really needs to push through that kitchen window to assist. Not to be the case, Derp just finds that easily by himself there. Rock actually is going to push to side, Guz.
He picks up one with the G36. We saw Iffy Style using this gun earlier tonight, as opposed to the R4C, which of course doesn't have the ACOG any longer. So it was a nice peek from him on that long angle, and that leaves Ethan once again all alone to try and defend Sunrise. The rest of his members still offsite and above to try and cover the entries. Shade, he will continue to drone forward. They have the entry open towards blue, and they could be in a really decent position to set up for the plant. The diffuser isn't actually in the hands of anyone for the moment that I can see. Rock, okay, he gets the double. That's a fantastic frag from him. He could well and truly get a third here onto Ethan, who is still sitting behind this bar.
Very important that Ethan stays passive there. He's even used his C4, but if Ethan is picked in this position, Fury are going to have way too much solid map control. Got to deal with all that shot almost hit at the right time. Timing going against Fury, but at the end of the day, Derpe is off site. Shade and Warden are on site. Warden is in fact at the pink couches. He's getting the jump on Ethan here.
He could well get this peak. Oh my goodness! He loses it! Ethan? Okay, he gets the kill as Golden is still outside with the diffuser. He's running all the way around the map last seen. Maybe trying to go for the blue plant, which they've opened and have been holding for so long. That's allowed Derpe now to cover and get the cross. Meanwhile, Golden will attempt to plant. Nearfighter with a very risky run out will be shut down as Rock gets his triple. It looks like the diffuser will be stuck, but no! It gets denied! It's now a 1-on-2. Ethan is at the man disadvantage, but Fury need to go for the plant. They need to try and stick it. Ethan doesn't have a C4 to lob over the top, so he needs to go for the kill. But Rock, he will get the final frag.
Had almost slipped away from Fury there. That has so much control in that gunfight that Warden lost. Really, really could have been the end of them, and the rotate from Neo perfectly watched. Almost lucky to get away with that one, you'd say, but they did, and they are 5-4 down now. So it's only one round difference, guys. It's whittling away. His attacks are working for Fury. Wildcard are changing bomb site. They're back on Hookah, which they won so strongly last time. Matter of whether Fury can make some adaptations. They get this round and make it 5-5. It's not looking too great.
Definitely getting a little bit iffy. It's not the best term to describe it, but I think that's probably how they would describe it. Not the best position to be in. They're one round away from at least getting a point, and it's such a tall mountain to climb, and to just get over that is so challenging. Wildcard is proving that it's not as easy as it looks. Fury are playing quite well. They're being able to really play off the mistakes that Wildcard are making. Namely, in that last round, it was probably their over-peaking. They knew that there was a player out there, likely with a long angle. They kept peeking it. They kept dying to it. And they just didn't have the man advantage that they needed late in the round. It was unfortunate that Ethan didn't have his C4 to try and deny that plan. But either way, being in that 1-on-2 was never favourable.
The other thing that's not favourable for Wildcard, let's look at pure round history here. They won Hookah defense. They lost their other bomb sites. Based on that, our trajectory is towards a draw. That would put Wildcard at 6. Fury would get the subsequent 2 rounds. And that would leave us at a draw. So Wildcard, again, if they lose any points tonight, they're looking to get 6, 100% for this. They've dropped points in their previous matches so far this season. Again, Fury is an opponent they would have backed themselves 10 out of 10 times to be able to take both maps off. So far, it still hasn't looked convincing. It still couldn't be. Definitely going to be playing on their minds. There's got to be pressure for Wildcard. And I think that's got to be working in Fury's favor, not just because it's pressuring Wildcard, But Fury don't have as much to lose. Again, they don't have as much expectation on them to get a positive result here. And they're really kind of going toe-to-toe. Only 2 rounds away from securing a draw themselves.
Attackers have located a bomb.
They've only won 2 rounds straight, but you get the impression that their belief is really starting to rise and their confidence is following that. So it's definitely, the ball is definitely in their court at the moment. It's going to be up to them to really capitalize over and over again on these micro mistakes that Wildcard could make. Muesli is once again sticking the line, so this is probably the most line play I have ever seen. But it seems to be working for Fury. Disrupting the flow of Wildcard so far, and it looks like they've already got control of Aqua.
Yeah, you'd say that Fury are using it a little more traditionally. Seems to be having a bit more of an impact to the Wildcard one. Wildcard maybe picking it for more of a niche reason. Either way, Warden has actually been downed, guys, outside. Maybe by a pre-fire. Falling off the roof, perhaps?
I don't know, but that is not good. At all. Because it means it's going to be really low in one shot for the rest of the round. So, either way, Wildcard are very unlikely aware of that, so it won't really play into their strategy at all. Warden's just going to have to be mindful and use his nades early, and there we go. Right on cue. That's Neo off the board. I think he was playing behind drinks. It's a little bit hard to tell. I think it was based on where that explosion is. That's a nice entry either way for Fury.
Yes, he was playing over in that corner there. Thank you, MC, beautifully discovering that body. And look, Fury are in a great position here, almost ready for an execute. They've got this rotate cut. They've got a player to watch. And they could basically go for the plant next to the bomb. It's below that they need to worry about. Shade is down there. He could be watching this. This might be a solid execute for Fury. Rock does find one, guys. 30 seconds. Post plant now.
Wildcard left in a 2-on-4. They let the plant go down, and now it could be too late. Ethan and Diesel need to try and recover the round. Muesli uses another one of his scanners, halting this retake even further, and now they will stand side by side to try and win this round back. Diesel with a fantastic pre-fire gets golden, but he gets refragged immediately, leaving it up to Ethan to try and salvage the round. Shade gets dropped. He almost gets the second. That E1D will slow him down temporarily, and Fury will take the round. And Raven, the scores are now 5-5. What?
That is 3 rounds in a row for Fury. They are cementing momentum for themselves. Wildcard, the pressure's on. They are going to be thinking about these previous weeks, the maps that they dropped, the points they didn't secure. Fury, on the other hand, they're going to be thinking about the points they can secure right now. They are looking good. That was a great execute. They set up site perfectly. Once they cleared out Neo, they basically had everything they needed. Shade down below to watch for denial. Rock on that window watching the rotate. It was great to see and a great execute. All of a sudden, as you said, it's 5-5. We're seeing another penthouse hold, guys.
Okay, let's go. Arguably one of the biggest rounds of this match so far, and it's going to be penthouse. So, look, I'm pretty keen. This could be very interesting. Of course, whoever wins this round does secure themselves at least a point. And if you're a wildcard fan, if you're a wildcard player, you're probably not going to be too happy with a point tonight, considering their history so far and the fact that they have dropped major points to the lower seeded teams. And if they continue to lose points, they may well find themselves outside of the top 2. And if you are watching ANZ or APAC for the first time, only the top 2 teams will qualify for that APAC LAN final. So those spots definitely coveted.
They really are, and a lot of people coming into this season would have almost easily had Wildcard and Fnatic in that top 2, considering Wildcard's performance at Tokoname finals. However, haven't been able to back it up coming into Season 11.
It's a spawn peek.
Here's a spawn peek.
Okay, Derb, come on, show us what you've got. He's going to go for the peek in towards the front. Both players from Fury drop prone, so I'm not sure if they're actually aware of that spawn peek, but either way, Derpay doesn't get the kill, and he's going to make it back to site.
I think very lucky for Wildcard that he wasn't fragged out. I have to say, I feel like Fury had intel on that. They seem very aware that was a possibility. So if Wildcard had lost Derpay early, oof, that would have been massive pressure on the start of this round.
Wildcard just finalizing the rest of their setup. Emorin bringing a bulletproof at 90 to try and gain more intel. Okay, Shade, he drops Emorin as he tries to make his way back to site. That late setup has cost him his life, and Rock gets Derpay as well. And there is a really fair chance now that Fury could well win this round. Okay, Neo, that was risky, but he gets the kill. And now Wildcard might be able to bring it back.
Wildcard really doubling down on the aggression there. It wasn't working out. Neo has brought one back, but still, that's a lot of pressure to put those on site. In terms of raw denial, it's really only the Valkyrie with a C4. Besides that, you have to have direct line of sight to deny plant here. Very easy for Fury to manage if they're careful enough. And they've got a lot of time to do so, guys. A lot of utility to deal with. It's only Rock that lost his life at the start, and here's the Ash. Not a whole lot of utility lost there.
Definitely a fair chance that Fury could go for the VIP wall as well if it is cleared out because Wildcard didn't bring any denial. Either way though, Wildcard are seemingly aware of that, holding those angles. Diesel's in a super powerful position at 90, supported by Ethan. We did see Neo in 90. So this round, despite being in the man advantage of Fury, Wildcard do have really strong positions.
Going to come down to a bit of an intel game and some patience here. And what is great to see is Fury, they aren't biting. They're not trying to over-aggress. They're not answering that aggression. They're trying to be really careful. They're preserving this man advantage that they've got.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Neo is now off the board, guys. It's leaving just Ethan and Diesel in this final 50 seconds.
That's a kill from Diesel. All right, he gets two nonetheless at 90. That's Muesli and Golden taken out. Ethan now feels a little less pressure on site. There is a player on his window, though, so he needs to be mindful of that. He does have a C4 as well. They could use 4 denial. Shade is head checking angles, so he may not have this intel. Ping comes out. He's going to try and flash it, so that will be Ethan flash. He's going to enter. This could be super risky. He doesn't get the kill. He eventually secures it. That was a little risky. Either way, though, Warden is now left on the window. I don't think they're aware of his position. He's played this so quietly, and he drops Ethan. It's now a 1-on-1. The winner of this round will secure a point. Warden makes his way towards side, but he destroys the camera, and they're leaving it all up to Diesel to try and flank around and deny it. Not long on the clock. He's going to try and play time as best he can, but the plank goes down, and now Warden, with that ACOG, could be favored in this gunfight. It's going to come down to who can hit their shot. Warden holding this angle, so patiently waiting for that wide peak. Will he be able to hit this shot? He misses it on the first occasion, but hits it on the second. And Fury are going to take a point against Wildcard. 4 attacks straight. If I'm Wildcard right now, I am hitting my head against the wall. You can't let that happen.
The other thing here, guys, is if they are figuratively hitting their heads against the wall, they could still lose all points in this map. Fury are in the seat to win this map. That's 3 points. That's huge. And look, I've got to give it to Fury that they executed that attack really well. They got those entry picks based on some over-aggression from Wildcard. And even when it came down to that close position, that 2 versus 2, they did really well. That Zofia did enough onto Ethan to distract the fact that Warden rotated to that window as well. And then he played that perfectly. So Fury in a great spot here. And Wildcard are actually reattempting the site, guys.
That is interesting. Maybe third time's the charm. We've seen each team attempt it and lose it once. So this will be the 3rd time we are seeing it this evening. Wildcard, they need to win this round. If they don't, the ramifications for the rest of the season could be massive. It's going to put them so far behind a Nixim and Fnatic, who have got a really nice lead in the top 2 already. This is a bit hard to watch if you're a Wildcard fan.
Definitely is. And I mean, let's think more broadly here. Let's think about the fact that they have 6 invitational in just 2 weeks, guys. And their Pro League form so far has left a lot to be desired. And you don't want to be bringing that towards such a big tournament like Invitational. It's going to be playing on their minds. They've got a lot to deal with. Yeah, it's definitely grim.
It is. It's leaving me speechless because we don't expect Wildcard to be losing to Fury, particularly on all the maps. Coastline. It's a map that traditionally within this region they've been quite strong on. Maybe today just something isn't clicking.
Yeah, or perhaps Fury just have had some tricks up their sleeve that have worked out beautifully. Either way, it is Fury that are on match point. That is not an error on scores at all. That is Fury on 6. And they are being very careful in this attack to not be ran out on. They saw that over-aggression from Wildcard last time. Now taking their time, being very cautious. It's really going to come down to these opening engagements. I dare say Wildcard take that man disadvantage again. It's going to be hard to fight back from. That double ACOG strat around VIP, though, that's going to be difficult for Fury to clear out. It's going to come down to a big call, whether they actually try to push it or whether they rotate.
Rock is below. creating some nice angles alongside Golden. Oh no, there's no way he gets this kill. No, he downs him, he gets him low, he goes for the shot, he's down, I think. No? Okay, Dirtbay gets away from that. That was a bit lucky. Neo's able to heal him up. Now he's still getting shot from below. That was very, very close to a death. Shake gets one though, as well as Emo Rin. Dirtbay gets a really nice kill as well. So it's a 3-on-3. Dirtbay still getting shot from below. And Fury, they're definitely not going down without a fight.
Absolutely not. They're really taking the fight to wildcard. That position, Dirtbay should have been flushed out. Really close. Oh, Muesli just missing those shots onto Diesel as the Kaid. His engagements are huge, and Muesli will finally win it. He tags up Dirtbay as well. Dirtbay is the man that has eaten every bullet on the server in this round, Guz. 1 minute to go. Fury have the man advantage.
3-on-2 Fury in a fantastic position to not only win the round, but win the map and take 3 points off wildcard. Muesli will drone it out. Trying to gather some intel towards VIP. Might be able to spot out Emo Rin. Dirtbay, he goes for a run out. Okay, Rock shuts him down, and now Emo Rin is left to salvage a 1-on-3. Fury play this smart. Don't throw the round. 3 points will be theirs. Emo Rin is stuck with the holo in the back of theater. He's going to try and attempt to flank, and Fury hopefully have a drone set up and prepared. It looks like there is a player watching this flank. If Emo Rin goes for this peak, surely it won't pay off. Muesli, he'll attempt to plan as Emo Rin goes for the flank, and Fury will win 5 attacks straight, stealing 3 points off wildcard. What? Okay, that is crazy. Fury, props to you. What a fantastic performance.
Yeah, great performance from them. You cannot deny how well they played on attack. Some fantastically executed attacks. They had some great patience, and oh, look at those players at the top of the scoreboard connecting for them. Warden, Shade, and Rock. No doubt they had a big map for their team, and that's a big map in general for Fury to take. 3 points there, and I think we've got to say, more importantly, that is 3 points that wildcard have not got.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They've stolen those points. They were not meant to be theirs. You don't win 5 attacks straight. It's not meant to happen. Yes, Coastline is slightly attacker favored, but not for 5 rounds straight. That is such a great performance from Fury. Wildcard I think they just crumbled under the pressure.
Yeah, we said every time Fury got a round, that pressure had to be adding up on wildcard. Thinking about those previous poor map results, especially against Kanga last week, losing that map on Bank, I think that would have started creeping into their minds. Fury, they just never stopped. They just kept pushing pressure. In the end, yeah, wildcard, they just fell apart.
Well, what an incredible first map that was in this series. Do not go anywhere. Map number 2 is coming up very shortly.
Operation. 15 seconds left. Attackers have dropped the bomb defenders. Bomb located by attackers.
Born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime.
Come alive.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the ANZ Pro League. I'm Guz, this is Raven. And didn't we have an exciting map number one between these two?
Exciting is one word to use. Surprising would be another, but either way, Fury did secure a 7-5 win against Wildcard after some woes on their defense, but some wows on their attack.
Before we go any further, I just have to say, hashtag Spruce was the problem. I'm sure you're watching Spruce. I know you're not going to like me for saying that, but look, Fury, whoa, they were explosive. 5 attacks straight, like,
yeah.
What?
Their attacks are pretty unstoppable. There's some close rounds for sure, but either way, they just played them out so well. In some really stressful situations towards the end of the round, they kept ahead. I think that was the biggest difference because at the end of the day, they already had the advantage at that stage, and that was, yeah, obviously the huge difference.
Well, map number 1 was Coastline. Let's have a look at where we will be going for map number 2. Coastline banned out by Wildcard last. I don't know why they would have done that, but anyway, we're going to end up at Cafe, which, fun fact, Fury beat Fnatic on last season, the only map that Fnatic lost. Will we see something similar here potentially?
Maybe. Wildcard have had a pretty strong Cafe record before. They smacked Kanga on it last week. 7-1 was the scoreline on that one. So, yeah, we'll see. But man, I'm guessing myself, second-guessing myself after that first map. Like, Wildcard just had nothing going on defense, really. They got that first round. That was it.
Well, let's see what you guys think. Do you guys reckon Fury might show up big here on map number 2? Let's bring up the poll. Nope, Wildcard, 65%.
Pretty heavy, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You still have to back them though, like Cafe. We know that they showed really strong performances there against Na'Vi, which was pretty unexpected at the time as well. Funnily enough, they actually then lost Coastline. So
True.
I don't know, maybe some sort of trend there.
Yep.
I don't know. Will Fury be able to draw enough from that sort of Fnatic game and maybe the momentum from map number 1 to actually take out Wildcard, or a Wildcard gonna finally like flick a switch and be on game?
I think the big tell that we're not going to know until we start seeing this map is just how is the mindset of Wildcard. If they can just get over that first map, I think they can take Cafe. It's definitely been a strong map for them. Likewise with Fury, but at the end of the day, Wildcard just being the more experienced team, they looked like they got a bit tilted though on Coastline. 5 rounds in a row for Fury. I think that's got to be down to some pressure that Wildcard were clearly feeling.
Well, let's jump into Cafe for map number 2. Wildcard versus Fury. Fury managing to clutch up massive there on map number 1. Can they replicate it here in the second? Let's get into the ban phase and wait and see. I think the major thing to sort of differentiate Coastline to Cafe is the fact that Cafe is much, much heavier focused on the defense, or much more favored on defense, as opposed to Coastline, which statistically we saw attacker sided going into this, and then Fury just proved that point.
Yes, and Fury are actually the ones starting on defense, so one would argue they have a favorable start for this map. Same attack bans here. I've got the Buck and the Capitao. Buck being a double ban for Fury on both maps, so yeah, really targeting Wildcard, I'd say. They do definitely use Buck a lot for that vertical play. Fury really identifying that might be the crutch for them to derail their attacks.
That means we're going to go a whole night with no Thatcher ban.
Yeah.
That is actually pretty big.
It's so opposite to what we've seen.
Yeah. So, you know, if you enjoy playing Thatcher, well, there you go. You'll learn from the best very soon. Although, they didn't play a lot of Thatcher last map.
Yes.
But that was because Coastline isn't really dependent on Heartbreach.
No, and we still saw the attacks winning most of those, so you would argue that maybe they didn't need it if they weren't using it. Maestro and Echo both banned again, so a lot of defense intel hit there. That could have been a difference. Defense is not winning many rounds, potentially because no Echo or Maestro. It's a big dent in a defense. The mirror was up, rarely used, didn't have a whole lot of impact. See if we get it on Cafe again. Couple of parts of Cafe that are helpful to use the mirror on. One being in the mining walls. They are doing fireplace mining, which isn't the more common second floor. Usually reading and fireplace.
Fury with another interesting decision on the defense. I mean, it only took them one defense in the last map to then transition to Penthouse, which is the quotations least favored bomb site. But you know, they're just going to head straight into the least favored already here on the second map. I think that most of the sites are competitive on this map anyway. If you have a solid enough foundation, mining and dining do play out quite similarly to how the reading variant does. We'll have to wait and see what they go for. Mirror though,
yeah,
interesting, because I can't recall seeing Mirror utilized a lot on this map.
Yeah, there's a couple of places Mirror is great, but end of the day, not a huge impact. Nullified by vertical play, so Fury did ban out that Buck. That helps them. It means that Wildcard really only have the Sledge as the main option for verticality. Can use breach charges, of course, or a shotgun, of course. Dope will be bringing a shotgun on Gridlock. However, it's just not as nice as a Buck. Buck just makes that work so much easier, so much quicker. And it means that Fury will probably dedicate a lot vertically, I'd say, for this bomb site.
Warden is roaming below on the Vigil. He's going to make his way up red now as Wildcard will begin to repel towards the site. I'm expecting Wildcard to go for a top to bottom take, so typical on this side, but that doesn't mean it's easy. Fury will likely have a lot of utility placed above, potentially some below as well, so even if they do get towards the site, that plant could still be a challenge to get there.
That Fury roam was a little slippery on Coastline. On the rounds that Fury won, it was 100% the undoing of Wildcard, and even the rounds that they didn't win, it almost was. A couple of rounds were shared peaks at the start, giving man advantage. Fury didn't quite close out, so they are able to do so on Cafe. They're going to be tricky for Wildcard, so they are going to have to be thorough, which again plays to a weakness of Wildcard, being their time management. Cafe requires great time management because it's not an easy map to attack. If you don't have much time, it's a lot of issues.
That's a nice mirror there from Fury. Warden's using that to gain a lot of intel over towards Cigar Shop. He's just playing it patiently though, which is exactly the way to go about it when that mirror is there. He doesn't need to overpeak it. Wildcard, we're expecting him to do so. He actually makes his way through while that player falls off the angle. This could be a massive flank if it isn't watched. Surely Warden doesn't get away with this. It'd be murder if he does. He destroys the first drone. He just gets away in time, so not the worst result there for Wildcard. That could have ended a lot more badly.
If he had actually pushed a little quicker into Cigar, he might have been able to catch that player off guard. One on Skylight. Didn't seem sure whether he had pushed deep, and he's just retaken Cocktail instantly.
Okay.
And now they're going to have to deal with this again. All these drones coming through. If he dies here, at least he's taken out all these drones. Not spotted in that prone position. He sees the player and peeks onto Emo Rin, making it a 4 versus 4, guys. So much of this round is gone. It's less than a minute to go. Wildcard have not achieved much, but they are at least getting some picks.
Warden gets 2. He's wasted so much time for Wildcard already, and he could even get a 3rd. Instead, he opts to drop below. It is a 3-on-3, but Wildcard don't have a lot of time to play with. And unlike most of their attacks, they haven't really done a lot of groundwork. So this execute will be quite a challenge. Diesel currently has the diffuser above and drops Warden, so Golden's going to try and retake that position. Meanwhile, Shade, who went off in map number 1, he's going to try and retake up Red. Definitely not improbable here for Fury. If they can just get one more pick and drop that diffuser, it looks like Wildcard is stalling out once again. They might be aware that Shade is trying to flank up to cover the other bomb side, as Golden will now get aggro in towards reading. There is a player on the other side of that wall as Diesel will attempt to plant. Shade with the flank. No way! He denies it. That's Diesel off the board. The trades come out and now it's Golden on Derpay. Golden runs away. Fury take the round, and once again a misplay from Wildcard will cost them. How do you let him get outside?
Yeah, potentially no flank drone there, but Wildcard either way. Shade slipped away unnoticed. Won the round for his team. Golden beautifully played at the end. Just running away. And oh, look, Warden's got to be credited with that roam. Just absolutely devastated Wildcard. Not just with those frags. He did find a double. I think he shot more than half the drones possible on that round. I think he shot like 6. I started counting. I lost count in the end. That just had to have been the biggest dent in Wildcard's attack there. So well played by him, and they're doing the other second floor bomb site now, guys. They're going for reading.
I feel like maybe that's off the back of the fact that they've likely voted Wildcard and might be a little bit afraid that their top stairs attack is really strong. So taking them to these off sites, or these less preferred sites on the defensive side, may well work. It worked for round number 1. I mean, they made a simple error in not watching the run out, which, yes, is a ranked play. But hey, it worked. There was a player in Pillars, a player in Train. Neither of them were expecting that, and it happened that quickly that the planter couldn't turn around either. So, Fury, if they continue to just shuffle it up here a little bit, Wildcard could find themselves continuing to drop rounds.
I think also maybe some unnoticed team play there, whether intentional or not, would be that player at Pillars was potentially the one to shut down Shade, the one that ran out on red stairs. Golden pushed through around reading hallway, or that 90 hallway. He was probably enough distraction for that Pillars player just to enable that run out to actually successfully happen. So really well played from Fury there. Guys, that's 6 rounds in a row in general for Fury now. I feel like with every round in a row, it's just this dagger being pushed deeper and deeper into Wildcard. It's starting to be whether they'll just continue to bleed out or whether they can finally pull that dagger out and get some rounds back themselves.
Okay, Warden. Oh, wow. If he had have pulled that off, Wildcard would have been really annoyed, but it does get shut down. Fury now at the main disadvantage, and they've also lost a player that was so key in wasting a lot of time and intel in the previous round, so Fury now need to adapt with that weaker roam. Wildcard now in a really nice position to try and get above control, try and drone out the side and act upon that intel.
Yeah, maybe not the play from Warden there, probably trying to deliberately target the mindset, you could say, of Wildcard, successfully getting that spawn peak. If anything, it's just going to be affecting their mindset. But they have lost Warden, as you said. That will make the roam clear a little bit easier. Rock gets stunned, but not tagged out. Lucky to be alive there. It was Ethan on that rappel. They are attempting this vertical roam clear. It is slow again. Almost half this round gone. Starting to get a little bit of control, but Shade has something to say about that. That is Derpay taken off the board. Now Wildcard, they're going to stall out from that, surely.
Shade has spent this entire map and the last map just running around and gunning, and it's paying off. Okay, Diesel, he's going to shut that down, so sorry for the caster's curse. That leaves it in a 4-on-3. Rock is trying to retake up White by the looks of things. That's an interesting play from him. And Golden, he's inside the bomb site. So Wildcard should be able to flush or cut off these players. Whether or not they'll be able to do that in a minute, we'll have to wait and see. Muesli is also playing over towards mining. So if Wildcard read into this, they should be able to shut this down.
I mean, one thing that we should say for Wildcard is the map says that they are expected to lose a majority of these attacks. That's just how it is default dictated. So if they lose a few, it's not really that dire. But I think it just comes down to how many rounds consecutively they lose, as that will really affect the momentum. Rock has found his way below, so he can get some vertical denial. Not a whole lot to be had in reading, though. He's going to flank around. This could be the linchpin here. If Wildcard are not good on flank watch, they didn't get those gridlock track stingers down. Could be their undoing, Guz, in this final 30 seconds.
Rock is continuing to crouch walk around the map. It's going to make him really hard to hear. And if Wildcard go for the plant, which they will, they might not hear this. The flank is coming out, the angle's being held, and the wide peak will shut him down. Muesli tries to refrag, but doesn't quite get the kill. And Wildcard will clean up the round. And I think Warden is probably going to be a little bit annoyed that he lost his life early there.
Yeah, probably maybe regretting that spawn peak. Either way, Wildcard finally, they've got a round, they've broken that streak of Furies, broken that momentum. Bleeding has been patched, Guz, but have to keep it going. If they manage to win a few of these attacks, definitely setting themselves up for a great position. One other thing about the bans is it might actually balance it out a little bit, you know, because not having the Echo or the Maestro on Cafe just means that it's a little bit less defender intel, and a late round intel might make it a little bit easier for the attackers.
And I was just about to say that I'm surprised Fury aren't bringing an additional intel gatherer. They will bring Mozzie. Surprised that they aren't bringing the Valkyrie though, because of how impactful those late round Plantanols can be, especially on this map. There's a lot of verticality to play off. If you have the C4s, if you have the gunners below to go for those pre-fires, that can work. Particularly on this side as well, as the entirety of both bomb sites essentially are breakable from below, unless you manage to jump up onto one of those cocktail bars, which in the late round can be quite challenging. Either way though, Fury, they're quite content, I feel, and these operators, they seem to be quite comfortable. Maybe Mirror isn't the play, but Mirror is quite a strong operator on this side if not flushed out correctly, and maybe that's how they're justifying it, because the Mirror can be more of that mobile intel gatherer with a gun.
One thing that they could do, an option that's available for them, is after this round, they can bait out a Valkyrie, or they can 6-pick to the Valkyrie. Wildcard aren't bringing IQ, maybe because Fury haven't shown a Valkyrie at this stage. So to 6-pick to that, they could get the jump on Wildcard. That could be intel that Wildcard just never sees, depending on those Valkyrie teams. It's going to be an option available to them, so we'll see how this plays out. Maybe this Mirror gets the round for them with that live intel, as you called it. Wildcard already on the roof, which means they...
Oh no! The C4? Okay, Warden, that is an interesting kill to say the least. Wow, he comes back from that last round with vengeance. And once again, Wildcard will lose the early man advantage.
Ah, I am stunned. That was a great C4 taking out Emarin on the sledge. Derpay is going to push up from the bottom. Was caught on the red stairs last time, taken out nice and early. Shade is in mining, so he could get the jump again. I believe it was Shade that found Derpay last time. Derpay's actually going to run away, maybe aware of Shade's position. Jumping back outside, just going to rappel above, not wanting a bar of it. Shade not in pursuit quick enough, so he probably will get to the roof alive. Just one improvement on the last round.
Can I just say how impressive it is to have gotten that C4 kill without the Valkyrie? Because typically teams will place the Valkyrie on the roof to either throw the C4 through the hatch as it's broken or pre-place it as Fury did. So to do it without Valkyrie, pretty impressive. Unless the default was up, but surely not. Surely not wildcard, please.
Oh, that would be, yeah, that'd be a bit of a nail in the coffin. But you have to wonder how he got the intel. Not really sure what was available to him, whether it was purely sound.
This has a good gaming chair.
Yeah, that's it. That's definitely it. We are seeing a Thatcher on Neo. More of a comfort pick for him, so I'm really surprised that maybe Wildcard aren't having Neo on the Thatcher more. Might be a change that they're working on. Diesel will lose that drone. He is able to shoot it though, so Fury aren't going to actually get to use it. It's just a drone lost for Wildcard. They've stalled out here, guys, though. Into the final minute, they're only really making their entry into Piano, which has been droned out by that Mozzie. They've got the Habana, but they haven't made any attempt to open those walls yet. And even if they do, the mirror in Freezer on the other side is looking towards it.
Diesel on the Habana once again has the diffuser in hand, likely setting up for the plant. The rest of Wildcard trying to set up to cover, but Fury, they're not having a bar of it. Diesel's going to begin to open up the wall with his ex-Kairos. That might expose Warden inside of Freezer, but he jumps over towards the bathroom. Okay, Derpe shuts him down. Golden gets one back though, and the diffuser has been dropped. The smokes go out from Derp, and he's going to collect the diffuser, but he gets good. That's going to waste even more time. The frags are coming out. Neo gets one himself, so it's a 2-on-2. No denial from Fury, but the flank from Shade. This could be absolutely massive, and he gets the kill, leaving it at a 1-on-2, and Neo needs to collect it, but there's nothing he can do. The time will deplete, and Fury will win the round, and the flank watch from Wildcard. Ah, where is it? You had Gridlock. Didn't do anything. No drones. That is such a simple rotate to cut off. You know Shade has been roaming in all of these rounds, and you haven't shut it down.
That was a great shot from Golden right there. But you're right, Shade on that rotate. I'd say they had track stingers on red, but he lost a little bit of damage. He might have just yeeted it through, and in the end, it wasn't enough to stop that flank. Unaware stops that plant. Fury take another round. Again, to an extent to be expected. Was in the grasps of Wildcard. Taking that advantage would have been really strong for them at this stage. But it slipped away, and Fury are going to try reading again, which they didn't really have a whole lot of success on last time.
And I'm surprised Wildcard are bringing Gridlock over Nomad, because typically Nomad is a relatively strong pick for them. Nomad isn't banned, so they could have brought him. Those air jabs would have definitely made Shade's position known. 100% would have made such a loud sound. Maybe they just didn't hear it over all the chaos going on site. I'm not sure.
It's definitely possible. There were smokes popping off, gunshots everywhere, frags were falling. I think it's definitely possible they just didn't hear those track stingers either get shot or stepped on. Either way, they're going to have to think about that. They're bringing the Gridlock. They might have to dedicate some flank watch. I called it. Fury baited onto the Valkyrie here, but Wildcard actually got the IQ. So good adaptation from them, or maybe thinking ahead. Could find those Valk cams. Interesting whether it makes any difference on the round for Fury.
Oh, Warden, please don't. Don't do it to him. Come on. There is no... If Warden pulls this off again, that would be absolutely nutty. I'm not sure if he has intel on this occasion, but he's definitely dedicating to the C4. Diesel is the first player to make it towards the hatch. The C4 comes out. It's a little bit too late. I don't think that play was anywhere near the hatch, and Warden has now used it up. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, trying again, but you have to think Wildcard would have been expecting it this time. Must have been playing a sound cue, because it was pretty in time with Diesel getting on the roof. Diesel just happened to not be running that side. He went towards the skylight straight away. He was the Habana. He's not going to use pellets to open that hatch. Probably lucky it was him and not another player that was the one arriving on the roof. Either way, they're starting to get some control here. Derpe's going to look towards red stairs and cut this flank. There is one on the red stairs, and he finds the face of Shade. Shade will have no impact now on this round. It's a good start from Wildcard.
A nice entry there for Derpe and his team, but now it's time to try and capitalize upon that advantage. Having Shade off the board, that's a great start, because no longer will he be allowed to roam around the map. Neofighter gets a Claymore kill there onto Warden. So Fury now really lacking in that flank, in that roam rather, leaving them quite vulnerable on site, particularly from above. Wildcard should be able to flush them out as Fury, they've basically just been cut off outside of the site.
Golden is going to try and rotate around and get some kind of flank happening. They're also lacking in denial. Maybe a C4 on the Mozzie and the Mirror. But either way, they'll have to have some kind of direct line of sight, which can be cut off on the reading doorway. And I don't think Wildcard are going to try plant dining just because of how that Mirror is positioned and how it's being played. If they manage to clear it out, though, that could be the play. Either way, final minute here, Guz. A big man advantage for Wildcard. They've started this round strong. They need to close this one out.
Golden is just frantically running around, not quite sure where to go. Looks like he's going to just hold the hallway for now, and he gets pre-fired from the roof. Those shots will miss. As Muesli now will get aggressive. Tries to peek to the player to his right. He gets the kill with the super short. He goes for a C4 to try and get a second, but it won't be the case. He makes his way out. Doesn't get taken out from the flank quad. Surely he doesn't get the kill. That was so close. He will finally get shut down by Neo, leaving it in a 2-on-4. Wildcard haven't won this round yet, though. They still need to try and get the plant down or hunt for kills. They don't have a lot of time on the board, and if they can deny this plant, Rock with that C4 could be massive. He's going to throw it out now, and if he gets it, there might not be time to reattempt. He gets the kill. It's now a 3-on-1. They need to reattempt the plant. Neo quickly scoops it up and will reattempt it now. Rock needs to try and get 3, but Imorin gets it. Wildcard will get the round back.
A good crossfire in the end held there. Imo getting a little aggressive. That could have not worked well for Wildcard, but either way, they did secure that out. It is now neck and neck, Guz. 2-2. It's a tight map yet again. Oh, that shot from Derpe.
I think it was he reloading then.
I think he was, yeah.
That feels bad.
Oof. Diffuser down, 5 seconds to go. Definitely panic situation. Fury is sticking these second floor bomb sites, man. They don't like kitchen at all.
No. Bit unfortunate. There's definitely a lot that kitchen does provide in terms of defensive utility usage and the way that you can be a little bit creative. Nonetheless, though, talking about creativity, Wildcard, they finally bit the bullet. Derpe is going to jump onto the Nomad, which, personally, I'm pretty happy to see. I don't think Shade's going to be too happy to see that, but, well, he'll be alright. He's playing Pulse. He'll probably play below and gather intel, I assume. Fury would need to be mindful of that, as Wildcard will likely try and flush that out. Saw this site played previously, was actually the very first bomb site. So is this, wait, sorry, are they playing
mining?
They're playing mining, yeah. We did see this first.
Yeah.
Fury won that round nonetheless with a fantastic run out right at the very end. So maybe that's why they're bringing the Nomad. No, you don't want to get run out on.
I'd say so.
Probably. That's a big analysis.
Learning from their mistakes, at least. Muesli on the Ella is also an interesting pick. Ella not chosen a whole lot on defense at the moment, but does provide some unique challenges. Those Grismont mines, if not located, could be troublesome, especially because Wildcard aren't bringing Thatcher. So if Neofighter doesn't spot them on the IQ, or if Neofighter is taken out early, that could be a late round nuisance that affects Wildcard's execute. So just generally an aggressive player would be on the Ella, and that is something that Muesli has been known to be. So definitely could be something bothersome.
Warden shoots the speaker. He doesn't want to listen to the lovely
music is
music.
awesome.
It is a bit annoying though. Definitely not what you want to be hearing when you're trying to sound off for players. Either way though, it doesn't look like they're going to hold that position. Warden playing quite a fluid roam over towards the white stairs. Imorin, he's droning this out currently, may spot the Mirror that's playing inside a cocktail. Ethan's prepared and ready for a ping. Pre-fires the angle, almost hits the shot. I believe that's Rock there, so he's lucky to get away with his life. The rest of Fury though, they're quite content playing on side, and it looks like that player that was above has now dropped down.
Yeah, surrendering the vertical control is a little bit tricky.
Muesli. Okay.
Yeah. He is still cocktail, but the vertical control required for mining has basically been achieved, and that's Piano. Open up Piano, and you can start flushing out these players that are playing around Train, which then gives you much more control to plant in A, being mining. Shade is getting a lot of intel here, though, that maybe Wildcard aren't aware of. Maybe the IQ hasn't scanned that out. They're not sure. That C4 is actually going to miss its target, though. Bit of an oversight as Warden's taken off, so a good start so far from Wildcard, but time's ticking away here, Guz.
Once again, they're just taking it slowly, gathering control. Okay, Rock with another C4 will take down Emo Rin. That leaves a minute on the board in a 4 versus 4 for Wildcard to try and recover, try and set up for this plant. Try and give Diesel the cover that he needs for the execute.
Playing out pretty similar to how we saw the first round, the big difference being that run out from the red stairs, denying that plant in mining, which can be better covered now with the Nomad. We just saw a trade there, leaving it as a 3 versus 3. Wildcard are going to have to start getting a move on as we're ticking into this final 30 seconds. Diesel is still top floor with Diffuser. That is Diffuser down, Guz.
It's now a 1-on-3 in favor of Furious. Golden actually got a kill with the Goo Mine, so now it's left up to Derpay. He is on flank watch to start the round, but now he needs to frag out. He tries to kill the mirror, but he misses his shots, and now he has 15 seconds to collect 3. Doesn't have the Diffuser, misses his shots with the pistol, and Fury will take the round. And I must say, it feels a little bit ironic that Derpay was the one left in that scenario, considering that his air jabs didn't seem to shut down the flank. I mean, I think it was Golden that got one flank off. Shade actually, sorry. He got one, got traded out. And then there was a secondary flank, which then dropped the Diffuser, and by then the round was over.
Yeah, that one at red stairs was the devastating one. The Diffuser being dropped on top floor with such little time basically spelled the end of that round, provided Wildcard didn't frag out. And Fury ensured that by fragging them out first. And now Fury are going to go to that 3rd floor. This was a close finish again, denied at that last second by a flank from Shade. So Wildcard could tidy it up and equal it 3-3, which would be a pretty successful attack half on Cafe. It doesn't feel like it though.
If I was attacking Cafe and I got a 3-3, I'd be pretty happy. Especially considering the performance on map number 1. To salvage it like that on a defense map as heavy as Cafe, definitely will be pretty happy with that. But you know what? I get the impression that Fury, they're not going to make it too easy for them. Definitely didn't make map number 1 a breeze in that second half, so I'm really going to fight hard here. Try and give themselves that 4-2 lead, because if they're able to do that, that sets them up quite nicely for the second half. I mean, Fury showed up in the second half of map number 1.
And that was on attack as well. So talk about bad omens for Wildcard. Wildcard were even up 4-2 on that first map.
Ooh, but, deja vu-ish, sort of.
Oh, well. Use it on this Goyo. Liking a lot of Goyo tonight. We actually have seen quite a lot of Goyo plays.
Pretty good. I'm writing it in my notebook.
These are being very careful approaching the building here. Definitely being that last defense round. Really common to see spawn peaks. Teams trying to be a little aggressive, a little edgy. Get that mental state leg up, so to speak, against your opponents. They did stick that Nomad Guz, so decided that was a better play than the Gridlock.
Shade though, he's still flanking around. I don't think we've ever spectated him standing still. I don't know what it is. I don't know what he ate for breakfast, but man does not like sitting still. He's just running around causing all sorts of headaches. For Fury, he did it on map number 1 and he's continuing to do so here on Cafe. Playing Pulse as well, I think is a really smart decision. That very volatile gathering is very, very important in supporting the rest of their players.
It also means they can't really ignore him. Whether they hunt him or somehow set up their flanks to watch that middle floor, they have to do something about it. Because if he's able to deny plant from below or even feed the intel for his other teammates on that bomb site floor, it's going to be too devastating for their attacks. So they are going to have to drone it out, which is what we're seeing here. They are setting up these flank drones, so they've got that backup flank watch. As long as it's being watched, Neo Fighter, I guess, Water no, that's the Jaeger off.
A nice pick to open up proceedings, and Neo will now proceed to drone over to Golden is holding this position. There's a player on the window to his left. He pings it out. Not quite willing to take the shot. He does eventually, but he misses. The rest of Wildcard looks to approach and help him out, but there's multiple members in their way in between them. Emo in. He's going to get aggressive over towards Pixel. There is a player to his hard left. He is aware that a player could wide peek it. His crosshair placement ready for the crouch peek. Rock with a massive C4. Good net a kill. Either way though, he pops the Goyo and that's going to waste a bit of time.
Yeah, Music is going to have to get out of there. No. He does run in and he catches the one in Piano off guard. Diesel caught sleeping. He is refragged. But that is Diffuser down. That is the Habana down. He finally used his pellets though. So we'll have some kind of assistance.
Rock is stuck between a rock and a hard place, you could say, behind that mirror shield. The player on his window, Repel causing all sorts of issues. There's Shade. He's causing issues on the flank once again. Derpe is taken out. Once again, the flank watch is off the board. That leaves it in a 3-on-3. 30 seconds left to go. Emo in with that soft destruction, trying to create a clean passage in towards the default plant. Ethan, meanwhile, he's trying to provide coverage from behind, try and flush out these members, covering that plant. It's going to come down to timing here on the side of Wildcard. Can they hold back this push that Fury will have to create? Emo Rin gets one. Shade gets it back, though, on the flank again. It's a 2-on-2. 5 seconds left with the diffuser down. Golden will be down. He's taken out, but Shade, he can just play time. He's going to sit. Nothing he needs to do. Fury win the round. And Shade is literally a flank god on this match so far. 2 rounds, he's done it. It's a wild card. Excuse me?
Yeah. Look, I think the defense of Fury on Cafe could be just called the tale of timing. So many rounds they won just by timing that flank completely uncaught by Wildcard, denying the person that had diffuser. That's the most critical part. Is it was the diffuser carrier, the planter, in plant motion, all of the above. Either way, like those flanks were just devastating for Wildcard. Shade got that C4 kill from below, right in front of where that flank drone was set up that we saw by Derpe. So I don't know whether it was shot or no one was watching. Either way, not great. Like even if a drone is shot on flank, you've got to say, if that's missing, someone's there. It's been shot. Someone's flanking. There's a lot of intel that gives you. Anyway, Wildcard are at 2-4 deficit. Not super strange for Cafe. They're going to have to dig deep though, man, because Fury have had a lot of momentum now.
Well and truly on the back foot are Wildcard. Despite being defender side, it could be argued that they should be 4-2 up. 2 rounds. The flankers come out. They haven't even gotten all the kills, Fury. They've just played time, and it's not meant to happen against a team that's so professional and so well bonded together with their synergy. You don't expect these sort of rookie, if you would, mistakes from them. You don't expect that sort of flank to actually work. So it's so disappointing for Wildcard, but they can now fall back on the fact that this is a heavily defender-sided map. They could well and truly get the next 2 rounds, and it will be even.
That's right, it will only take 2 rounds, and on defense on Cafe, massive ask. Fury really flexed some muscle though on Coastline with those attacks, whether that is just the nature of the map or not. They're able to bring the same level of coordination to Cafe. That could be really, really difficult for Wildcard to deal with.
Shade will drone it out. It caused a lot of issues on the defense. Probably pretty wise to chuck him on a 3-speed, let him run right on the attack as well. He's going to drone ahead for the rest of his team. He spots one there at Pixel. I believe that was Emo-Rin playing near the shield. Warden is ready and waiting in that position to try and frag him out. The ACOG will serve him well. Once they clear him out, or if they clear him out, then they'll be able to proceed towards the side. But it looks like Emo-Rin's playing it perfectly thus far.
Yeah, and the only one that can really flush that shield is Rock with the soft breach that's available. But he is not there at the moment. It's eating up a lot of time. It's allowing Neofighter to freely rotate around. He might be trying to get a run out here. That south run out blocked, but Derpe finds one on the south window as we see that body fall to the ground. It was Shade on the IQ. Warden is downed. 5 versus 3 now, guys, at the half point.
That could be a massive air jab, and it works in the side of Fury. Golden gets the kill, and that should forfeit piano control to Fury. They have the man disadvantage, but they do have the hard usually. Neofighter tries to yeet a C4. Not sure why he would do that so early. Either way, it doesn't net him a kill. They still do have a C4 in the hands of Ethan if they need it later in the round. Meanwhile, the wall will get opened, and now Fury have a decent passage to the side.
That was a strange C4 from Neo. I don't know whether he's playing off some kind of intel. Either way, old intel, bad intel, it was nowhere near its shot, and that's going to be coming back to bite them later. It's denial they won't have, but they do have 3 smoke babes. Diesel could really shut this round down. He's tagged as he rotates really low. Fury in a strong position. Usually you shouldn't win those. Fury are in the box seat, guys, in this final 30 seconds.
Fury on the edge of winning their 5th round of this map. Golden gets one, and now Neo's in a 3-on-1. He can't quite hit the shots, eventually drops Rock. Fury know exactly where he is. He's low on HP. Surely he can't get the kill. He won't. And Fury from nowhere will take the round. And Raven, they are 1 round away from getting a point. What? I feel like I've said what about 1,000 times this broadcast, but some of these plays from Fury they're crazy. And they're working, which is probably even stranger.
Yep, and it is 1 attack away, as you said. You could even say if you've won 6 attack rounds in a row, their streak of rounds 1 was ended, but this is now their attack phase.
That's a weird flex.
And look, like you said, 1 round away from securing a draw for themselves. That would be 4 points for the night at worst. And that's definitely probably not what they expected themselves.
Probably not.
I'm sure they were backing themselves coming in.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you go into a game thinking you're going to win. I mean, if you don't, you're probably not going to win it. But I think they would have realistically been happy with maybe drawing a map. I don't know.
Yeah,
they could well and truly win too. I'm not sure. Where's that going to place them in the standings? Because I feel like that's going to give them a really healthy boost and could put them really close actually to wildcard.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's definitely going to be close on the standings, that's for sure. Wildcard do have a chance to bring it back, guys. They're going to have to do the Fury to win it back, and that is getting 5 rounds in a row. On defense this time, though. Some interesting strats with the Koyo coming out. Diesel playing that, not on his smoke comfort operator. Look, I'm just scared for Wildcard. The Fury momentum is just so good right now.
Yeah. And we saw them act upon that momentum so nicely on the last map, and Wildcard just fell to pieces, really. But hopefully they don't let that round count really get to their heads too much. Fury, I'm sure they'll be letting that round count get to their head a little bit, and they'll have some really nice confidence. And as you mentioned in the first map, they don't really have as much to lose here. They don't have as much on the line. They don't have as much pride on the line as well. Fury are just doing Fury things, running around the map, being a little crazy, and it's working out.
Yeah, it is, and something that we saw Wildcards even struggle with Kanga last week, if we want to bring it back even more. Similar to how Kanga were winning so many rounds against Wildcard. Again, just playing really loose, hard to predict, coming from positions you don't expect at times you don't expect. It's really exposing some adaptability issues for them. Entry, not quite as quick as we've seen from Fury in previous attacks, but successful it was. Shade getting that opening pick onto Emo-Rin. Bit of an impact player off the board. Looking good for Fury, guys.
Definitely a great start, and they still have 2 minutes to work with. Rock gets Neo, and it's looking like we are edging closer and closer to that point. Unfortunately for Fury, those X-Kairos will be denied. Muesli will try and retake it. Diesel doesn't have any impacts left either, so that wall will surely be opened, and now Derpe and Diesel are likely exposed in the site. Not quite sure where Ethan is. It looks like he might be all the way at the top floor, so he could come for a big flank late. But if Fury just go straight towards the site, they could be in a world of hurt really soon.
Yeah, Ethan has made his way to the top floor, as you said. He's going to look to push down red stairs. This could be the round winning or killing play here. If the flank watch is effective from Fury, he could get caught off. He's going to push down this hallway. And this, you've got to call this the make or break. He pre-fires. So many players know where he is now. Means they know 2 on site. They've still got so much time, guys. Fury have great map control. They can just plan this final move with perfection. And so far, that is what you could almost call their attacks. They've just been so well coordinated, so well timed.
So many angles that Fury has towards the side of Wildcard don't have the manpower to watch them all. If they can get another pick here, it should be over, surely. Oh, Ethan though, okay. He gets 1, so that's Shade off the board. He's playing still inside of Bakeries. Diesel gets 1 as well. Rock will cut down the flank. So it is a 2-on-2. Rock and Warden, the 2 operators, brothers in arms, trying to win this round back. 30 seconds left on the board. Diesel holding a really nice entry to the main door. Derpe holding the flank near to where the diffuser has been dropped. So Wildcard are holding very nice positions. Whether or not they can hit their shots will be another story. I wonder if there's intel on these players. Fury, if they have that intel, can act upon it. It looks like the pings come out. The nade as well to follow, so maybe they're quite unaware. No, they try and nade the bulletproof, but it doesn't work, and now they have full intel to the entry. Derpe needs to try and spray them down. Fury not left with a lot of time, and they should be depleted. The plant will be attempted really late. Derpe gets 1 though, and there we go, he gets the second wild card. Oh, okay, man. They're bringing it back, but that was close. Yeah. Not the most comfortable round, I don't think, in their careers.
No, I think that just came down to just maybe a little bit of an untidy finish from Fury. So far, a little uncharacteristic of their attacks. Had that 5 versus 3 man advantage. They weren't able to trade it out, so closed out by Wildcard. Props to them to do it. They will have to choose a different bomb site now, though. They're going to the top floor. Fury they have multiple chances to be able to secure at least this point for themselves. The 2 rounds buffer right now provides a little bit of comfort, and again, it puts that pressure on Wildcard.
And I know this is harping on a while ago at the Tokoname finals, but it does sort of raise a flag. How did Wildcard go from beating the top seeded team in EU on this map, which I don't think anyone expected them to win, and it was quite convincing, to now struggling against a mid-tier ANZ team?
Could be a lot of factors at play, whether that's prep issues, just other issues in general. On top of that, when you go to those international events, you have a lot more time to prepare for like one opponent, especially Pro League finals. They knew they had Na'Vi. They would have prepared for ages. They boot camped almost specifically for that. So you can be better rehearsed for matches like that in a way. It doesn't necessarily make it easier. It's also best of 3s. But like you said, it was this map. Fury playing really well at the moment. I'd say they're just really exploiting the weaknesses of Wildcard that are happening at this stage. Some things we've seen as well kind of point to some communication issues with Wildcard. Some really errant C4s, some strange aggressive plays. Like that. That one paid off though.
Okay, not quite sure where that kill was from. It looks like it may have been that south window. Either way, no, it wasn't. It was the southwest, potentially. I don't know. Either way, Muesli is off the board, most importantly, and that means that Fury no longer have a hard breach. And on this site, no hard breach makes it really hard.
Yeah, not putting that pressure through Freezer makes it really tricky. It means you have to put a lot more pressure on Cocktail, which in itself is just not simple. There's only 2 windows on that side, one onto that new balcony and one actually into Cocktail itself. And they're so easy to run out on. So it's definitely not going to be easy for Fury. But if anyone's shown that they can push themselves out of a tough position tonight, it's been Fury based on the back of some really coordinated aggression. Could still happen here.
Neo Fighter on the Mozzie has collected himself a drone, and he'll use that to try and assist Emo Rin, who's holding Pixel. Can't quite get it up where he wants it, but he's just going to leave it in position, and that'll gain some nice intel on that red entry, which looks to be coming out from Fury. Remember, they have no hard breach, so they're going to be forced to do all these doorways. Golden on the Nomad, he's going to set up a flank, so hopefully they don't fall victim to the flank that worked on multiple occasions on their own defense. Either way, though, it looks like the initial setup's decent, but again, it's really going to come down to how they are going to push towards the site without that hard breach.
All 5 are back on site. Golden has got Emo Rin. Emo Rin again has been for Wildcard. They're opening death quite a lot. Not having as much of an impact as we've seen before. That air jab got wasted though to that ADS. Bit of an oversight there. Now Golden's going to have to push deep. Neo has a very strong position in the bathroom. He's going to have to be hard pushed to be cleared out. It's going to be difficult to deal with. Rogue tag very low. HP moving against Fury at this stage. Wildcard holding strong, trying to peek out and get a couple of picks. Still 50 seconds to go, Guz, so Fury have some time to make something happen. It's becoming increasingly harder as Neo finds Warden. They just feed Neo right now. Big man advantage for Wildcard.
Rock and Golden. They have 35 seconds now to try and bring this round back. But with Neo holding that diffuser, I don't think it's really going to be possible. Maybe a drop from the skylight could work here for Fury, but either way, it's like a lost cause. Ethan gets Rock. Surely Neo will secure this kill.
Oh, they traded.
Oh, he traded. I thought he got refragged, but either way, he's off the board. Wildcard now edging closer. A little bit closer to potentially bringing this one back. It's 4-5 still in favor of Fury, but Wildcard are beginning to gain some nice momentum.
Yeah, and again, they are on defense. You could argue it's to be expected they're going to win majority of their defenses. So really, you could just say it comes down to how many attacks Fury can pull together. They do only need one more, Guz, to secure at least one more point. And I think more importantly, by doing so, they are denying Wildcard more points. It would mean that Wildcard would come out of this series with 1 point. They didn't get 4 points they expected last week. That'd be 5 points this week they wouldn't have been expecting to lose. shapes up the season to be very interesting. Warden on the Ying. Are we going to see a bit more aggression here?
Well, we saw
Attackers
half a
need to
rush
locate and
in the
defuse
last map.
bombs.
Fury brought, what was it, like the Dockerby, the Lion.
Yep.
They rushed in the main door. They got a pick, and then they all slowed down. Maybe we'll see something different here. I want to point out that if Anixian and Fnatic are watching this match, they have got to be cheering hard for Fury right now, because they know that the more points that Fury steal here, the chances of them making APAC finals only continues to increase.
Absolutely, and all things being equal in terms of like if Anixian secure their matches, Wildcard would be 7 points behind them, you would say, on standings. And that's actually really big.
That's massive. Fury are the gatekeepers of ANZ. I mean, I don't want to bring up some PTSD for you, but, you know.
Yes.
Yeah,
Look,
we won't go there.
they did stop Anixian from making APAC land last season. I mean, that's actually worth bringing up, to be honest. Thanks to Fury, Wildcard made it to APAC finals.
It's a bit ironic, isn't it?
They made it to APAC finals because of Fury's performance against, it was Oddity, but they're now Anixian last season. And right now, they're almost, you could say, we might find out towards the end of the season, but they could be putting the nail in the coffin for Wildcard, even making it this season. It might come all back to this series, who knows?
Either way, though, Fury still need to at least win one more round to try and steal a couple more points. They're going to be hard pressed to clear out above, like you always are on this map. You need to try and get a couple of early picks. Hopefully they don't lose their hard reach early on as well. Drones will come out. Emo Rin is playing above alongside Derpe. So there are 2 players trying to hold position as 3 are below. Fury should be able to drone this out, have a really clear idea on where these players are and start to try and flush them out.
Definitely taking their time. I'm kind of surprised because when I saw the Ying was 6 picked onto, I was expecting a bit more quicker kind of aggression to try and deal with what Wildcard is setting up, but that hasn't happened. Maybe saving it for some kind of explosive execute at some stage of the next minute and a half, but the real linchpin here is Derpe holding Cocktail. That's such an important position to hold for reading. If they can't clear him out, Imorin's there to back him up as well. If they can't clear this out soon, they're going to have a real difficult time trying to push towards reading. They might have to bail towards dining, but they've got Ethan to deal with, and then Neo over on Laundry, and it's really exposed. So the time is really running away for Fury here. They've got to make something happen soon.
It looks like maybe Fury are forfeiting that, instead trying to push red. There are multiple players from Wildcard watching this push, though. Diesel and Ethan, namely, in really powerful positions. Diesel gets lit up, but he gets away. Fury are still trying to flush him out of pillars. Golden gets Derpe, though, so that will be the dock off the board with 50 seconds left. Definitely winnable for Fury, but Diesel gets Golden, so it's a 4-on-4. Doesn't get the second, though. Couple of kills coming out from Fury. Quickly turns it to a 4-on-2. Warden gets dropped, though. That's from the Goyo shield, the flame from the Goyo shield. And it leaves it in a 2-on-3. Ethan and Emo-Rin. Ethan's inside train. Emo-Rin's above. Not the greatest positions. They could be flushed out. Emo-Rin, though, he rotates back down towards the site. Ethan's under the pump. There is a player there inside of Engine, inside of Mining, trying to flush him out. Can't quite hit the kills. Both players whiffing shots as Emo-Rin has safely made his way back to the site. Ethan's trying to shoot above, but he gets taken out. So it's a 1-on-3, and Shade will shut down Emo-Rin, and the gatekeepers of ANZ will steal more points from Wildcard.
Yes, and the impact that will have on the standings we'll talk about a bit later, but either way, the impact on the morale of Wildcard has got to be felt tonight.
Yikes.
Fury.
I would not want to be in that voice chat, Raven. Oh my goodness.
Fury are on match point, guys. So again, this is the conversation we had on Coastline when they hit 6. Best Wildcard can get is 1 point. They could still come out of this with no point. Wildcard could lose both of these maps. They could come out of tonight with 0. That is still a very real possibility here. They're 2 rounds behind. They're going down to Kitchen, which they just held on to last time, reminding you it was a 5 versus 3 or 5 versus 2 towards the end of that round. This could be again another lost map, guys.
And again, if you had have told me going into this that Fury are going to take 2 maps against Wildcard, I don't know, I thought you must have fallen down and hit your head or something, because there's no way that you could go into this expecting that. I mean, yeah, maybe they would have gotten a draw. I think I predicted a draw. So, maybe this will be a draw. So go Wildcard. Woo! But I didn't expect Fury to win the first map.
Yeah.
So that's definitely unexpected.
Yeah, I'm sure if we looked at caster predictions, there's not
Bomb
going
located
to be
by
many
attackers.
Fury
Yeah.
logos amongst that at all, to be honest.
What are the cast? The casters know nothing. Yeah.
I think
Bad
one
casting.
thing to say about that though, especially when I thought about my predictions, is not as much that I doubted Fury. It's just that we didn't have as much about Fury to go on for this season. They really only had that match against TBD. And Wildcard, we'd seen a bit, and they'd had some strong maps against those teams they'd lost to. They just showed some cracks. But cracks are coming many in this series so far. Fury exploiting them. This could be the last round, guys. Let's wait and see what Fury have for us, what they have in store for Wildcard.
Very interesting VIP hold from Wildcard, utilizing Neo's castles over on that side of the map. Castle himself is playing in coat check. So a decent setup for Wildcard. It looks like they are quite willing to hold off site, try and slow down the push from Fury as they continue to drone it out. Fury have been quite efficient in these early stages of the round, considering Cafe is a really challenging map to gain that map control. Shade on Jackal, that's an interesting pick. That's a nice way to gather even more intel. Ethan's on the top floor though, so it looks like they have drained him out. Need to try and flush him out or just ignore him and get him on the retake.
Move down red can cause some issues. He's placed Goo Mines, which are also going to cause stall points for Fury. They don't have the IQ to spot them out, so they will have to drone them or just step on them. They are taking their time. They're being very thorough with these drones. That hatch going open is going to start to create some pressure on site. It means that Wildcard will be very much aware the drop is possible. Ethan picks up that goo. He's going to reposition. He knows somebody is trying to push him on red, but he's not going to push up. He's not trying to overextend, not give Fury too much of a lead. Diesel, what a shot through the bars. Takes out Muesli. That's the hard breach, but he was taken low in the process.
Fury now left in a 4-on-5. Just over a minute to go, so plenty of time to work with, especially if they can get another pick. The vertical control from them is quite strong, and I'm not really expecting Wildcard to attempt a retake. If they do, they'll have to be very late and out of desperation as Rock continues to just open up this floor, exposing so many angles down below. Wildcard should be safe though. It looked like they're having quite a strong site hold away from the objective, so that could go well for them.
Yes, we're ticking into this final 50 seconds. Most of Fury is still on that second floor, so they're going to have to move around. This is where they came undone last time. They just tried to funnel through this bakery red hallway section, and it just meant Wildcard were able to pick them off one by one. Looks like it could be this way, guys. There's one solid bakery, but Warden wins that gunfight on Emo. Oh, this is the final 30 seconds, guys, and it's going to be hectic 4 versus 4.
An unfortunate whiff there from Emo really opens up this round now for Fury. If they win this, it'll be 6 points tonight. It'll be absolutely massive for their campaign and devastating for Wildcard. Warden tries to prone in towards the site. He has the diffuser in hand. Fury need to try and cover his position. Derpe, though, he gets rocked as Warden's unaware there's a player straight to his left, but he gets taken out. It's a 3-on-2. They need to try and attempt the plant, but Warden, he can't get it down. Wildcard win the round. I thought it was going to be a bit close there. Oh, I thought the flick would come out. Oh, I just don't know what to expect in these late rounds. I mean, Wildcard has just been absolutely nuts.
We are going the full distance here, guys. It is again a 6-5 situation in favor of Fury. That round was close. Fury had it in their grasps on that entry once they cleared out Emo and Bakery. I'm not too sure about the decision to go deep by the planter. If he just planted safer at the bridge, maybe it could have been better held by his teammates. That is hearsay. We won't know, but what we do know is that Wildcard are going to be holding this 3rd floor on their final attempt. And Fury, they have 3 points in their sights. It is within reach, guys.
Wildcard have attempted this site 3 times, including this one, so far. They have a 50% success rate, so they have won it once, and they have lost it once. That's some quick math, but look, they need to win this one, otherwise they will be going home with 0 points across 2 maps. So that'll be 0 out of a possible 6, and that is massive. So hopefully they can at least sell 1 point here. I don't know, salvage something. I mean, they're not going to be happy with 1, let's be honest.
No.
But, I mean, 1 is better than none.
Yes.
I'm a poet and I didn't even know.
Oh, no. no. Get out of here. But yes, you are right. They want to try and salvage something. It's only 1 point and...
Wait, what?
Okay.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Ah. It almost worked.
Almost.
Attackers are moving out
But yes,
to
they want to
locate a
salvage
bomb and
something. Either way, it's not the desired result they wanted. In fact, it's almost exactly the opposite. And it still could exactly be the opposite if Fury win this round. Warden looked very undecided in that pick phase, I must say, about who to play. He was swinging between so many different operators. He ended up on Zofia. Whether that was a good decision or
He went
not.
to pick up the wrong drone.
Oh, no.
Poor Shade. Oh, it was unlucky. Oh, it didn't cost it too much.
No. No, it was alright.
Just a bit embarrassing.
Yeah, they're going to have to start making a bit of an impact, Fury, I'd say. One thing that probably worked against them last time they attacked this side is they just were a little slow to clear out these positions. I mean, fair enough, it's not easy to clear out. That's good to clear already, and those south windows being held, really strong. If they can hold those runouts, this is a good start.
Emorin already finding himself trapped in bathroom. Rock is holding a fantastic angle here, waiting for the rest of his teammates to push through Piano. Emorin does have a rotate though, so if he decides that this is too much pressure, he can fall back towards bathroom, but then he might expose himself to the skylight potentially if he gets a little bit too overzealous, so he needs to be mindful. Fury in a really nice position so far, but like all attacks on Cafe, once you get Piano control, it's that second phase that's so hard.
Yeah, and a lot of teams struggle with that phase. What it comes down to is what can you do with Cocktail on the White Stairs section
bomb located
of
by
that bomb
attackers.
site. If you can't move those positions out, just too many good long angles to be held, too many good angles of denial. Ethan is below with a C4. He has some lines of sight. He doesn't get those shots though onto the Habana. That could have been devastating for Fury. Wildcard are teetering on the edge. Fury are teetering on the edge. I'm teetering on the edge of my seat, guys. I don't know which way this is going to go, and we've got a minute left in this round.
I can feel my heart pounding. I can't imagine the pressure on the shoulders of Wildcard as Derpe gets the first. That double run from Wildcard could now definitely be strengthened from below. It looks like Neo Fighter has rotated off that, and I believe Ethan's down as well. Neo doesn't have a C4. Ethan does though, so they could potentially play off him. Fury, they need to try and get a pick back, or it could just be too hard in that plant.
Could be, and Ethan looks poised to do a jump out there that could make or break the round. Diesel still has these smoke bays, one remaining. Muesli can peek in though, he can hold this angle. He's going deep and he doesn't get the kill. He is tagged out 25 seconds, that's Diffuser and Freezer.
Diesel coming up clutch like he always does as Neo gets one as well, and Fury are letting this round slip away. Rock gets one though, he's teamed up with Golden. Can they find more picks though? That is the question. Golden, he gets one. It's a 3-on-2 as the Diffuser has now been collected. It's going to be all about denial from below. Derpe should be shut down, but he isn't. Either way, the C4 will deny that plant, and Wildcard will go home with a single measly point.
Yes, I'm sure they're not going to be happy with that, but at least they got that. We will have a draw on map 2. That means Fury will be taking home 4 points. Wildcard will be taking home 1 point, and Derpe managed to get 13 kills for his team, popping off. Golden big on 14 for Fury.
The super sub, who's now called.
Yes, and look, not a result we expected, that is for sure. I am gobsmacked that we are talking about Fury taking home 4 points, but huge credit to them. They played really, really well tonight.
Yeah, I mean, yes, some of those round wins were off the back of wildcard mistakes, but I think the maps in general were really headed by great plays from Fury. I mean, their attacks were calculated and then quite explosive at the end. Their defenses, they were just a whole nother beast, and Wildcard were really, really struggling, particularly on the flanks, to shut that down. I guess the question is, where do Wildcard go now? Because, I mean, they have the 6th Invitational coming up. Maybe this will plague their minds a little bit, I don't know, but I mean, talking about Pro League, when they come back, what are they going to do? Because their position in that top 2 is really compromised now.
It's a bit of a mess. They're essentially G2ing themselves, if you guys don't get the reference. G2.
Okay.
Last time they went away for a major, they dropped a lot of points in Pro League in the first half. They weren't able to make it back. In fact, they haven't since been back to Pro League finals. So it's feeling like a very similar trend at the moment for Wildcard. It's a lot of points to drop early for a team like them to teams they should be beating.
But I mean, Fury, let's talk about them for a second. Let's highlight how well that they've played. And I guess my question is, what's clicking? Because we know they didn't have the greatest matches against TBD. To come out against Wildcard and perform as well as they did, what gives?
I mean, two things. One thing real quick there is maybe that just shows how good TBD are on Consulate. They're undefeated on Consulate.
Don't take TBD Consulate.
But to be honest, what I saw was a lot of great team play. Some people will call it random and aggressive, but it looked coordinated to me. They had great droning, some great calls, rotation calls that they executed well. All that stuff adds up, and at the end of the day, I just think they made a lot less mistakes than Wildcard, and that was the difference in points.
Yeah, and I mean, how does Wildcard bounce back from this? Because we did mention that some of those rounds, they were off mistakes.
Yeah.
Yes, Shade in the 2 rounds on Cafe played fantastically well to go for those flanks, but they had flank watch. They also potentially had drones as well, and they were still just throwing these rounds, and it was really hard to watch. I mean, after each one, we just look at each other, and we were just like gritting our teeth, like, Wildcard, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you tidy that up? Because I know we've mentioned Homeless, for example, pretty much every game they've played, except maybe today on Border, that they've had this same issue as well. So how do you sort of go about adjusting and fixing that?
It's not easy, and especially for a team like Wildcard with the experience. One thing, an excuse I guess you could say I made for Homeless, is that they don't have that experience. Pretty common mistakes to be making as an inexperienced team, and that they can use this to grow. Wildcard, on the other hand, they're very experienced. They've played internationally now, so mistakes like this shouldn't be happening. So that really shows that the root issue is not as surface level. Could be something else, whether it's some role issues that aren't clicking anymore, some communication mishaps. We won't know. Either way, they're going to have to work really hard because they're not easy issues to fix normally. And so far, it's just trending in a bad direction.
Yeah, and something I want to highlight is the bans. Because in the first matchup, we sort of discussed that maybe the teams won those maps off the back of some really smart vetoes. Do you get that impression on the second matchup? Because it felt like maybe it was a little bit more balanced.
Yeah, I definitely don't. Like, we talked about Cafe being a pretty strong wildcard map. In the end, they drew it. Even Coastline, actually, you could almost say Cafe Coastline, 2 of the stronger maps for wildcard. And it just didn't work out that way. And I wouldn't say that's a veto issue. I just think it came down to the execution just being really off for wildcard.
And we also saw Mirror played on both maps, I think, or at least wasn't banned on both maps, which is a little bit unusual, particularly maybe on Cafe. I guess you could argue, though, that maybe Coastline and Cafe are the 2 maps where you probably don't see as much Mirror play.
Yep.
Do you have any sort of thoughts on how you think that may have impacted this matchup? Because we did see the teams try it a little bit, particularly on map number 2.
Yeah, I think maybe it had more of an impact on Cafe, but even then I don't think it had a huge impact, to be honest. Like, most of those rounds, or at least half of those rounds, were one off just like perfectly timed flank plays that weren't caught by Fury. And that really doesn't have anything to do with the Mirror. So I think it's fair to say it didn't have a massive impact, and I don't think Wildcard could turn around and say, oh, we should have blamed the Mirror, that really cost us some rounds. I don't think that's fair to say.
Well, we have Silex, the coach of Wildcard, ready and waiting. Let's say g'day. Hey Silex, how you doing, mate? Unfortunately, probably not the greatest result tonight, probably not exactly what you wanted. What's running through your head right now?
Hey guys, hey Raven.
Hey man.
Yeah, a bit disappointing performance by us tonight. Coastline and Cafe, 2 maps that we are quite confident on. So we went in thinking we'd win both. Yeah, that didn't work out so well for us. Yeah, they played really well.
Yeah. Coastline, as you said, is usually a strong map for you guys, and you really struggled on defense. Is that more credit to how Fury was attacking, or do you feel you guys just had that many issues on your defense?
Like, not to take anything away from Fury, because they really played well. They hit their shots, their coordination was pretty good. But there were definitely some issues on our part as well, like communication issues, people not listening properly, and those issues also carried over into Cafe.
Yeah, and you said that you guys felt like you won the veto. So were there any other variables that really affected your performance? Is there able to be any insight that you can give us onto what was really playing out within the team?
Like I said before, communication issues. There were a lot of like key frags that were also missed. You could see them on Cafe. Their roam play was really annoying to deal with, and we would just, we let them run around for free, basically.
Yeah.
And we weren't punishing them at all. As soon as we got one, someone else was there. They were like extra clones or something. So yeah, we weren't dealing with that properly, so that cost us a lot of rounds as well.
Yep. Well, you guys alongside Fnatic will of course be representing ANZ in the Six Invitational quite shortly. Is there anything you'd like to say maybe to the fans that will be heading down to Montreal and those that will be tuning in online?
Yeah, so we play at the Six Invitational soon, a couple of weeks. Hopefully our performance picks up by then. Thank you for continuing to support us. Yeah, it means a lot to us. Thanks again.
All right, thanks Alex. We'll see you next time. All the best, mate.
See you guys.
See you, mate.
Still pretty wholesome, but you know, you could tell in his eyes it hurt.
I could feel it.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was rough.
That was
Yeah. Look, I think he said a lot about what we talked about.
Yeah, pretty much the same.
Yeah, the flank issues, communication issues. Yeah, it's sad to hear, but really hope they can bounce back. They've got a boot camp ahead of Six Invitational. If there's any way you can nut out a really difficult issue, it's going to be at a boot camp. So hopefully that can be their saving grace.
Yeah, I really, really hope that these issues don't transfer over to LAN. I guess the one thing that Wildcard do have going for them is that they have a lot of LAN experience, pretty much equal, or maybe a little bit less than Fnatic, but they have probably one of the highest within ANZ, within APAC. Hopefully that will transfer over to the Invitational where they will, of course, be playing on LAN. But if they're having communication issues, that's still going to transfer over to that, and it's probably even more difficult in the LAN environment where it's even more stressful.
For sure, you have to be perfect when you're at LAN. Otherwise, you're against really tough opponents. They're going to capitalize on most mistakes. That being said, like their run into APAC finals last season, they weren't in great form either in the online season. They managed to scrape through, but then they played fantastic at LAN, and that was after a boot camp. So again, maybe that's a sign of the times. They just need another boot camp to be able to fix some of this stuff. Maybe they'll be all right. I really hope for them that they can get on top of it. It's very strange just to see them in this form. It's definitely, I don't want to use the term weak, but I'm going to use it because I'm a little bit tired. It's definitely the weakest wildcard I think we've seen in a very long time.
Well, fingers crossed for wildcard, but let's now shift our focus over to Fury. We have our interview ready and waiting, so let's beam it up. G'day Golden, good to see you again, buddy. Congratulations on the results tonight. How you guys feeling?
Oh, pretty good. We're pretty chuffed with the first map, and then to get a draw on the second map was a bit disappointing as we kind of did have it in the bag there. Nearly threw a wild card, but managed to take the draw.
Look, something Silex said to us is that they felt really confident out of the map veto. I want to hear your thoughts about how you guys felt about the map veto. Did that actually go the way you guys had planned?
Yeah, it did. Shade was wanting to go for coastlines. He felt like would fall into our aggression, and that would be their downfall. Cafe, we've usually done pretty well on as well, so that was a no-brainer.
Yeah, and on Cafe in particular, they've had some strong performances, notably against Na'Vi. Was there something in particular that you guys really worked on to try and counter their Cafe?
Not really. We just sort of went like pure aggression read into like their hole and just pick them off one by one.
Yep.
I don't know how to respond to that answer. Anyway, moving on. Where do you guys go to from now? Because that's giving you a really nice point boost heading into the rest of the season. Are you guys eyeing off those top 2 spots?
Oh, definitely. We've aimed for top 4 this season as opposed to the bottom 4 last season. And I do think it is pretty achievable now. We've got Fnatic tomorrow. That's going to be a tough one, but looking forward to it nonetheless.
Well, Golden, we appreciate your time. All the best against Fnatic, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Little bit of a contrast between Golden and Silex, I must say.
Of course.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that result was huge for Fury. Sounds like they were really confident going into Coastline, which was interesting because I thought out of the 2 maps they might have been most confident going into Cafe. But either way, clearly worked out well for them. They've clearly done a lot of prep coming into this season and for Wildcard. I am very curious now about tomorrow night's matchup against Fnatic because they played really well against Wildcard, and Fnatic is a whole different beast this season, so it could be competitive.
And I really like Golden's confidence about the top 2. I thought I'd tease that question, does he really think it? And look, maybe the door is wide open for these teams to snatch up spots because, I mean, many people would have thought, oh yeah, Wildcard, Fnatic, yeah, whatever, same. But we've got a Nixian coming up. We've got Fury pulling up that result. So it's anyone's taking at the moment.
For sure, I think there might be a bit of a shake-up in that top 4 now. It's definitely up for grabs. It's really open at the moment. Some teams showing some really good form and some teams that we expected to have good form not really showing it. And one thing I really want to say is, like, at what point do we say this is bad form for a good team, or if they literally just changed their positioning, you could say, within the greater scheme of things?
Well, we will have to wait and see. That wraps up an absolutely awesome night of Pro League here in ANZ. We appreciate you guys for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. We hope you can join us.
Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from the darkness back. So let me in the heart I have for you. It beats for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life.
Defenders have eyes on the
Yeah. Hey, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on